I don't know what to do. I don't even know what I'm supposed to have open. Okay, that is open. And do I need to, do I go to a website or okay, so that's the multi-link. Oh wait, don't we'll need it with Stu's in there as well, right? Oh, he ain't got long to figure it the fuck out. Okay. That's hoping for an awful lot in a small time frame. That's why we have the 30 minutes of discussion afterwards. I haven't even started mine yet. I didn't expect it to go live for setup though. It took me off guard with that shit. We do it live. Fucking all gas, no brakes. Oh, I'm still setting my shit up. Right. See, and I am blessed with uh a consistent work schedule that it just isn't going to change. Like I work 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. That's it.
Unmuted and on my main page for just now, but I do have a new scene specifically for today's for today's theme, which I'll be switching to. But yeah, I'm now live. Welcome, one and all.
That's as soon as you're like, I'm unmuted. Cock!
I'm unmuted. Fuck shit.
Dick! I saw this TikTok where somebody edited Never Gonna Give You Up to where it just goes, I'm gonna say the N-word.
Oh no.
And then that's just it. It's just like, I kind of want that as a sound clip for something.
Oh god.
I don't know what I would use it for.
Use it for getting banned, mate.
Well, it's funny you say that. I don't suppose if anybody knows if fishnets is against terms of service.
If fishnets is against terms of service, I don't think it is, my dude. Have you seen these hot tub streams recently?
Because, like, I had a really hard time putting together today's outfit.
Okay.
These fishnet stockings, the hardest part about them, aside from putting them on...
Wait. So you're doing today's reading corner in drag?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I fucking love it. And you're going to be in the ASMR category in drag.
And it's going to be really interesting. Like, I got a little worried when I first pulled these fucking stockings out because they're crotchless.
Oh, God.
So, we'll see if what I've done is good enough.
Oh, gross, my dude. You concern me, my dude. I'm not
Oh my god, I'm an absolute fucking mad. I think we're slowly approaching the going overboard on the outfit stage.
Oh no. You would save it for when we're co-streaming to be like, I'm gonna really push the boat out today.
Of course.
Oh.
We're a team. Look, we are a team. We succeed together or we fail together.
Yeah, apparently. Apparently I will fail with all of you whether I like it or not.
Whether you have
doesn't matter what I do. You fucking take me down with you. Oh, it's funny.
My primary microphone. I need to grab that multi-link. I heard this was the Reading Rainbow. I'm over here getting ready to start posting my my links.
Good shit. Oh, you know what? I really did not. I've spent the past fucking 30 minutes trying to roll up this not a cigarette. I totally forgot to actually do any of that. Hear myself twice. Fucking, I don't even use my own selfless plugs page these days.
I kind of went back and forth as to whether or not I should ping, because I have a specific role on my Discord where I can just if you're a mod on my Twitch channel, I make you a mod in the Discord just automatically, and it's that way I can just ping a Twitch mod if I need to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good shit.
I went back and forth on whether or not I should just go ahead and start pinging mods. Like, all right, guys, risky biscuit outfit today. I might need some people.
Yeah, right. Gonna be a little bit like that first 24-hour stream.
I'm still cracking up over the other day. A dude just pops in my stream, boy, girl.
I love that shit.
You sentence structure, it means a lot.
Yeah, somebody did that as well on that first 24-hour stream while I was there. Somebody just came in and they were just like, boy or girl.
I don't understand how you... Like, you people need to understand sexuality and gender identity are not the same thing.
Yeah, right. No, that is...
Like, Jesus Christ.
No, people don't get it. People don't get that.
They just don't. And it annoys the living fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Like, I went in, I started this knowing I was going to have to explain, like, no, I'm about as cis, het, and white as you can get. Yeah, that's not true. You could get more.
I was just thinking that. I was like, yeah, I don't know.
Nah, like, yeah.
Realistically, there's probably some, like,
definitely
exceptionally straight dudes out there in comparison.
Actually, now that I think about it, probably won't take much to qualify as being more straight than me.
Yeah, right. Hello, motherfucker. Hello, motherfucker. Fireman Pat, thank you, my dude. How's it going? Big chillin' in the stream today. We're doing our reading corner thing, in case you didn't know. In case you couldn't tell. Sitting in the same room as me while I set it all up. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, you've got that in my head, Cronus, you fucking piece of shit.
Link posted on Twitter, just went live. I've got my primary mic on my stream muted because I have a way of doing things. Unlike some of you Neanderthals, I have a routine.
Yeah, same. I have a routine. I'm always muted to begin with. Pretty good. How are you? Pretty okay. Fucking hyped about today. Hasn't exactly gone 100% to plan, but that's typically how things do go. We're still gonna do this shit. I see the new outfit. I fucking dropped my own link. I'm so dumb. I didn't even drop the multi-link. I'm now just gonna fucking post it everywhere. Start self-love, boom, start the nav one.
So much.
I'm going live. Boom, I've already done it there apparently. Oh well. Jake and Steve doesn't have one, sad. Pretty good. Duh.
Just like that. We fucking live. I don't know what I just closed the wrong thing for a second there, and I don't even know what tab I closed.
I'm gonna put a tune on while we get this all set up.
I think my tits are even.
My stream is not right without music.
I do believe my tits are even.
I believe my tits are even. I'm not sure.
I think they're even. There's only females in chat. How do you fucking live like
Somebody
this?
in chat let me know if my tits are skew width.
But yeah, somebody in chat, how do you live like this on a regular basis? Like, how do you accept this as a societal standard? This is awful. This lace is the most uncomfortable thing I have ever worn. The fishnets are not uncomfortable. Fishnets are quite comfortable.
I want to see this.
Oh yeah, you gotta see them. Okay, here we go. So this is the full.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, you look amazing. When you said fishnet, I didn't realize it was. Okay.
It's a full.
Yes,
dude.
You're all for that shit right now.
Does this break terms of service? Do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty close.
I've got the American Eagle, bald eagle chin sticking out of my crotch hole.
See, when you said it was crotchless, I thought you meant you'd bought crotchless fishnets, not that you just wore it out on day one.
No. I don't look, everything that I wear on screen that isn't masculine is the property of my wife. So God knows what these have been through. Because I don't remember when the last time she wore this was.
Oh no. Too much information.
It's been at least 9 months since anybody's seen these. At least. I gotta say though, for the first time in like weeks, I'm not sitting here hot as fuck.
You say that, but I'm sure there are some people who are looking at you right now thinking that's hot as fuck.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Temperature-wise, I'm quite comfortable.
Just for the benefit of my own fucking stream, by the way. We are on a multi-link, but just while I finish rolling up, this is the content that I want to see.
This is the content. Just gonna streamception it.
Yeah.
This is I was gonna wear the black wig, but it was going to take far too much effort that I wasn't willing to put into it. So
Yeah, that's fair. Reading time! That's right, Chicken Steve, welcome. We are literally just getting set up right now. The initial plan was myself, Crandy, and Kronos. Oh, I'm sure you've heard me talking about this. What are you looking at? You're looking at Kronos for today's
what?
stream, by the way. Give us another twirl.
Amazing. Yeah, you want to give us another All right. Yeah. So like we're about as this is about as American as I'm gonna get. This is about as patriotic as you see. I actually have a pair of these underwear, but instead of the bald eagle, it's Bernie Sanders' face. But I couldn't find them.
Oh, that would have been amazing. Oh no.
I looked forever. I couldn't find them. Shout out to Shinesty, the people I order my underwear from. I said, shout out to Shinesty, the people I order my underwear from.
Yeah, so Chicken Steve is officially creeped out.
It happens.
That's part of it, yeah.
It's part of it. This is why Chicken Steve's never in my chats.
It's too much to handle.
Like, it is a lot.
What's the matter? Too spicy for you?
This is a lot. Like,
to be fair, mate, I was peaking yesterday. My stream, because of New World, like I've been peaking. I've been like, my live views have been lower than you usually are, but my what's the word? The retention that I've had over the last couple of streams has been phenomenal. I've literally just sat there the whole stream with like 15 people. So while you were in my stream yesterday, half cut, going into your like political rant, I was holding on to like 10, 15 people, man. And then you left, and it dipped for a little bit, and then you left, and it went back up to like 15, 16 people, and I'm just sitting there like, well, kudos to anybody who managed to fucking hold in this long. Oh man, Olo, yeah. Sam, Olo. How
you
are you
get
doing?
enough beers into me. Once you let me go off topic, like there's a certain point where you're not getting me back.
Right, just so you guys know, I had so many fucking options for today's stream. Hang on a second.
Vaping like there's no tomorrow, because for some reason, no matter how many times I do this, it still gets a little nerve-wracking.
Right, so I've got 5 books in front of me, my dude, and I have picked one. But obviously you were... Yeah, one. All good, watching some weird dress-up show. You can see Kronos, that's funny. The Communist Manifesto, as you know, was one of the options, and I've taken that out of the pile. Stupid Asshole is planning on doing some of his own leftist theory reading, and I've told him that I will leave the Communist Manifesto out of mine because it suits his theme. You know what I mean? That's for him to do. So I implore people, if they were interested about that or excited about hearing some leftist reading theory, Stupid Asshole is the guy for that. There was also...
Get upset when we combat the Communist Manifesto, because like I've read it and it's not...
Yeah, well, that's what discussion's all about, isn't it?
Right.
The other option, one of them, was Nietzsche, obviously. I have a book by him called Why I Am So Wise. It's a bit droll. It's very short, but it's very droll. I have Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, which again is Easter in parables, so I decided not to go for that one.
Did you see the poll I put up on Twitter? I tagged you in it.
Oh. I was struggling to sign into Twitter over the last day or two, I'm not going to lie. I literally can't get in at the minute. But I will try it. We'll try it on my phone. I'll see if it lets me in on my phone. In fact, I might be able to follow my own link, actually.
I don't think anybody has interacted with it, which is a little disappointing. But just the existence of it in general, and the fact that you're tagged in it, so Boom. It should show up on your timeline.
Nice, I was able to get onto my Twitter back. Well, I'm not signed in, but... Right, let me... You're the same on Twitter, right? Chrono Stampede?
Yeah. It should be.
I should be
I mean,
following you.
I think my name on there is, but my is Phantom Worker. So
Phantom Worker,
but,
yeah. I think I already... Oh, no, look at that. I'm a terrible... Oh, because I can't sign in to do it, that's the issue. Today's the day that we start book club. Come see the new outfit and let's read some amazing shit. Was it? Oh, the poll. You said you put a poll up,
yeah,
right?
there's a poll. It'll be a poll a little bit. I finally my chat goes. I finally understand what you meant by tits. Yeah, I meant literal tits.
What do you hope? Oh, okay, I see. What do you hope Azzy Games is going to bring to book club? I love it. I love that one of the options is homoerotic fanfiction. It's had 2 votes, dude. Is it finished or it's not finished yet? It's still got 20 hours to go.
I started it this morning.
Oh no! I want to know what the results are.
You can't sign up, but you can't sign in, so vote.
I can try. Let me try it with my.
Thank you for the lurk, Stu. Stu is lurking in my chat. Which will be lurking.
Ooh, I got myself a raid. I got myself a Deadrea raid. Thank you very much,
I don't know if I
Deadrea.
classify these as A cups. I might classify my tits as.
Yeah, this is why I can't get into my Twitter because I know my login details, but it's got a 2-step with an old phone number. You know what I mean? So I can't get back into it right now. Yeah, and also one of the last of the options that I had that I didn't choose in the end was the Hermetica, the Lost Wisdom of the Pharaohs.
Right now, my chat is being flooded with people that are like, I came here to lurk, but now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Stu, thank you for the lurk. And meowing to you too, Dedria. Thank you for the raid.
So for my chat today, y'all, hopefully y'all will manage everything worked out the way it should have. We are doing a multi-link thing today.
Yeah, please click on that.
That's the link. Yeah, I didn't post my channel's link whenever I posted it. All my shit, I posted the multi-link.
Yeah, I've dropped that.
Should just take them straight to it. I need to scroll down to that poll real quick because I want to see these results.
Yeah, same. I want to know.
Imagine I want to use the bathroom, but now you're gonna make me piss myself.
Yeah.
Wow, so far
I had to end my stream. Got bored and I can't watch YouTube because of some laws during stream. All right, okay, I feel that. So you're just chilling watching videos now, yeah?
To my chat, Brad, go ahead and go take a leak. You got a few minutes. We're still in the process of setup a little bit.
I feel that, Adrian.
With this being the first book club stream, the beginning will probably be a little bit rocky as we iron out all the kinks. With the exception of me, I'm clearly one of the kinks.
Yeah, Kronos is a kink. I'm ready to fucking go, but I'm not a kink shamer, so take your time. Also still exploring 7.5k light years away from the bubble. Fucking let's go. Dedria's out there in deep space. So yeah, we were going to have more people here for this. Right now it's just Kronos and myself. So I'm right now on the fly thinking that we're probably going to take it in turns between the two of us in our text. If you guys are enjoying what you see and you're enjoying the discussion and we're enjoying, the reading aloud and what have you, which I anticipate we will do, we'll keep going. We'll just jump between the two of us for the time being, but that's not going to be the typical setup for the stream.
I forgot I implemented a new policy on this channel, so this is going to get interesting quick. All new followers, all the new subs. Each new follow and new sub, we do a little bit of a glow up. So I forgot about that.
Thank you, Dedra.
I've got a little bit of lipstick.
Thanks for the crab rave, my dude. Shit's loud as fuck.
Incredibly. I love how you've done nothing to fix the fact that it's a 2-for-1 on yours.
Yeah, I won't fix it. I thought about fixing it ages ago, but at the end of the day, nobody seems to complain about the fact that they get 2-for-1. And whenever anybody does an Oni, you know what I mean? I'm just like, I can live with that.
Oh, thank you for the stretch. You just see me stretch my tits. Ugh. It's actually hard to stretch in this lace top.
Oh no.
Oh, with my hairy as fuck armpits. I'm over here. I look like one of your French girls.
I've got a women's top on today, as that happens. Just because it's comfortable.
This one is not.
Yeah, right.
It's not comfortable, even kind of.
Yeah, that doesn't look massively comfortable, I'm not gonna lie.
It's really not. Now the lipstick is getting all over my vape.
Right, so do you have the people that want to know, or am I just going to say, well, you're going first, aren't you? So I'll save my. We don't have to start right this very second, but I'm just to let people. You're going to go first, but just like when I do go, just to let people know, I will introduce the book, the author, and a little bit of background history.
Right, and I will do the same. Give me just a second.
To bring up Wikipedia.
Not even. I need to go get a beer. I will be right back.
Good stuff. Like, no joke, my dude. This man is
I just realized a very
the
serious
father
problem
of
I'm
modern
going
America. It's some heavy shit that people don't even know what they're getting into yet.
Eventually, I'm going to have to pee, and I don't know how I'm going to do that.
Hang on just a sec. I'm currently having a Tory star as a goal, and then I'm going to jump back to the bubble. Oh, good shit. It's all good. We're not in America. Or Russia.
I will say, guys, like this does give you a little bit of perspective on what women have to go through.
That's
'Cause
crazy.
I can't walk without my tits going everywhere.
Without your tube stocks flying up and hitting you in the face.
Not even, they sag down.
Oh yeah.
I'm fighting.
You're like already getting to that point, man. Menopause has hit you hard.
Gravity. Alright, so like as he said, I will be reading first. My selection is the Divine Comedy, which for those of you that don't know, is a 13th century poem about Dante, the author's journey through hell. Now, the character's name is Dante, the author's name is Dante. They go back and forth as to whether or not it's supposed to be the same fucking person. Because I guess Dante just started writing this and then one day was like, I can just make fun of the people I hate.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so that's what he did. I think as he put it best when he's like, this is the original diss track.
Yeah.
Howdy Garden of Indy, welcome. But we'll give it 4 minutes before we actually start reading, so that way we can start at 2:30 on the dot, my time.
Good stuff.
So that way we can start on the half hour, make it easier to keep track.
Yeah, sounds good. I love the Divine Comedy. I think that's a really good choice, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and Gardner in my chat is also in agreement. He says he loved the Divine Comedy ever since he read it in high school. I am using a copy that I have owned since high school. This book went with me to basic training. This book went with me into the field. This particular version, I know there's a couple of different translations out there, just in case anybody's curious. You've never heard of it before, so this should be a good ride. You probably have heard of it before, Brad, in the video game format of Dante's Inferno. The Divine Comedy is actually 3 books in one. There's the Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. This particular copy is translated by John Ciardi, Ciardi. So somebody with Italian can pronounce that better than me.
I would just say CRD. I'm sure I'm wrong.
Loki still have a bunch of books from high school. I know I used to. I just typed, I know that game in our stream. The dangers of lurking and in multiple stream chats. You might post your message in the wrong chat.
Oh, Chicken Steve, I feel that, brother. Sending you love.
Here in about 2 minutes, we will be beginning amazingly.
Can you make Kronos a little bit louder, else it's hard to hear you both? All right, no worries. I'm on that.
Oh, if you want me to be loud,
I've got you, brother.
I can be loud.
Maybe turn yourself up just a tiny bit.
My
actually, no, yeah,
my mic is up all the way.
Don't you worry about it. I'll do my audio mixer. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, trust me. You want to handle my volume. You don't want me to handle.
Yeah,
my volume.
I've got you. I can't, guys. Just as I improve it for you in the chat, I can't hear it, so you will have to let me know.
This is like me accidentally texting my mom something I wanted to tell
Yeah, that's
my
perfect.
wife.
All right, cool. I'm gonna put them up another decibel just because. There we go. Because I turned them down in the Discord for quality purposes.
Yo, for real though, $5 to whoever takes a screenshot of me like this, sends it to their significant other, and asks why they don't ever do this for them.
Thank you for the crab rave.
If somebody will screenshot me and just send it to your loved ones and go, why don't you ever do this?
Can
Why don't
somebody
you ever
do
dress
me
up like
an
this?
exclamation point hug at Chicken Steve?
I'll hug Chicken Steve.
Bang on 30 minutes past for me by my clock. If you want to introduce your shit.
Right. So we are going to be getting started now with our wonderful divine comedy. Let me just turn down my chill synth a little bit. Damn it. I don't have a significant other. You can just send it to a stranger then. Hackamuggle, thank you for that follow. I'll give you a glow up in just a moment. I constantly almost ban Nightbot because I see the link. All right. Should I go through the how to read Dante and the translator's notes? Or should we just jump right into it?
It's up to you if you want to like do the introduction or mention who it was introduced by. But I think, well, with the Divine Comedy, you did say you've got people there that have never heard of it, right? So maybe just give them the whole package.
I think I'll skip the how to read.
Yeah,
that's for the read.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we'll just jump into the translator's notes. So, any theoretical remarks offered by a translator are bound to be an apology for his failures. Obviously, no sane translator can allow himself to dream of success. He asks only for the best possible failure. Translation is, in fact, the wrong word for the process of rendering from one language to another. The idea of translation seems to suggest that there exists in language A some word that will equal any given word in language B, and that the translator need only find the equivalent word and put it in place, allowing, of course, for something called idiom. But such an assumption ignores the nature of words. The American word daisy, for example, labels the same flower that the French intended by la marguerite. That was an Italian accent, and that was a French word. And the Italians by la margarete. Forgive me all mispronunciations of foreign shit. Or at least approximately so. We hear you, Azzy.
What you saying?
A botanist might be quick to say that the varieties of the European daisy are distinct from those of the American daisy. Nevertheless, those are the words that one naturally use in three tongues for labeling any particular daisy. I'm actually going to skip through the rest of that because this is just explaining that some of these words might not be translated correctly. So, you're good. So, as long as everyone understands that some of these phrases might not be properly translated, and my pronunciation is going to be ass. So right into the introduction we go. The Divine Comedy is one of the few literary works in which have enjoyed a fame that was both immediate and enduring. Fame might indeed be said not to have awaited its completion. Shortly before the author's death in 1321, for the first two parts, including the Inferno here presented, had already, in a very few years, achieved a reputation tinged with supernatural awe. Within 2 decades, a half dozen commentaries had been written, and 50 years later, it was accorded the honor of public readings and exposition, an almost unheard of tribute to a work written in the humble vernacular. The 6 centuries through which the poem has come to us have not lessened its appeal nor obscured its fame. All of them have not, of course, been unanimous in their appreciation. For a 15th century Latinist, Dante was a poet fit for cobblers. 18th century worshippers of reason could not be wholly sympathetic to a poet who insisted on the limitations of reason and philosophy. It was the effete mid-16th century in which, spite of certain reservations, first proclaimed divine the work its author had called simply his comedy. The significant fact that the Divine Comedy has demanded a crucial consideration for each successive age and every great writer, and the nature of their reaction, could well serve as a barometer of taste and a measure of their greatness. By that standard, the present age should prove truly great, for its interest in the comedy has rarely been matched. Credit for the 19th century rediscovery of Dante in the English-speaking world belongs to Coleridge, who was ably seconded in this country by Longfellow and Norton. Contemporary enthusiasm was touched off by T.S. Eliot's essay on Dante and has grown in some quarters to the proportions of a cult. What is this work which has displayed such persistent vitality? It is a narrative poem whose greatest strength lies in the fact that it does not so much narrate as dramatize its episodes. Dante has doubtless learned from experience how sporific a long narrative could be. He also firmly believed that the senses were the avenues to the mind, and that sight was the most powerful, in parentheses it says noblest, he would have said, of these senses. Hence his art is predominantly visual. He believed also that the mind must be moved in order to grasp what the senses present to it. Therefore, he combined sight, sound, hearing, smell, and touch with fear, pity, anger, horror, and other appropriate emotions to involve his reader to the point of seeming actually to experience his situations and not merely to read about them. It really is a three-dimensional art. The Divine Comedy is also an allegory, but it is fortunately that special type of allegory wherein every element must first correspond to a literal reality. Every episode must exist coherently in itself. Allegoric interpretation does not detract from the story as told, but is rather an added significance which one may take or leave. Many readers indeed have been thrilled by the Inferno's power, with hardly an awareness of further meanings. Dante represents mankind. He represents the noble century. No, he represents the noble soul. But first and always, he is Dante Alighieri, born in 13th century Florence. Virgil represents human reason, but only after he has been accepted as the poet of ancient Rome. The whole poem purports to be a vision of the 3 realms of the Catholic overworld: hell, purgatory, and the paradise, and a description of the state of the soul after death. Yet it is peopled with Dante's contemporaries, and particularly in the materialistic realism of the Inferno. It is torn by issues and feuds in the materialistic realism of the day. It is torn by issues and feuds of the day, political, religious, and personal. It treats of the most universal values, good and evil, man's responsibility, free will, and predestination. Yet it is intensely personal and political, for it was written out of the anguish of a man who saw his life blighted by the injustice and the corruption of his times. The Divine Comedy is classically referred to as the epitome of the supreme expression of the Middle Ages. If by this is meant that many typical medieval attitudes are to be found in it, it is true. The reasoning is scholaristic, the learning, the mysticism are those of the author's time, but if from such a statement one is to infer, as is frequently done, that the poem is a hymn to its times, a celebration and glorification of them, as Virgil's Aeneid was of Rome, then nothing could be more misleading. The comedy is a glorification of the ways of God, but it is also a sharp and great-minded protest at the ways in which men have thwarted the divine plan. This plan, as Dante conceived it, was very different from the typical medieval view, which saw the earthly life as a vale of tears, a period of trial and suffering, an unpleasant but necessary preparation for the afterlife, where alone man could expect to enjoy happiness. My bangs are in my eye. To Dante, such an idea was totally repugnant. He gloried in his God-given talent, his well-disciplined faculties, and it seemed inconceivable to him that he and mankind in general should not have been intended to develop to the fullest their specifically human potential. The whole comedy is pervaded by his conviction. The man should seek earthly immortality, but his worthy actions here as well prepare to merit the life everlasting. His theory is stated explicitly in his Latin treatise de Monarchia. My Latin's a little rough. He says, ineffable providence has thus designed two ends to be contemplated of man. First, the happiness of this life, which consists in the activity of his natural powers, and is prefigured by the earthly paradise, and then the blessedness of life everlasting, which may be symbolized by the celestial paradise. To us, reading his masterpiece at the comfortable distance of 600 years, it may well seem that few men have better realized their potential than Dante. To him, a penniless exile convicted of a felony, separated under pain of death from home, family, and friends, his life seemed to have been cut off in the middle. But it was Dante's pride and the root of his misfortune to have been born in the free commune of Florence, located near the center of the Italian peninsula during the turbulent 13th century. It is important that we remember to think of it not as an Italian city, but as a sovereign country, a power in the peninsula, and of growing importance internationally. It had its own army, its own flag, ambassadors, its foreign trade, its own coinage, the Florian. The Florian was on its way to becoming the standard of international exchange, the pound sterling or dollar of its day. Its control was a prize worth fighting for, and the Florentines were nothing loth to fight, especially among themselves. Internal strife had begun long before, as the weakening of the empire had left its robber baron representatives increasingly vulnerable to attack and eventual subjugation of the townfolk. They had become unruly citizens at best in their fortress-like houses and constituted a higher nobility whose arrogance stirred the resentment of the lesser nobility, the merchants and artisans. The history of the Republic for many years is the story of the bloody struggle among these groups, with the gradual triumph of the lower classes as flourishing trade brought them unheard of prosperity. Early in Dante's century, the struggle acquired color and new ferocity. In 1215, the jitling of an Amedii girl was avenged by the murder of the offending member of the Buondelmonte family, which, according to the chronicler Villani, originated the infamous Gulf Gilabre factions. But the lines had already long been drawn on the deeper issues, with the Gilabres representing the old imperial aristocracy and the Gulefs, the burghers, who in international politics favored the Pope. In 1248, with the aid of Frederick II, the Gilabres expelled the Gulefs. In 1251, the latter returned and drove out the Gilabes. It's going to keep making me butcher this word, isn't it? Who were again defeated in 1258. In 1260, The Ghiblis amassed a formidable army under the leadership of Farinata de Gelli Ubarte and overwhelmed the Guelphs at Monteperte, where the Arabia ran red with the blood of 6,000 slain and 16,000 were taken prisoner. The very existence of Florence hung momentarily in the balance as the triumphant Ghiblis listened to the urgings of their allies from neighboring Siena that they wipe out the city. Only Farinata's resolute opposition saved it. Gradually, the Guelphs recovered, and in 1266 they were completely saved. And in 1266 they completely and finally crushed their enemies at Benevento. Thus ended the worst of this partisan strife from which, as Machiavelli was to write, there resulted more murders, banishments, and destruction of families than ever in any city known to history. Dante Alighieri has been born the preceding year, 1265, towards the end of May. He was a year old when his family, a typically Guelph mixture of lesser nobility and burgher, must have joined in the celebration of their party's victory. His whole impressionable childhood was undoubtedly filled with stories of the struggle so recently ended. The fascination it had for him is evident in the comedy, where it is an important factor in the Inferno and the lower material portion of the Purgatorio. Our actual knowledge of Dante's life is disappointingly small, limited to a few documents of record. The biographies, beginning with Baccario's about 50 years after his death, are largely hearsay, legend, and deductions based on his works and the meager references scattered throughout them. We know that his mother died when he was very young, that his father remarried, and that Dante was completely orphaned in adolescence. This is thought to account for a certain hunger for parental affection that can be noted easily in the comedy. He doubtless received a normal education of the day for his class, and perhaps more, for his bent must have been clearly intellectual and literary. That he took an early interest in the vernacular lyric, only recently borrowed from the provincial, is demonstrated by poems dating from his middle or late teens. It was through this activity that he made his closest friendship, that with Guido Cavalcante, who was a gifted poet some years Dante's senior. Most of our impressions about his youth are gleaned from his first work, in the planning of which Cavalcante had a part, called La Vita Nuevo. In English, that means the new life. It was deliberately written in the vernacular of 1292 to celebrate the most important influence in Dante's life, his love for Beatrice Portinari. It is made up of sonnets and longer lyrics interspersed with prose passages, which explain and narrate the circumstances under which the poems had been composed years earlier. An astonishing feature of the book is the careful symmetry of its arrangement, where the balance of 3, 9, and 10 foreshadows the elaborate design in which will be worked out in the comedy. Very briefly, it is the story of a boy of 9 suddenly awakening to love at the sight of a girl almost the same age, of a second encounter later at the age of 18 when a greeting is exchanged, tribulations and misunderstandings leading to her disapproval, of her sudden death when the poet was 25, his grief and attempted consolation by another girl. Finally, of a marvelous vision of his Beatrice when he was 27, thus completing the Trinity of Nines and determining him to write no more of her until he could do so worthily. Although it is autobiographical, the Vita Nuevo is not such an autobiography. It is a delicate and sensitive analysis of emotions. Such facts as enter into it assume an air of strange unreality. How long is this introduction? Jesus. Jesus. Fuck.
I'm realizing your half an hour is going to be spent on the introduction.
The fuck it is.
Keep going, you're good. You're halfway through.
No,
besides, we've got more time. It's just the two of us today, so we've got more time to go back to this.
Let's keep on keeping on then. Where was I? Reality. Cool. From our small array of factual data, we learned that Dante's life in this period included other things than tremulous sighs and visions. In 1289, he took part in the Battle of Campoladino and the capture of Caprona. In 1295 appears the first record of his political activity. In the same year, he made himself eligible for public office by enrolling in a guild, the Apothecaries, where the books of that day were sold. In the following year, it is recorded that he spoke in the Council of the Hundred. By 1299, he had advanced to fill a minor ambassadorship, and in the meantime, he married Gemma, kinswoman of his friend Forese Donati, and of the hot-tempered Corso. As the mature but still youthful Alighieri was playing an ever more prominent role in politics, familiar tensions were once again building up within the Republic. 30 years without a serious threat from their common enemy put too great a strain on Guelph unity. And again, it was a murder, though in nearby Pistoia, which precipitated open conflict. The Florentines took sides, and in the late spring of 1300, the two parties, called Blacks and Whites, fought in the streets. It was at this particular moment that Dante's political career was crowned with the highest success, and he was elected one of the 6 supreme magistrates, called priors. Himself a moderate white, he found it necessary during the 2-month term to join in banishing his brother-in-law, Corso Donate, and his first friend, Guido Cavalcante, as ringleaders respectively of the Blacks and Whites. Cavalcante died very soon of an illness contracted during his banishment. As friction continued, the Blacks conspired for the intervention of the Pope, Boniface VIII, who was delighted with the chance to strengthen the papacy's claim on Tuscany. In spite of frantic white opposition, he sent Charles of Valois, ostensibly as impartial arbiter and peacemaker. What the Pope's secret orders were became instantly apparent when Charles was admitted in November of 1301, for he sat upon the whites, admitted the banished blacks, and stood by as they gave themselves over to murder and pillage. The matter was then legitimized by a series of purge trials of the sort only too familiar to us. Among those accused and, of course, convicted of graft and corruption in office was Dante Alighieri. Fortunately, he had been absent and had stayed away, but from early in 1302, his voluntary absence became exile under penalty of being burned alive. We know even less of the remaining 19 years, except that they were spent largely with a series of patrons in various courts of Italy. The exile had no funds, no reputation as of yet, no powerful friends. He stayed at various times with the Scala family, then with the Malaspinias. Tradition has it that he studied at Paris and even in Oxford. As time passed and his reputation grew, his way became easier, and his last years were spent in relative comfort at Ravenna as the honored guest of Guido Novello de Polenta, nephew of Francisco de Ramiri. On the way back from a diplomatic mission to Venice, he fell ill and died soon after his return. In the Paradiso 27, he left one of the most poignant descriptions of life in exile ever written. Thou shalt prove how salty tastes another's beard, and how hard a path it is to go up and down another's stairs. That Dante had ample reason to feel that the political chaos of his day was a prime menace to man's pursuit of happiness should be quite apparent. It should also be understandable that he used the comedy to protest this evil and to suggest a remedy. His analysis and conclusions took years of reading and meditation, during which he denounced all existing parties, whites, blacks, Guelphs, and Ginobili, in order to make a party by himself. as his compatriot Machiavelli was to do 200 years later, and from very similar motives. He sought his material in the literature of ancient Rome, with the difference that the later scholar had the advantage of humanistic revival and the free inquiry of the Renaissance, whereas Dante was a pioneer, circumscribed by scholatism. He had already begun his study of ancient philosophy a few years after the Vita Nuova and before his political disaster. In his next work, the Convino de Banquet, or the Convino or Banquet, he tells how difficult he had found it. The Latin he learned proved quite different from that of Boethius's consolations of philosophy. Cicero's urbane and complex style was much harder and more confusing still. His whole mode of thought, his concepts, his viewpoints, allusions were as if from a different world. The young explorer from medieval Christendom went doggedly on from one work to another, which he had seen mentioned without adequate teachers, courses, reference works, or indeed the works themselves, except as he could beg or borrow the manuscripts. Eventually, he mastered and assimilated all the learning available in Latin or Latin translations from the Timaeus of Plato, Cicero, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, Statius, and Lucian, through St. Augustine and other fathers of the church, to Averroes, St. Thomas, and the great mystics. But the wastefulness, the needless difficulties, the groping aroused his indignation, as injustice always did. He had been educated, but how much had it helped him in the pursuit of real learning? He knew that there were others, too, who longed for such knowledge, but lacked his extraordinary mental equipment. He allowed himself no false modesty, and thus failed to win through. What was lacking were real schools with competent teachers and high standards available to all who had the talent and the desire to learn. But what agency would set them up and maintain them? Not the church, for though it was no longer ignorant of philosophy, the church was suspicious of it and not inclined to grant it that primacy in the conduct of human affairs which Dante assigned to it. There was another problem to be studied along with that of political instability and strife. In the meantime, he, Dante Alighieri, could contribute the fruits of his own efforts in the form of an encyclopedia or compendium of knowledge, which would at the same time earn for him badly needed prestige. Not only would it gather together the knowledge which he had found scattered piecemeal in many works and in many different forms, it would make that knowledge accessible by use of the vernacular instead of Latin. Such a thing was revolutionary in the first decade of the 14th century and called for an explanation which Dante gave in the form of an impassioned defense of what we call Italian. He concluded with the following prophetic words, referring to the new language as, quote, "A new light, a new sun, which shall rise, whereas the accustomed one, Latin, shall set, and which shall give light to those who are in darkness, because of the accustomed sun does not give them light." The banquet was to consist of 15 sections, an introduction, and 14 of Dante's longer philosophical lyrics, each followed by an expository prose passage. Only 4 sections were completed, though. Among the reasons for its abandonment, 2 in particular seem valid. First, the work is a failure in organization and style, typically medieval in its discursive rambling. Second, it was written to exalt philosophy, most noble daughter of the Emperor of the universe, and thus constituted a perilous deviation for a medieval Christian. It is at least possible that this frame of mind was included into the dark wood in which the comedy begins, and it almost certainly inspired the repeated warnings against overdependence on philosophy and human wisdom, which the poem contains. Now, I'm going to stop the introduction right there because the rest of the introduction goes on to kind of spoil big parts of the first part of the Divine Comedy. Also, I've only got 2 minutes left. So, let us begin our discussion of this. Like, not that there's a lot to discuss. Give me just 2 seconds while I see what the hell the dogs are barking at. Sorry.
I took the 5 minutes before it was over to nip to the toilet. Right, where are we with this? We've still got 2 minutes. Are you done with the introduction? He's gone. He's not in his seat. All right. I will entertain everybody then. All right, who we got live active in these chats anyway? Because it's time for discussion. I was looking at a few different discussion points while he was reading. However, it might be better to... Well, we could discuss the introduction, I guess. That was a great narrative. What a voice too, yeah, Cronus has such a brilliant voice. He's gonna outshine myself and Crandy, that's for sure. I missed a lot of it due to chores, but I heard the later half worked so well. Well, there's no worries today. So basically, this was supposed to be like this was initially a 3-person thing, and then obviously Stu is sitting here objectively observing everything that happens, deciding like how to fit into it. So today it's just myself and Kronos. So there's going to be plenty more. You haven't really missed too much. And also that was the introduction.
That was the introduction. Yes.
Kronos chose the Divine Comedy, which is a hefty book, and so it comes with a hefty introduction. But like I said, do not fear, because it is just the two of us. We will be doing some back and forth. There will be plenty of time for reading and discussion. Kronos, you missed it. Sam was just saying that you have a brilliant voice. It worked really well.
Thank you.
With the reading aloud.
Thank you.
Why I love the
again,
reading.
I cannot apologize enough for the butchering of pronunciations.
My dude, I nearly died when you called the guy a burger. Fuck. That shit cracked me up.
Okay. No. That wasn't a mispronunciation, actually. The burgers.
I know, it's just, it was funny with everything else.
Yeah. Oh, I love how that's the part you get. Not. I love how you just completely gloss over the fact that I completely abandoned trying to pronounce one group and just started calling them the Ghiblies.
Yeah, no, the Ghiblies, dude.
Studio Ghibli. Just gave up.
No, it's good shit, Sam.
Just so they had it like 6 times.
Yeah, the Ghiblies.
I was getting so pissed.
He's part burger, part Ghibli.
So the introduction in this really just serves to show that it's like that Dante isn't just like talking shit. A lot of the historical figures that get mentioned throughout the Inferno are people that Dante believe caused many of the problems in Italy and in Florence. And the introduction really does a good amount of it really does a good job, I feel, of actually making that well known.
Yeah, it's important. It's definitely because it juxtaposes the actual text itself is obviously so heavily focused on, faith, salvation, God. Dante is a devout Christian. Most of his peers, rather, in that time period are devout Christians. So it's very heavy in the text, obviously. So it's good to know how that's relevant in a sort of socio-political way.
And that really interests me, as well as that, like, it wasn't until some of his more prominent works that he got any of that prestige that, as the introduction talked about. Yet before that, you hear about all these political offices that he held. So that this kind of goes to show that, like, the introduction just does a really good job of setting the tone for the kind of outlook you need to understand that they had on the world. Nowadays, politicians get a certain degree of prestige by virtue of being politicians.
Yeah, famous for being
back then they were just jobs most of the time.
Some of these dudes were insane, you know what I mean? They were really pushing the boundaries. They're not just like politicians, but philosophers. They found the schools of thought that lead to like modern ways of societies being. You know what I mean? So they were doing some like really weird shit as well. You know, they have some really perplexing thoughts and behaviors, and it's interesting to extrapolate the connection between those not just theologies. I would say that a lot. It's called seriotology or something like that. Is sort of the main focus of the Divine Comedy. It's a branch of theology that focuses specifically on salvation. We see a lot of that in Paradiso. Again, a lot of my talking points are going to be on the actual body of the text, but as you say, the introduction serves a great purpose in sort of reminding the reader
Right.
that these are real people in the real world talking about actual relationships between politicians and, you
And
know,
I'm trying not to
movers and
talk too much
shakers.
about about what's coming, about the stuff coming up in the
Hmm.
Inferno, because
Hmm.
like, boy, that's going to be some good stuff. Especially that the first circle. One thing that everyone should also bear in mind, I'm sure it doesn't need much saying, but this is 13th, 14th century Italy. The Catholic Church rules supreme.
Hmm. They are the final
Okay,
say on everything.
okay. If they don't like what you have published, you're going to die.
It's amazing in
Um,
reality that, despite, sorry to interject, but relevant to what you're saying, despite being a devout Christian, a lot of what he's doing is borderline.
Heresy.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? In the name of the church.
For the time, it definitely was. And for me, I have a special connection with the Divine Comedy and how it's written because I was raised Catholic.
Hmm.
I was raised a Roman Catholic. If you want my full, as we called it, my full Christian name, uh, well, I'm not going to dox myself,
Yeah,
but
right. I was like, where you going with that?
my middle. I'll give you the in Catholicism, you go through a thing called confirmation. Okay, where at a certain point in your life, usually around like 12, 13 years old, you go through the process of fully becoming a Catholic. You know, like a true Catholic.
Going up a rank in the cult.
In that you part of that process involves you selecting a saint that is your saint.
Patron saint.
Um, exactly. Your personal. Well, yeah, it's your personal patron saint. Um, a lot of people get confused about how the whole saint thing works in Catholicism. To give you a really quick layman's explanation of that, everybody that's a Christian views the leader of their church as being just a little bit closer to God than they are, so they
Hmm.
talk to them. Jay Birdie with a rate of 13.
Ooh, damn.
Hello. Welcome to Book
Jay
Club.
Barty, legend. Here for some reading. Pull up a cushion. Welcome,
Here,
welcome, welcome.
here for some reading. We are in the first discussion. We just got through the introduction to the Divine Comedy.
Mm.
Jay, how was your stream? What were you you were playing Dead by Daylight, weren't you? What about? Oh man, now everybody's coming in like, what the fuck are you wearing? Oh my, Jaboosh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Spirit, for the compliment. And with every new follower, every new sub, we do a bit of a glow up. I don't have a lot of my makeup here on me. So I guess, oh man, I really don't want to use this fingernail polish though. I really don't. Tell you what, once we finish with our discussion, I'll go grab my makeup bag and I'll apply it while Aziz doing his reading because I hate this fucking color. I hate that color.
Not doing it for you.
He's super fab. Yeah. Oh god, wait till you see the bottom. Like, check it out. Look at this. Look at
Getting a
all
little bit of
that.
chat here.
Look at all that. Look at all that
Sam talking
fishnet.
about how the Catholic Church controlled not just the literary word, but the world, sorry, but the entire art world.
Okay. Maybe like a queen. Man, I've been in a dress and a wig
Hard to be
before.
serious when you're giving everybody a twirl.
It really is. I think I managed to. I can pull off serious and drag pretty good. It's weird, but yeah. Whenever I was a kid, I took St. Jude, which for those of you that don't know, St. Jude is the patron saint of
Rock
lost
and
causes.
roll. Sorry, I had to. Oh, Kronos, you've muted
Sorry.
yourself. No, you're good.
No, I haven't. No, I was just taking a hit of my vape.
All right, I've got
But
some to
yeah,
add.
Saint Jude is the patron saint of lost causes. Which at 13, I was like, that I feel like that makes sense for me. And ever since then, boy, has it still made sense. Anyway, the thing is though, when it comes to Dante, is he never looked to topple isn't the right word. He was fine with the Catholic Church controlling everything. He was to an extent. Um, he didn't like how they went about it a lot. He didn't like, for example, keep in mind this is a time period when you could buy your way into heaven.
I'm just
Like
laughing at your chat, dude.
they're just going on and
They're
on
just
about.
on about the outfit, my dude. They
I
love
will
it.
get to you, chat, in just a moment. We're trying to figure out a flow for
Let
this.
me add a femboy voice, and the look was complete.
What the? Do you think that somebody that sounds like this can do a femboy voice?
What is a fell? I don't want to. I don't want that answered.
I cannot do a femboy voice. Let me get Ray Spirit saying I look marvelous. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was
This is
Jabush
very
saying that
uncomfortable.
they can add the femboy voice to them, and it's completed. And you read that book. I
Feifu
don't know how.
Try says he's just trying to be like the e-girls. What's
Don't
the
know what it's
issue?
called.
Exactly. I'm just trying to, we just trying to
Godly comedy.
be as popular as any other hot tub stream. For those of you that don't know, this is the #1 bearded bikini stream on Twitch, probably. Probably.
Spirit of Misfit. That's a very interesting point. So would you be? So you are? I hate. I don't want like to assume, but a German
I need to
citizen
read
living
that
in
book.
Germany. I need to read that book. I don't know what it's called, but the translation from German is called A Godly Comedy from Dante. So I mean, it sounds like the book that we're reading today.
Yeah, it does. I believe. Yeah, actually, I think that would
That
be
would be the Divine Comedy translated.
because the English translation is the Divine Comedy, and I believe that's the Italian as well.
Yeah, and that just comes from the history of the book. The reason it's called the Divine Comedy is because he wrote the comedy, and obviously, well, it's covered in the intro, isn't it?
Jabush, you will probably never see a hot tub stream on this channel, not because I'm against the idea of a hot tub stream, but because I'm against the idea of putting anywhere close to that much water near my only PC that I can't afford to replace. And I do a lot of bikini streams. Sam, thank you for that follow.
Good old Samsa.
But so we've finished. We've gone through what we're going to go through of the introduction of the Divine Comedy. I'm not going to read the full introduction simply because, like I said just a little bit ago, from the point where I stopped on, it starts kind of spoiling things, which I feel is a bit unnecessary considering how in between the sections they go on to explain some of the more obscure references and stuff. So there's no reason to read the spoilers in the introduction when you were going to get that context after every canto. I hate the idea and the premise behind it. My goal is to have my 6 foot 320-pound Wookiee of a human being in a bikini that's 2 sizes too small and stream from a hot tub. Yes. Jay Bird thought I was joking, but nope, I did it. Jay, when you learn, I do not bluff. All for the purpose of content. Yes, we do it for the content. Dad, he made you your favorite. Open wide. I'm not gonna lie, him talking that serious while looking that fab is just everything needed right now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting over here all day mind blown that we're officially at the point where the bikini is not even on the scale of ridiculous shit we wear.
Yeah, that's just become commonplace in your stream now.
Might as well just be pants.
Well, there's plenty of other people doing it. I wonder how quickly you'd get kicked off of Twitch.
For what?
For just being in,
in drag?
Sexy underwear or some shit.
I kind of hope that they try it. I kind of hope that they
No,
try it on a
for what you're
level
wearing right
that I
now
can do
is
them.
fine. Nobody can say anything against that. You know what I mean? Twitch would be fucked if they try to like kick you off for doing what you're doing right now.
So for everybody that just came in the chat, or everybody that just came in with the raid, first of all, thank you so much for being here. A little bit of an explanation of what's going on
Click on
today.
that multi-link.
We are starting a book club. Yeah, I need to make sure, since they raided, I need to make sure that they
Are in the right place.
are getting the full experience. Here's a multi-link, guys. This book club is involving myself, Azzy Games, and another amazing streamer who, if you aren't already following, you should be. And at a certain point in the future, will involve, for certain, another streamer called Crandy Live, another amazingly good streamer, and might involve another one
Yo,
named Stupid
Jaboosh.
Asshole.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So this is going to be a regular occurring thing between multiple streamers.
This is going to be a fortnightly occurring thing.
Which it might become more than
It
that.
might be. Yes. Yeah.
That's up in the works to maybe make it an every Sunday thing. For right now, it's the first and third Sunday. On one out of the two that are planned, on one stream we wear
drag and we read the Divine Comedy.
we read books from our own channels, because I have a Read Me Redemption, Crandy has a Read Me Redemption.
This is my Read Me
wants to show up everyone by making this his Read Me Redemption. But on the other book club meeting, which I'm going to make sure my Discord is in the chat.
Good show.
We read fan submitted stuff. Submit everything. I mean, not everything will be read. We're going to fucking vet the hell out of it. But yeah, so we just made it through the introduction. And I think we've said about all we have.
To be fair, we're like 15 minutes into the time we allotted for discussion, but at the end of the day, there's just the two of us today and the introduction for the Divine Comedy.
There's the introduction at that point, so that wasn't. There's not a lot to say there, but part of that, this 30 minutes of time is also for interacting with chat.
Exactly. Yeah, it's good to have all the new people here. Let them know what's happening. What have you.
I am very curious for both mine and Aziz's chat. And who all doesn't really know what the Divine Comedy is? I don't expect a lot of you to have read it. It's not really something a lot of people like. You got to be into poetry, at least poetry and or politics, for it to hit your radar, I suppose.
Some people do study it in like high school and college and what have you.
Yeah, I do imagine you would probably see it in a high school literature class. I played Dante's Inferno, so I know partially, but I have the book, but I haven't read it until now. Hello, Red Dot Skull. Quirky Turtle Mom, never heard of it. I hardly read. Fair enough. As Spirit of Misfit pointed out, that she's played the Dante's Inferno, which was a game based off of the first part of the Divine, loosely based. Because
very good game.
I don't remember reading about any boss battles.
Yeah, right. I don't remember the sexy demon lady who spawned babies to eat me, but yeah, you know,
out of her nipples.
Yeah, it could have happened. That could have been something that like Virgil was cute that you didn't point out. You know what I mean? And if you look to your left, you will now see babies coming out of a demon's nipples.
So for those of you that have never, ever, ever, ever heard of either of these things, the first part, the Divine Comedy, is 3 books: the Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. The Inferno, I was browsing and could not resist the blue hair and hairy chest, but now I'm here joining a book club. Nice.
Good shit.
Congratulations, you have fell victim to my algorithm.
Yeah, right. The statistics don't lie.
Actually, congratulations. You're the first rando that found me that isn't fucking weird. You'd be surprised. You probably wouldn't be surprised how many
No.
people try to make it weird.
No.
I'm surprised by how many people aren't making it weird.
Yeah.
So the first part of the Divine Comedy of the Inferno is about the journey of our main character Dante through the 9 circles of hell. Each circle being progressively worse. It's a it actually does a really good job of if you are a person of faith, of Christian faith, for example. I need to fix my sound alerts, Chicken Steve. I see the hello motherfucker. I need to. Why aren't those popping up? But it does actually a really good job of addressing some of the complaints that people have historically had.
Thanks for the hydrate, my dude.
With religion, a big one being, and you'll see this once we get back around to our turn. Okay, now the sound alerts should be loading good. Anyway, you'll see that as we get through there, that it answers some of the hard questions like, well, what if you were born before Jesus? You know, it takes into account that people alive at the time and alive throughout all of history,
Yeah, man, for sure,
might not have had through no fault of their own, have not heard of Christian or Jesus or the Pope. Because, not like, what were they going to do? Check Twitter? So,
I don't think there's going to be many people that haven't, but yeah.
It's definitely going to answer a lot of the hard questions for that, I feel. It actually, that's not like I'm not a faithful person, but it actually made some things about what I like to call the plot holes of religion. It kind of filled some of them in.
That's an interesting perspective.
And I can't wait until we get into the Inferno, so that way I can talk about just I'm excited. I'd forgotten all about the introduction. If I'd remembered that introduction was in there, I might have skipped it.
Mm-hmm. I think it was good though. Like the reason that I encourage you to go through with it in the end is because as we're still discovering, there are some people who are not massively familiar with Dante, Virgil, Dante's Inferno, just like. As we've talked about briefly before the raid happened, we talked briefly about how the introduction to the book serves very well to serve a context for the reality of Italy during this time period, and like both a straight up political and socio-political context.
And I'm really happy you brought that back up, because that reminds me of one big thing that I wanted to touch on in the introduction for the people that were here for that. Mm-hmm. When it started mentioning about those 2 separate factions, the blacks and the whites, that was not a racial thing.
Yeah, that was just what they were in the time period. They were known as blacks.
Yeah, that is as much of a racial thing as during the Russian Revolution, the opposing forces were called the White and the Red Army. Color had nothing to do with it, If that made any sense how I've explained it. So it wasn't like white people versus black people. This was just how they identified themselves. And it's funny that you bring up Virgil because I would like to also point out that, like, in the introduction, it even puts in there that, like, Virgil's a real human being. Like, it's not a fictional character written for the book.
Yeah,
Virgil was a poet in ancient Rome,
mm-hmm. And he serves a very important purpose throughout the story.
He not only does he serve a super important purpose to this story, but he also served an incredibly important purpose to literature and philosophy during the Roman Empire. And a lot of you are probably like me, whereas you never even heard. Mm-hmm. Like, I would argue that Virgil is more well known due to the Divine Comedy than his own works. I've never read
Through
any of Virgil's
exposure
works
alone,
personally.
yeah. I definitely have rotated in certain circles who are aware of like Virgil's own being and like, you know, impact in the world of poetry.
Already, I need to sleep, Kronos. You are the real MP. Aziz, it was really nice meeting you, and I like your voice. I will check you out once I am done sleeping.
Good stuff. Thank you,
Everyone
Spirit
have a
Misfit.
great ass time. Yeah, bro, you won't find a more wholesome human being hardly than Spirit of Misfit. Spirit, I hope you have yourself a wonderful sleep. I'm still waiting for your first stream, darling. I know you're getting ready to start someday soon.
Thank you all
When
for
it
being here,
happens,
all the new people. Aziz,
and
did I
Spirit, when
make
that
the
first stream
multi-link?
happens,
Yeah,
you're
I
gonna
did.
make
I'll drop it again for you.
Aziz, when you or not Aziz, Spirit, when you make when you do your first stream, you're gonna be blown away with how many people are there for you. Because you're just such a wonderful person.
There you go, Kawaii.
I'm making a great announcement once I'm starting. Good. And it better be in. You better make sure to use the fucking promote your shit sec channel of my Discord, so that way I know for a fact that I can get the link. Because I want to be one of the first persons in there. All right. Do we want to give everybody like 2-3 minutes to go for like use bathroom, get beverages? I need to pee.
Yep. This is time.
Um,
Toilet break. Get ready, and then we're gonna be switching things
and
up
then
a
we're
little
on
bit.
you. All right, everybody.
No
We'll be
worries,
back in
Kawaii.
just
No
like
problem.
2-3 minutes.
And you, Chicken Steve. No bother. I also have a beefy intro, but it needs to be read. Again, thank you, Spirit of Misfit. Love y'all. Good stuff. Lots of positive vibes today going through the chat, going through that multi link, bringing everybody closer together. So we're going to be moving from heavily religious-based texts to some quite political stuff. It should be more like the sociology reading corner, from the sounds of it. It's kind of sad that Crandy's not here today, you know, while I was listening to the introduction to the Divine Comedy and then thinking about the contents of the text and then everything that I'm about to give to everybody as well. It occurred to me that it might have been quite nice to have a little bit of The Hobbit mixed in there in the middle. That was really an interesting discussion. Thank you, Sam Sam. I appreciate that. I'm happy with how it went, and I'm like reassured in my confidence that even if people weren't getting involved, and I'm happy to see that people are turning up for this shit, that we ourselves will be able to carry this, like, you know. But I don't think we're gonna have to, which is really good.
I want to reiterate on. I came back to the last part of that. I just want to reiterate that like. I'm gonna put a Z on blast. Both of us were a bit nervous about this.
I think all of us were. Yeah, Crandy was super nervous, and then couldn't even make it.
Like all of us we were all confident that on one level we were all confident that we would do decent, just simply because of the number of people, like the number of streamers we were involving. So we knew some of you would be well enough interested. But we were still pretty nervous about the whole thing. So for all of you in all of our chats that have turned out and that are enjoying yourselves and that are showing all this support, you're fucking amazing.
Yeah, good peoples.
You put a lot of fears to rest. I just wish these fish nets showed up as good on camera as the lace.
Man's worried
Red Dot
about his
Skull
fishing
says, my
nets on camera.
experience with Dante's Inferno is one movie and a game. I
Yeah, we're
had
finding
forgotten
that.
that there was an animated movie.
There's an
I'd forgotten
animated, yeah,
about
there's an
that.
anime and there's a game. Yeah. The anime's pretty cool, you know. The anime's maybe a little bit too much of a modern extrapolation for my taste, but I like anime, so there's probably some bias in there.
I'm 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 surprised I didn't see a bunch of things in chat whenever Beatrice came up in the introduction.
Yeah.
So Beatrice is a major part of the game.
Hmm.
I think what a lot of people that have played the game might be surprised to learn is that that game is really kind of a mashup of the Inferno part of the Divine Comedy and just aspects of Dante's life and works.
Hmm.
Um, Now that being like Dante even includes Beatrice partially in the Divine Comedy, but she's not a direct link to Dante. Like she's not somebody that necessarily Dante knows in life. She is a symbol of, I believe it is the love of humanity. And I believe it'll go into that once we get into the beginning of the Purgatorio.
Yep, yep.
It's been a long time since I've gotten past the Inferno.
It's going to be a long time for us to get into all of that, to be fair.
No, no. I think once we actually start the cantos, it'll be because like the first canto goes pretty good. The actual poetry itself reads pretty good versus like the obvious dryness of an introduction that is going to give you context and history. My tits are uneven again.
Okay, so is everybody ready to move on from the heavily religious text to the heavily political and sociological text?
Wait, was my text not political?
Well, I guess it is very political. But I mean, I have fewer religious themes in mind. Although religion is obviously like an overwhelming factor in most like political discussions, regardless of time frame.
Got a nice red nail polish. So that'll be
Right.
what all you wonderful new followers are going to cause is a nice red nail polish that I have to go to a mechanic shop wearing tomorrow.
So while Kronos dolls himself up for chat, I'm going to introduce the book that I'm going to be reading.
Yes, yes, it is on you now.
The gentleman that wrote the book, Edward Bernays, I'll give you the quick wiki introduction for him, all right? Edward Bernays is an American pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda and was referred to in his obituary as the father of public relations. Bernays, his uncle, you know, he's from the family of Freuds, notably his uncle Sigmund Freud. Quickly from the back of the book, as the nephew of Sigmund Freud, he pioneered the scientific technique of shaping and manipulating public opinion, which is called engineering of consent. So the book is called Propaganda, right? Edward Bernays is widely regarded as the father of propaganda. I too have a bit of a beefy introduction that kind of needs to be read because it goes around, you know, the exact definition of propaganda and his role within the country at that time. So, introduction, page 1. Prior to World War I, the word propaganda was little used in English, except by certain social activists and close observers of the Vatican, and back then propaganda tended not to be the damning term that we throw around today. The word has been coined in 1622 when Pope Gregory XV, frightened by the global spread of Protestantism, hard word to say, urgently proposed an addition to the Roman Curia, the office for the propagation of the faith. Again, I said fewer religious themes, but it's there in all political discussion. So the Office of the Propagation of Faith would supervise the Church's missionary efforts in the New World and elsewhere. They are to take account of and deal with each and every concern for the spread of faith throughout the world. Far from denoting lies, half-truths, selective history, or any of the other tricks that we associate with propaganda, now that word meant at first the total opposite of such deceptions.
Of the sheep now wretchedly straying the world over, Gregory wrote, especially it is to be desired that, inspired by divine grace, they should cease to wander amidst heresies through the unhappy pastures of infidelity, drinking deadly and poisonous water, but be placed in the pasture of true faith, that they may be gathered together in saving doctrine and be led to the springs of the water of life. The word seemed to have retained its strongly Catholic aura well in the 19th century, and often, when the user stressed the Roman origin, the word would be pejorative, derived from the celebrated society. The name propaganda, applied in modern political language, is a term of reproach to secret associations for the spread of opinions and principles which are viewed by most governments with horror and aversion, writes the British chemist William Thomas Brand in 1842. However, while the word then could be used to make a sinister impression, it did not automatically evoke subversive falsehood. Like it does now, as it has since the 1920s. In the English Traits text of 1856, for instance, Emerson uses propagandist as an adjective, not at all suggestive of the stealthy spread of some pernicious creed or notion. He describes the British as still aggressive and propagandist, enlarging the dominion of their arts and liberty, a passage that associates propaganda not with the alien subversion, but the most enlightened rule. Their laws are hospitable, the slavery does not exist under them. What oppression exists is incidental and temporary. Their success is not sudden or fortunate, but they have maintained constancy and self-equality for many ages. Prior to the war, the word's derogatory use was far less common than its neutral denotation. Here, for example, is the calm and accurate definition given in the Oxford English Dictionary. Any association, systematic scheme, or concerted movement for the propagation of a particular doctrine or practice. Thus was propaganda generally perceived not as an instrument for striking horror and aversion in the souls of government officials, but as an enterprise whose consequences might seem horrid or innocuous or even beneficial depending on its authors and their aim, and of course the perceiver's point of view. A campaign to include public health through vaccination, sanitary cooking, or the placement of spittoons was or is no less a propaganda drive than any anti-clerical or socialist or nativist crusade. Evidently, this fact was apparent to those few who used the word, which did not become a synonym for big black lies until the Allies made the word familiar to the masses of Great Britain and America. Until then, propaganda was a term so unimportant that there is no definition for it in the great 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica, which does include a short entry for propagate. The war had a complex effect on the repute of propaganda. Although the practice had, albeit unnamed, been variously used by governments for centuries, Napoleon was especially incisive on the subject, as well as an inspired practitioner. It was not until 1915 that the governments first systematically deployed the entire range of modern media to rouse their populations to fanatical assent. Here was an extraordinary state accomplishment, mass enthusiasm at the prospect of a global brawl that otherwise would mystify those very masses, and that shattered most of those who actually took part in it. The Anglo-American drive to demonize the Hun and to cast the war as a transcendent clash between Atlantic civilization and Prussian barbarism made so powerful an impression on so many that the worlds of government and business were forever changed. Now, public opinion stood out as a force that must be managed, and not through clever guesswork, but by experts trained to do that all-important job. Thus, the war improved the status of those working in the fields of public suasion. Formerly, the lords of industry and commerce had often seen the advertising agent as a charlatan associated with the tawdry buncombe used to peddle patent medicines and cigarettes, and trying to sell a service that any boss with a half a brain could surely manage on his own. The nascent field of public relations also had to be. What the fuck does that say? Oh, sorry. Because it's cut off halfway through, my bad. The nascent field of public relations also has to be disesteemed by those atop the social pyramid, who saw that that sort of work as necessarily only as the vaudeville circuit on Broadway. The Great Allied Campaign to celebrate or sell democracy, etc., was a venture so successful and it seemed so noble that it suddenly legitimized such propagandists who, once the war had ended, went right to work massaging or exciting various publics on behalf of entries like General Motors or Procter and Gamble, John D. Rockefeller, General Electric. And so from the signing of Versailles Treaty to the crash of 1929, there was a high excitement in the booming field of peacetime propaganda. The reborn generation of admin and publicists, no longer common hucksters, but professionals, sold their talents to big businesses through a long barrage of books, essays, speeches, and events extolling the miraculous effects of advertising and or publicity, i.e. propaganda, as the proponents of the craft. And their corporate clients often kept referring to it quietly. According to the propagandists' evangelical self-salesmanship, many of them were in fact sons of ministers. The revolutionary science would do far more than make some people richer. Just as during the war, propaganda would once exalt the nation and advance the civilizing process, teaching immigrants and other folks of modest means how to transform themselves through smart consumption into happy and presentable Americans. Throughout the 20s, as propaganda's earnest advocates devoutly pushed that faux progressive line, propaganda seemed, at least to those who peddled it, a wondrous new progressive force capable of brightening every life and every home. The quasi-religious pitch, which was memorably made in books like Ernest Elmo Calkins' Business the Civilizer, 1928, Bruce Barton's best-selling parable, The Man Nobody Knows, 1925, and might be called propaganda. Like its wartime prototype, the post-war propaganda drive was an immense success, as it persuaded not just businessmen and journalists and politicians that the manufacture of consent, in Walter Lippmann's famous phrase, was a necessity throughout the public sphere. Let me just take a drink. And yet, for all its honking boosterism, the sales campaign was oddly hobbled from the start, because the product's very name had to come into the news and into common conversation as a dirty word. Ironically, the same Great War drive that had made the alien term propaganda commonplace had also made the neutral term pejorative. It's the very moment of the propagandists' triumph as professionals, in other words, to be referred to as propagandist was an insult. This was no accident, but a paradoxical result of the war propagandists' winning enterprise, for the propagandists had themselves besmirched the word by using it always and only in dark reference to the enemy. We did not call it propaganda, for that word, in German hands, had come to be associated with deceit and corruption, writes George Creel, director of the U.S. Office of War Information, in How We Advertise America, 1920. The Germans having trashed the word, Creel claims, and the Americans never use it to refer to their own output, but rightfully favored other, more exalted terms instead. Our effort was educational and informative throughout, for we had such confidence in our case as to feel that no other argument was needed than the simple, straightforward presentation of the facts. The passage itself, of course, a stunning bit of propaganda, as it bluntly reconfirms the Manichean. What is that? Manichean plot. I'm missing out on something here. What How do I know what the word is, but I don't know how you say it.
Are you asking me?
I was just thinking about it. Because it's Manichaean plot, maybe. That Creel and Co. had hammered home throughout the war. Germans always lie. Americans always tell the truth. How the German propaganda had come to be associated with deceit and corruption is a question Creel would rather not address, preferring instead to bury it in that sly, if sly it was, passive construction. There is much to say about Creel's obfuscation or evasion of the fact that his own propagandists had associated German propaganda with corruption and deceit, and did so just as Creel does in that passage. At this point, however, our main concern is not propaganda's crucial self-effacement, but the darkening effect of the Allied propaganda on the elusive word itself. In World War I, it was propaganda of our side that first made propaganda so opprobrious, a term fouled by close association with the Hun. The word did not regain its innocence, not even when the Allied propaganda used to tar the Hun had been belatedly exposed to the American and British people. Indeed, as they learned more and more about the outright lies, exaggerations, and half truths used on them by their own governments, both populations came understandably to see propaganda as a weapon even more perfidious than they had thought that they had not perceived themselves as its real target. Thus did the word's demonic implications only harden through the 20s, in spite of certain random efforts to redeem it. Edward Bernay's propaganda, written in 1928, was the most ambitious of such efforts. Through meticulous descriptions of a broad variety of post-war propaganda drives, all of them ingenious, apparently benign in purpose and honest in their execution, Bernay's attempt to rid the world of its bad smell, his motivation would appear to be twofold. Bernays always deemed himself to be both a truth seeker and a propagandist for propaganda, as he put it in another Apologia in 1928. On the one hand, then, his interest would be purely scientific, and so his efforts to redeem the word is based to some extent on intellectual necessity, there being no adequate substitute for propaganda. In this Bernays was right, and never quite gave up his preference for that word over all of the euphemisms. His wish to reclaim the appropriate terms bespeaks a serious commitment to precision. Bernays was not one to hype anything, not his clients' wares, and not his craft. In propaganda, the book, as in all of his writings, there is none of the utopian grandiosity that marks so many of the decade's other pro-commercial homilies. Bernays' tone is managerial, not millenarian, nor does the promise that his methodology will turn this world into a modern paradise. His vision seems quite modest. The world informed by public relations will be but a smoothly functioning society, where all of us are guided imperceptibly throughout our lives by a benign elite of rational manipulators. Bernays derived this vision from the writings of his intellectual hero Walter Lippmann, who's mentioned a lot. The phrase that we were using earlier is coined by Walter Lippmann, famously, whose classic Public Opinion had appeared in 1922, a text that he wrote. From his observations on the Allied propaganda drive's immense success and his own stint in a U.S. war propagandist, and from his readings of Gustave Le Bon, Graham Wallas, and John Dewey, among others, Lippmann had arrived at a bleak view that the democratic El Dorado is impossible in modern mass society, whose members, by and large incapable of lucid thought or clear perception, driven by herd instincts and mere prejudice, and frequently disoriented by external stimuli, were not equipped to make decisions or engage in rational discourse. Lovely. Democracy, quote unquote, therefore requires a supragovernmental body of detached professionals to sift the data, think things through, and keep the national enterprise from blowing up or crashing to a halt. Although mankind surely can be taught to think, the educative process will be long and slow. In the meantime, the major issues must be framed, the crucial choices made by the quote unquote responsible administrator. It is on the uh, it is on the men inside working under conditions that are sound that the daily administration of society must rest. I want to stop here very quickly in the intro of this to make a point why I chose this book. Okay, Edward Bernays, as has been mentioned already, widely believed to be the father of public relations, the man who like reinvented propaganda for American society since post World War One, right?
Hmm.
He, he he didn't just implement the system in America. It's like religion. Religion encourages people to believe in the religion and says to you, if you don't believe in the religion, then you will be punished. Edward Bernays helped implement propaganda and is himself not naive enough to use, as they've described it, a euphemism for propaganda. He knows what it is, what it does, and what it can achieve. And thus he has implemented himself at the top of a structure that is designed to control, manipulate, and achieve whatever goal anybody wants. The American dream. Okay? He knows the people, he knows what they want, he knows what they wanted to pay him to do. He's done things for people and he knows their names. You know what I mean? If you wanted to write a list of the group of people that the Americans think are running America, you could do it.
Crazy. Before you carry on, real quick, I was about to put this in your chat because I'm an idiot and didn't pay attention. Did you start your reading at 3:30 my time?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all good. I started bang on, and so there's 10 minutes, and then we'll
carry on. No, I didn't pay attention to the start time. That was my fault.
That's all good.
I'm gonna save my comments for whenever we get into the discussion because I got shit to say about propaganda.
Oh yeah, but again, that's why I stopped briefly because even I'm starting to get worked up hearing some of the things that these people say. But I'm not reading this because I agree with those individuals. But I do think that Edward
Save it for
Bernays,
discussion.
yeah,
Save it for discussion.
Yep. And I've lost my place.
I did like every 3 minutes.
Well, Lippmann's argument is freighted with complexities and tinged with the melancholy of disillusioned socialist. Melancholy of a disillusioned socialist. Exactly. Bernays' adaptation of it is both simple and enthusiastic. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men that we have never heard of. These invisible governors are a heroic elite who coolly keep it all together, thereby organizing chaos, as God did in the beginning. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. While Lippmann is meticulous, indeed at times near Proustian, in demonstrating, or Proustian, I should say, in demonstrating how and why most people have such trouble thinking straight, Bernays takes all of that for granted as a fact. It's a sort of managerial aristocracy that quietly determines what we buy and how we vote and what we deem as good or bad. They govern us, the author writes, by their qualities of natural leadership and their ability to supply needed ideas, and by their key position in the social structure. Although purporting vaguely to be one of us, it soon becomes quite clear that Bernays sees himself as an exemplar of the elevated supervisory network, just as he sees his own profession as the most important one up there. Thus, Bernays proceeds as both a truth seeker and a propagandist for propaganda. For while he did believe wholeheartedly in his hierarchical conception of democracy, and so went on believing through many further decades of his life, as Stuart Ewan tells us, propaganda is primarily a sales pitch, not an exercise in social theory. In other words, while propaganda is by no means an exhaustive treatment of its subject. The book is edifying for its own propaganda tactics and for the light that it sheds obliquely on the hidden zeal with which most winning propagandists do their work, however scientific and detached they may appear to be, even to themselves. Apparently, a cool defense of propaganda and its salutary influence on mass society, this book is an extended ad for public relations, as Bernays himself had learned to practice it with rare intelligence and skill. By 1928, he had become the leading figure in his ever-growing field. Not only had he managed to legitimize his craft, counsel on public relations, always was his pointed self-description, but his own shop was bustling. His services were therefore not available to everybody. Propaganda is aimed mainly at Bernays' potential corporate clientele, and yet the author variously masks the plutocratic bias. As the outset, his seductive use of us implies that he, like most of us, is just a fuddled propagandee and not himself an ablest of invisible governors. In Chapter 1, he further mystifies the status of his usual customers by casting propaganda as a sort of populist endeavor and not as an expensive game that is played best by those who have the most to spend on it. Bernays does this by compiling ostentatiously inclusive lists of what he represents as common propaganda sources, catalogues, primarily of modest civic and professional associations and publications. The Orion Signing Society, the National Nut News, with few, if any, blue chip outfits mentioned. And perhaps Bernays was also disingenuous in filling out the volume with its late brief chapters on how propaganda can serve education, social service, art and science. Little forays into social and or cultural concern intended seemingly to make the book seem something other than an essay on how business stands to benefit immensely from the author's sort of expertise. All such quasi-democratic touches notwithstanding, propaganda mainly tells us that Bernays' true meteor was to help giant players with their various sales and image problems. In that sort of effort, he was in a class all by himself. Ivy Lee was the only other PR man of comparable renown, and his accomplishments were nowhere near as many or as dazzling as the ones described in propaganda, not to mention all the others that the author managed after 1928. The book is most instructive when it tells us how and why Bernays did what he did for his mostly corporate clients. There are many such revealing moments here, for every case of winning propaganda cited in the book was actually Bernays' own handiwork. The casual reader sees no egotism in such self-promotion, as Bernays discreetly slips into the passive voice each time he tells us of what was done, or shown, or proven, with extraordinary deftness. He had no equal as a propaganda strategist, always thinking far ahead. His aim was not to urge the buyer to demand the product now, but to transform the buyer's very world, so that the product must appear to be desirable as if without proof of salesmanship. What is prevailing custom, and how might that be changed to make this thing or that appear to recommend itself to people? The modern propagandist sets to work to create circumstances which will modify that custom. Bernays sold Mozart pianos, for example, not just by hyping the pianos. Rather, he sought carefully to develop public acceptance of the idea of a music room in the home, selling the pianos indirectly through various suggestive trends and enterprises that make it de rigueur to have the proper space for a piano, which is fucking mind blowing. The music room will be accepted because it has been made the thing. And the man or woman who has a music room or has arranged a corner of the parlor as a musical corner will naturally think of buying a piano. It will come to him as his own idea. 3. What time are we on? 3 minutes, and I'm on the last section of the introduction. I think maybe we stop here and we begin to because the last section of the introduction. Well, it's not even. There's 4 sections. The 4th section is like a page long, but the 3rd section is like 8,
Okay,
9
well,
pages.
real quick. I once more need to pee. I have new people in my chat that were asking why I wasn't speaking. Would you explain to everybody what's going on real quick?
Right, so now it's okay. So you, for anybody who's just jumped in, you jumped in at the deep end of one of the reading sections of the stream. Today we're doing Reading Corner. Initially, it was going to be myself, Kronos, who obviously you're watching right now, and another great streamer called Crandy Live. Shout out to Crandy Live, and potentially even Stupid Azzle, who's lurking somewhere in the background and watching what's happening. So this is Reading Corner. Basically, what we're going to be doing is fortnightly streams, and in this first stream and in this first week, Kronos has chosen a text that he will be reading from, and I've chosen a text that I will be reading from. That's what you were just listening to. It's called Propaganda by Edward Bernays. Kronos went first, so if you've jumped into his stream, you've already missed the section during which we listened to Kronos read from the start point of the Divine Comedy. He got through the introduction kind of like I'm doing with my book now. So there was 30 minutes of solid reading of the Divine Comedy, and then 30 minutes of discussion over what was read in that section of the Divine Comedy. And then we moved over to my book, and we are now in the second discussion phase, where we will be discussing some of the ideas of propaganda, the book, and propaganda, the concept. But welcome to everybody who's just jumped in. That was a quick explanation of what's going on at the minute. But yeah, it's good to have you all here. Chicken Steve, yes, my chat does work. I am ignoring you.
No, you do not ignore Chicken Steve.
He asked me to. No, I said that because he says your chat works. Ignore me.
I see that, and I've been resisting the urge to get into your chat and just be like, no. Okay, so real quick, the only thing I actually missed about all of your everything was the title.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Red Dot Skull. The book is called Propaganda, my dude. That's probably why there were certain points where I was reading the word propaganda and I was slipping in propaganda, the book, because it gets a bit confusing. The book is called Propaganda and it's about propaganda.
Sweet. All right, so first thing I definitely latched on to was when it mentions the Treaty of Versailles, which now I know you've heard me as you talk about the Treaty of Versailles. A bit of background history for the small thing for those of you that don't know what the Treaty of Versailles is. The Treaty of Versailles was the treaty signed at the end of World War I between the Entente and the Central Powers. And it is literally one of the single most causes of the bulk of world problems today.
But was initially designed to end the war, and a big part of it was to stop the German nation from being able to rebuild their military and arm themselves. It just so happens that it was heavily political and involves a lot of things that are still having repercussions to this day.
I actually kind of disagree with that.
Okay.
With that analysis. I am of the mindset that the Treaty of Versailles single-handedly laid the foundation for the radicalization of Germany, which led to the Nazi Party.
The Treaty of Versailles, but the Nazi Party existed before. So I get what you're saying. You think that specifically the radicalization of the Nazi Party was spurred on by the Treaty of Versailles.
Hitler used the terms of the Treaty of Versailles to radicalize the German people.
I can understand that, but that doesn't dispute
the Treaty of Versailles put the cost of the entirety of World War I on Germany.
Point, be it true or not, doesn't dispute the initial purposes of the treaty. Though I was just putting it out there.
Which leads into the propaganda part.
Yeah,
there was
exactly.
Quite a bit of propaganda at the time that painted for the Entente painted the Treaty of Versailles as justice. Painted it as justice.
Exactly. It does all tie in.
Whether it be fair or not, the German people got saddled with the responsibility of World War I, even though World War I is infinitely more complicated than its successor. World War II is historically black and white. World War I was not.
No, no, no.
So feeding back into that propaganda.
And it was sort of
Um,
yeah, it's post World War One that the concept of propaganda itself is all twisted up. It's because of the war and
mhm.
America's influence in the war and how they dealt with the German force, as it were. You know what I mean? But and well, that's reflected in the citizens themselves and their inability to trust anything that's labeled propaganda. And is the sole reason that I'm reading, not just from the first chapter onwards, but actually reading the introduction of the book. It's important for people to remember that
Yes.
propaganda isn't just a word. It's an effect. It's a movement, and it's something that meant something like specific and factual, as opposed to what it means in a stigmatic sense in the minds of people in modern society.
Real quick, while you were reading, I had a few things go off. I just want to
Mm-hmm.
address that really quick to get it out of the way. Maxium Mid, thank you so much for the follow. Red Dot, and
Yeah,
thank you
Red
very
Dot,
much
big love.
for them. Red Dot gave me a bit of a 10 bitty while you was reading. Um, Indie imprint, I tried my best for the polka dots. They didn't work. They didn't work. F word McGee, as a mod, I am here to sexually harass you. Nice tits, homie. Thank you. We're talking about propaganda, which I bet you've got some thoughts on if you can express them. I know you might be at work, but yeah, after World War One, I mean, and it's funny, like, we say after World War One, propaganda really came into its own. Um,
It was being
but
used, it just hadn't been
it was
defined.
propaganda. It was American propaganda that got us into World War One.
Yeah, well, there's a point. Hang on a second. Allow me to just. There's a thing where. Right here, listen to this, right? A powerful propaganda machine that advertised and sold the war to the American people as one that would quote unquote make the world safe for democracy. The marketing strategies for all future wars will be based on that CPI model and have been since 1928. Every single war that has ever been fought that has involved the Western forces, America specifically, but also other, Western nations, right? Britain, my home nation, they've all been fought on that CPI right there, fighting to
See,
make our nation a safer place in the name of democracy. It's propaganda.
and for America, especially in relation to, and again, I know I'm harping a lot on the that Treaty of Versailles part because that was kind of the part that I really latched on
Mm.
to. It's hard to control what the ADHD takes hold.
Sam was reiterating a point that was being made there, and I'll
Pre
read
World
that out.
War One. Yeah, go ahead, read it.
Pre World War One sees acts of propaganda, but the definition of propaganda was post World War One. All wars are propaganda led, and it's what they lay out in the beginning of the intro of the book Propaganda. And the point that I was
Yes.
making there is that propaganda has been in effect always, but
Well, a
wasn't
lot of people,
defined.
when it comes to propaganda, a lot of people don't realize um, how close America in World War One came to falling on the side of the Central Powers rather than the Entente. Um, for those that just aren't accustomed to hearing something besides Axis and Allies,
Hmm.
the Entente was the French, British. It's what you would think of as the
The
Allies in World
Allies.
War One
Hmm.
or World War Two, whereas the Central Powers were the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the German Empire. I believe that was it. Obviously, a lot of countries involved in
Don't
that, but
exist
that's
anymore.
why it's
Some of
an
them don't exist
empire.
anymore.
Yeah,
Some of the
and
countries that were involved, yeah.
a lot of countries that were involved didn't exist then because it was just part of Austro-Hungary.
Yeah.
Um, we Americans almost we came incredibly close to being on the side of the Entente of the German people at the time in America. Some of the most populous cities in America were heavy German population immigrants. Um, it wasn't until the Zimmerman telegram came to light, which for those that don't know was a telegram, I believe, to Mexico in World War One that said that if America got involved in the war, if Mexico would invade, America that at the end of the war they would be rewarded by getting some of the territories America had taken during the Mexican-American War back. Now, obviously, anybody knowing anything about America knows once you start talking about taking America's land, America's going to war. Don't agree with it personally on that front, but it is what it is.
That's how
Which
the
brings me to
American
another-
body views it as well.
Which brings me to another very interesting point about that introduction. It's wholeheartedly correct to focus on the effect of American propagandists in history because, I mean, fucking we got better at it than the Soviet Union. Like, I would argue that.
It
right?
gets used on all sides, and part of propaganda is to believe your own propaganda.
I'm actually kind of disappointed that that introduction sticks mostly to governmental, political, or military.
There's a reason for that,
propaganda.
though. There's a reason for that, though, and it's because Edward Bernays, despite how he sells himself, those are his clientele.
But it doesn't mention any of the political propaganda, such as President Woodrow Wilson holding a viewing of Birth of a Nation at the White House. Birth of a Nation being a movie that is just propaganda. It's anti-civil rights, anti-black propaganda.
Well, remember
And the screening of it at the White House single-handedly revived the Ku Klux Klan. Single-handedly. It gave all the legitimacy
BRB, no worries, man.
to the Klan. So I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't mention the use of film, I should say. Because I think when we're talking about
because the reason for this, it does in an umbrella term, it does. You know what I mean? It doesn't go into specifics in the introduction is a context for the content of the book Propaganda, and the concept of propaganda is introduced in the introduction because the book is involved in the concept, and the concept was not introduced but defined in modern times by Edward Bernays himself. And the concept of propaganda being used in different forms of media is mentioned sparingly. More in us, it talks how mass media uses propaganda to influence how people will make choices. So it knows that film and literature and everything, like everything that's written or said or put out there for other people to consume is essentially a form of propaganda. Even if you're just trying to convince somebody to like yourself, it's suasion. And before propaganda, the word was defined in this context, it was nothing but persuasion or suasive text or conversations, and people knew what they were doing, but it was an undefined thing. Now, the reason for the introduction, sparing definition of how propaganda is used in older and modern society is because, again, the whole book could be about that, and it's not. You know what I mean? The book
Right.
Propaganda is about Edward Bernays' role in propaganda in American society from 1928 onwards, and how his version of propaganda has affected the country and the entire world thereafter, right? And the context does its job of introducing that. Now, the whole book could be about the definition of propaganda and the different mediums through which we propagate persuasion or just propagate lies and advertising. You know what I mean?
And that's something else I wanted to also bring up is that, and I hope that your book does touch on this. Propaganda isn't always lies. Propaganda, what makes something propaganda, I would argue, is what you're using it for,
Thanks for
not
the
the
hug,
facts
Steve.
of the matter. You can have all the facts of the matter and still utilize it as a weapon, you know.
I mean,
for propaganda.
and yeah.
So Too often it's people hear propaganda and they think, well, these are lies.
Again, and this is why I was so adamant to read the introduction, because it's important for people coming in who think they know what propaganda means to understand what propaganda's definition is as a factual thing and a mechanism. Is propaganda itself, in definition, is not a lie. It can't be. It's a verb, if nothing. You know what I mean? Propaganda is a doing thing.
I don't know about
If you
that.
believe that not all propaganda is a lie,
A lot of the World War II Nazi propaganda was
yeah,
flat out
100%.
lies.
I'm not. No, I'm not saying that no propaganda is a lie. I'm just saying, like, if as long as you believe the concept that not all propaganda is a lie, then just
Okay,
propaganda in and of itself is not something that can be or can't be a lie. It's a word with a definition, and this is what I'm saying. The introduction introduces propaganda as a concept. And the book Propaganda itself, like I have mentioned, is about Edward Bernays' role of propaganda in
right.
American society. You know what I mean? Now, yes, not there's lies. If you want to take it to the wartime propaganda, right? Kind of both sides are technically lying if they're like bigging themselves up. If both sides are saying we're not doing anything wrong and they're doing everything wrong, then both sides are lying to their civilization. However, if there's a fight happening and one side is definitely moralistically, legally, and undeniably in the wrong, and the other side is involved to stop that at the request or behest of everybody innocent that's involved or whatever, and they both advertise themselves, then one side is telling the truth in advertising and one side is not. And it can happen, you know what I mean? But
Oh yeah, and
it's a
I'm excited to
mechanism.
hear more about this book. By
Oh,
the way,
exactly.
'cause there's a lot of things that I wonder if it's going to, especially with the time frame that it lays out. I do hope it goes further into what might be or might not be considered propaganda. I know it's mostly about one
Now, it
man's
might be about one man, but he's the man. He's the father of
right.
public relations, my dude. You know what I mean?
So in World War II, for example, the American record industry produced I think it was tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of what were called V disc, victory disc. These were vinyl records that were recorded, that musicians and stuff they recorded records only for the troops. Like these were not legally allowed to be sold to the public, and they were just like music records, but they were only for overseas
Hmm.
troops to lift spirits, to make them feel special, so on and so forth. I would argue that is a form of propaganda.
Yeah, 100%
But
it is.
would it actually, because there's no, I mean, yeah, it's people being like, you boys are doing the right thing. You're on the right side of history. Saying you're on the right side of history isn't propaganda. That's just nationalism.
Yep.
That's just nationalism and wishful thinking.
Well,
Yeah, hope.
anybody who outright believes that they're on the right side of a story that they're listening to is somebody who has wholeheartedly believed in the propaganda that's being fed to them. And what concerns me is that in all societies that I'm aware of, media is not just controlled, but is trickled down to the individuals that receive it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
But at the
it's
same,
dangerous to be ready to just believe what you hear just because it's being sold to you very well. Which is kind of what Edward Bernays is warning people about in this book, because he was component to a lot of these things that a lot of different people are going to not be a fan of. You know what I mean? Are going to outright disagree with. And so anybody, in my opinion, personally, who's inefficient in the face of intolerance or injustice is themselves performing an injustice, and he's aware of
yeah,
this, and so he writes this book and he outlines all of the things that he did, knowing full well that most people are going to be on one side of it or the other, but he doesn't tell it as a, you know what I mean? There's no consideration of apology or of wrongdoing in his mind. It's a case of, it's more of like a sociological discussion with him always. I don't, and you might not like it because there's an inflation there. Edward Bernays sells himself, as it says in the introduction, as one of us, quote unquote, but is himself inflated in his vision of his own importance and puts himself at the top of all of the other professions that spawn from the propagandist or the PR man.
Right. And I mean, I feel like that it makes sense that he sells himself as that, because that is kind of propaganda 101, is it's us versus them. I mean, even in today, we can even draw that a straight line from that to today's modern way of thinking in terms of the wage gap and the anti-billionaire mentality that is prevalent amongst capitalistic societies, that it is us versus them.
Mm-hmm.
It's us, the poor, versus them, the people that exploit us.
I've got some involved chatters, Kronos, if you want to read some of that.
Let's see. It says, even the truth is fluffed to draw you in. Advertising is recognized as a lie. It is now harder to sell the truth. Yeah, I mean, because if I drink this beer, women want to party. If I shave with this razor, women will find me sexy. If you put on this particular mascara,
hang on, you make a very interesting point there.
desirable.
You made a very interesting point in the middle of that relates directly to the comment. Shaving your face will make you attractive, right? Now, when it comes to toiletries,
Not just shaving my face with
no,
Gillette.
I get it, but yeah, exactly. Now it's a Gillette. Now the point is, I'm going to make is Gillette are selling a razor that's designed to shave your face, and they have advertising and propaganda, and they want that razor to be the one that you choose over all of the other razors, right? Now, why choose one razor over the other? What we're talking about here is personal hygiene. And I could lead this on to politics in Britain, for example, with a massively Tory-based followship and a Tory government, and how the Tory government find it acceptable to do things in modern society like tax female hygiene products. It goes from selling a hygiene product to a person, to a man, for example, as a tool that's going to make you more attractive to women, right? Which lays out a foundation of belief that people find acceptable in society, that then leads to people who are in power being able to make certain decisions like taxing said hygiene products. You know what I mean? It has like devastating interconnected effects at the end of the day. Like that is you make that point. Fireman Pat was saying advertising, it could be the truth or whatever. Like you should, if you want to look after your body, you want to keep yourself clean. These are things we need to do, but are sold to us at expensive prices and shiny balls.
Yeah, and with advertising especially, that is like, advertising is probably the best, most accurate textbook example of propaganda, due to the fact of it has to mix falsehoods with reality.
Exactly.
Maybe that Gillette razor does offer a cleaner, closer shave than any other razor on the market, and that could 100% be true. But there is absolutely nothing that says that shaving or the Gillette razor is going to make me more desirable.
I mentioned this briefly in the history of Edward Bernays himself, and my reason for doing so is because obviously, if you think about, and it's the chat that's reminded me of this fact, Edward Bernays, he's the nephew of the Freuds. He's related to all of the Freuds, including Sigmund Freud. You know what I mean? Think about Edward Bernays' upbringing. Fireman Pat here in the chat, think of his upbringing. That in itself was propagated in a way. If you consider who they were, they definitely had strong beliefs. Who they were being the Freuds themselves, the family of psychologists and thinkers.
All I can think of whenever I hear that is that somebody won a good birth lottery and had to some of the best insight into psychological science of the time.
He comes from a draconian time, though.
Which he then used for some of the worst possible.
It also leads the public to mistrust beards.
For the longest time, yeah, the public did mistrust beards. Actually, he had a beard, like a beard like mine specifically. Because keep in mind, especially back then, you had Southern aristocrats that had, the goatee or a mustache with a soul patch, and the Colonel Sanders look, as I like to call it, and it flew. It showed status
and the mullet.
But you see my beard. If you saw my beard in 1912, I would immediately be classified as a vagabond.
You're a ruffian, my guy.
I would immediately be seen as a hobo. Like it just wouldn't fly.
Yep.
And that mindset literally only existed because of propaganda.
This is a serious point, though. Fireman Pat was going on to say shaving in the 80s was a political bid to get rid of the quote unquote hippies of the 70s. This led to all the bad guys in the movies having facial hair and the good guys were clean shaven, but not just in the movies, which in itself is obviously, as you were mentioning before, a form of propaganda. Hollywood is a propaganda machine. It doesn't
It's
just
meant to
make
associate beards with the bad
yeah,
guy.
for a reason. Heavy metal music and bikers and guys with long hair and big beards are always the bad guy. Tattoos, bad guy. Because that's not what the governing body wants society to be.
Yes, that is 100% true. Mustaches were acceptable.
Hippies were bad for the economy. They were bad for the appearance of the country. They were also bad because their soul, if you want to go with the ethos of the cliche hippie, the hippie ethos is love and peace. All right, the American war machine doesn't want the American civilization's ethos to be love and peace and handing each other flowers, which is why that's a
Mm-mm.
constant joke in all satirical modern television and such, which in again of itself is propaganda but of another nature.
And speaking to the propaganda of Hollywood, especially, now I'm sure every country has their own version. Everybody's familiar with Bollywood, which is India Hollywood. Hey JJ, woo. But you'll notice that especially in the 80s. Hey JJ, thank you for resubscribing. Thank you. I'm glad you think I am looking heckin' cute. But you'll notice that in the 80s, at the height of the Cold War, who were all the bad guys? Eastern Europeans. In the early 2000s, who were all the bad guys? Middle Easterners. So we used propaganda, at least in American movies, to make sure you associated just in in the 80s, it was a type of accent. If you had a certain accent, that Eastern European accent, you were distrusted.
Some kind of spy,
you know?
or
Because it was the height of the Cold War. After 9/11, for the longest time, all our action movie bad guys were Middle Easterners.
Oh yeah. Wars. There was a lot of like war glorifying movies, and you know what I mean.
And a lot of these movies didn't even touch on the subject matter of their times. Like in the 80s, a lot of your action movies, the plot literally had nothing to do with anything to do with the Cold War, the Soviet Union, real political events that were going on. It was enough to just have the Russian guy or the Eastern European as the bad guy because the Eastern Europeans are bad guys.
Yeah, it
right?
could be about anything, and you can just put that in there, and that's you. There you go. Effective propagandist, like insidious.
Because if you were to make it about the Cold War, well, obviously people are going to recognize it as what it is.
Yeah, that's how you make it insidious. That's how you know what I mean. That's where like they were talking about that, and I even like out of reading the text stopped to just say that's fucking insane. When I'm touching on the idea of Edward Bernays selling pianos to Mozart by not offering Mozart a piano, but making it a fucking social institution in the modern American society to have a fucking music room in your home or a piano in the corner of the parlor.
I had a situation come up and I ended up missing most of the stream. Sarazio, you have not missed most of anything, actually. We just finished with the reading section of Aziz. We're actually just finishing up the discussion part of his reading, and then we're gonna get into the actual first canto of the Divine Comedy. We have 4 minutes until the next reading starts. I think this is a great time for everybody to go ahead, take a minute, get up, stretch, drink water, and take a piss. I'm over here drinking beer, so I have to pee every 20 minutes. I'll be right back.
Anybody who's just jumped in and doesn't know what we're doing, this is Reading Corner, the first of many. We're going to be
There were supposed to be three of us at least. Crandy couldn't make it, unfortunately. Shout out to Crandy Live. Myself and Kronos are reading from selected texts that we've chosen ourselves, spending a half an hour reading from said text, and then half an hour discussing the themes of the text, taking into account, what the viewers have to say, what they think about it, and just generally discussing the themes that are outlined. So far, because it's half an hour of reading and half an hour of discussion, so far we've managed to do half an hour of reading and discussion on the Divine Comedy, and we've just finished half an hour of reading and discussion on Propaganda by Edward Bernays. There would have been, which is quite heavy. What was going to be happening today is that Crandy Live was going to be here, and he was going to be reading a little bit of The Hobbit, which I think would have been quite nice to split things up. He was going to go in the middle of us. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, but he will be back for future ones. 2 weeks from now, we'll be doing another one. The idea is that we alternate between the streams. And in the first stream, we read from our own texts that we've chosen. And in the second stream, we are taking viewer submissions. If anybody has something that they've written or something that they've read that they're interested in, they can submit that in the Discord. Shout out to the Discord just now.
Why does my little right tit keep sagging? Hey, can any females in either chat come tell me if this is what you have to fucking live with on the regular? Do one of your boobs just randomly like this just doesn't look quite right? I'll put my Discord in there. Wait, you just did the command for my Discord, and then there's yours. Neat. Thank you, Azzy.
No worries, my dude.
I do want to make a quick prediction about your book before I get back into mine.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah.
I both predict and am anticipating that this book is going to lead to the discussion of the modern propaganda prevalent, especially in American society today, but more importantly, how propaganda can evolve into indoctrination.
Yeah, 100%, my dude. Even in both of Lippmann and Bernays' definitions of propaganda, they talk about encouraging or persuading those to follow in or assign themselves to a doctrine or a product. But obviously, you mentioned how it focuses heavily on the political and the war factory machine side of the clientele, because those are his
my knowledge. All my expertise in propaganda is coming from a military mindset.
Mm-hmm. Which is perfect, because like at the end of the day, like Edward Bernays is the father of public relations, right? And I drive that point home again and again, because that wasn't just self-appointed, but that's widely believed in the American history. Dealt with primarily politicians from 1928 up to the modern day, as well as the military machine.
All right, folks. So it is 4:29.
Bang! I just hit 30 minutes, so that's that.
We will just go ahead. That's the worst part about this, is that it's like, no, we got to cut it off and go into the next.
No, but yeah, it's good. We have to. Yeah, we can. That's why it's important that we stick to the time frame. You know what I mean?
So, when my last reading ended, we had finished the part of the introduction we were going to read, because I'm not going to let the introduction spoil a lot of good stuff for everybody. So now we start into Canto 1 of the Divine Comedy, which is called The Dark Wood of Error. So, midway in his allotted 70 years. Oh, I also need to put this out and I'll put it up on camera, that you can see how each canto kind of starts with these long paragraphs, and then goes into the actual poetry itself. That opening little bit of paragraphs help provide a bit of context for what's to come. So there's that. So, midway in his allotted 70 years and 10, Dante comes to himself with a start and realizes that he has strayed from the true way into the dark world of error, or worldliness, as it is also known. As soon as he has realized his loss, Dante lifts his eyes and sees the first light of the sunrise, the sun being the symbol of divine illumination, lighting the shoulders of a little hill, the mountain of joy. It is the Easter season, the time of resurrection, and the sun is in its equinoctial rebirth. The juxtaposition of joyous symbols fills Dante with hope, and he sets out at once to climb directly up the Mount of Joy. But almost immediately, his way is blocked by the three beasts of worldliness, the leopard of malice and fraud, the lion of violence and ambition, and the she-wolf of incontinence. These beasts, and especially the she-wolf, drive him back, despairing into the darkness of error. But just as all seems lost, a figure appears to him. It is the shade of Virgil, Dante's symbol of human reason. Virgil explains that he has been sent to lead Dante from error. There can, however, be no direct descent past the beasts. The man who would escape them must go a longer and harder way. First, he must descend through hell, the recognition of sin. Then, he must ascend through the purgatory, the renunciation of sin, and only then may he reach the pinnacle of joy and come to the light of God. Virgil offers to guide Dante, but only as far as human reason can go. Another guide, Beatrice, the symbol of divine love, must take over for the final ascent, for human reason is self-limited. Dante submits himself joyously to Virgil's guidance, and they move off. Midway in our life's journey, I went astray from the straight road and woke to find myself alone in the dark wood. How shall I say what wood that was? I never saw so drear, so rank, so odorous a wilderness. Its very memory gives a shape to fear. Death could scarce be more bitter than that place. But since it came to good, I will recount all that I found revealed there by God's grace. How I came to it, I cannot rightly say. So drugged and loose with sleep had I become, whenever I first wandered there from the true way. But at the far end of that valley of evil, whose maze had sapped my very heart with fear, I found myself before a little hill, and lifted up my eyes. Its shoulders glowed already with the sweet rays of that planet whose virtue leads men straight on every road, and the shining strengthened me against the fright whose agony had racked the lake of my heart through all the terrors of that piteous night. Just as a swimmer who with his last breath flounders ashore from perilous seas might turn to memorize the wide water of his death, so did I turn, my soul still fugitive from death's surviving image, to stare down that past that none had ever left alive. And there I lay to rest from my heart's race, till calm and breath returned to me. Then rose and pushed up that dead slope at such a pace, each footfall rose above the last. And lo! Almost at the beginning of the rise, I faced a spotted leopard, all tremor and flow and gaudy pelt. And it would not pass, but stood so blocking my every turn that time and again I was on the verge of turning back into the wood. This fell at the first widening of the dawn, as the sun was climbing Aries with those stars that rode with him to light the new creation. Thus the holy hour and the sweet season of commemoration did much to arm my fear of that bright murderous beast with their good omen. Yet not so much but what I shook with dread at the sight of a great lion that broke upon me, raging with hunger, its enormous head held high as if to strike a mortal terror into the very air. And down his track a she-wolf drove upon me, a starved horror, ravening and wasted beyond all belief. She seemed a rack for avarice, gaunt and craving. Oh, many the souls she had brought to endless grief. She brought such heaviness upon my spirit at sight of her savagery and desperation, I died from every hope of that high summit. And like a miser, eager in acquisition, but desperate in self-reproach when fortune's wheel turns to the hour of his loss, all tears and attrition I wavered back, and still the beast pursued, forcing herself against me bit by bit, till I slid back into that sunless wood. And as I fell to my soul's ruin, a presence gathered before me on the discolored air, the figure of one who seemed hoarse from such a long silence. At sight of him in that friendless waste, I cried, "Have pity on me, whatever thing you are, whatever shade or living man." And it replied, "Not man, though man I once was, and my blood was Lombard, both my parents Mantuan. I was born, though late, sub Julio, and bred in Rome under Augustus, in the noon of the false and lying gods. I was a poet, and I sang of old Anchises' noble son, who came to Rome after the burning of Troy. But you, why do you return to these distresses instead of climbing that shining mount of joy, which is the seat and first cause of man's bliss? And are you then that Virgil and that fountain of purest speech?" My voice grew tremulous. "Glory and light of poets, now may that zeal in love's apprenticeship that I poured out on your heroic verses serve me well. For you are my true master and first author, the sole maker from whom I draw the breath of that sweet style whose measures have brought me honor. See there, immortal sage, the beast I flee. For my soul's salvation, I beg of you, guard me from her, for she has struck a mortal tremor through me." And he replied, seeing my soul in tears, "He must go by another way who would escape this wilderness. For that mad beast that fleers before you there suffers no man to pass. She tracks down all, kills all, and knows no glut. But feeding, she grows hungrier than ever she was. She mates with any beast, and will mate with more, before the greyhound comes to hunt her down. He will not feed on lands nor loot, but honor and love and wisdom will make straight his way. He will rise between Feltro and Feltro, and in him shall be the resurrection and new day of that sad Italy for which Nicias died, and Turnus and Euryalus and the maid Camelia. He shall hunt her through every nation of sick pride, till she is driven back forever to hell, whence envy first released her upon the world. Therefore, for your own good, I think it well you follow me, and I will be your guide and lead you forth through an eternal place. There you shall see the ancient spirits tried in endless pain, and hear their lamentation, as each bemoans the second death of souls. Next you shall see upon a burning mountain souls in fire, and yet content in the fire, knowing that whensoever it may be, they yet will mount into the blessed choir. To which, if it is still your wish to climb, a worthier spirit shall be sent to guide you. With her I shall leave you. For the King of Time, who reigns on high, forbids me to come there, since living I rebelled against his laws. He rules the waters, the land, and the air, and there holds court, his city and his throne. Oh, blessed are those that he chooses. Or, oh, blessed are they he chooses. And I, Dante, to him, poet, by that God to you unknown, lead me this way. Beyond this present ill and worse dread, lead me to Peter's gate, and be my guide through the sad halls of hell. And he then said, "Follow." And he moved ahead in silence, and I followed where he led. That was the end of the first canto. The post-canto notes point out that some of the context. So, midway in our life's journey, that is the biblical lifespan is 70 years and 10. The action opens in Dante's 35th year, somewhere around AD 1300. So he's about 35 when this happens. When it says that planet, Let me double because it's explaining a lot of these, so I gotta. I'm looking for that planet passage. Direction of new day. Oh, I see how you did that. Okay, neat. Right, where it says its shoulders glowed already with the sweet rays of that planet whose virtue leads men straight on every road. What it means by that is the sun. Ptolemaic astronomers considered the sun a planet, and it is also symbolic of God as he who lights man's way. When he says each footfall rose above the last, the literal rendering of that would be so that the fixed foot was ever the lower. In other words, he was moving so fast that he broke the laws of physics in how his body worked. The next leg was already the leg that was behind him was already coming to propel him forward before the first leg ever left the ground. The three beasts are undoubtedly taken from Jeremiah, verse 6. Many additional and incidental interpretations have been advanced for them, but the central interpretation must remain as noted. They foreshadow the three divisions of hell: incontinence, violence, and fraud, which Virgil explains at length. Good argument. Okay. So they foreshadow the three divisions of hell: incontinence, violence, and fraud, which Virgil explains at length in a later canto. The translator is not at all sure, but what the she-wolf is better interpreted as fraud and the leopard as incontinence, and that good arguments can be offered for either way. So, obviously everybody knows what St. Peter's Gate is, I would hope. Now we are into the second canto, the descent.
Dun, dun, dun.
It is evening of the first day, being a Friday. Dante is following Virgil and finds himself tried and despairing. That actually, before I go any further, reminds me of one thing I did miss over. Whenever it references that the she-wolf is going to be doing what she does until the greyhound comes to hunt her down, Feltro and Feltro. This almost certainly refers to Can Grande di Scala, who lived from 1290 to 1329, a great Italian leader born in Verona, which lies between the towns of Feltre and Montefeltro. And it's important to remember that all of this starts on Good Friday. Not much with that looking right, but sometimes one of them might pop out of the cup. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying about my tits. Sorry about that. Anyway, so it is the evening of the first Friday. Dante is following Virgil and finds himself tired and despairing. How can he be worthy of such a vision as Virgil has described? He hesitates and seems about to abandon his first purpose. To comfort him, Virgil explains how Beatrice descended to him in limbo and told him of her concern for Dante. It is she, the symbol of divine love, who sends Virgil to lead Dante from error. She has come into hell itself on this errand, for Dante cannot come to divine love unaided. Reason must lead him. Moreover, Beatrice has been sent with the prayers of the Virgin Mary, who represents compassion, and of Saint Lucia, who represents divine light, as well as Rachel. The contemplative life also figures in the heavenly scene in which Virgil recounts. Virgil explains all this and reproaches Dante. How could he hesitate longer when such heavenly powers are concerned for him? And Virgil himself has promised to lead him to safety. Dante understands at once that such forces cannot fail him, and his spirits rise in joyous anticipation. The light was departing. The brown air drew down all of the earth's creatures, calling them to rest from their day roving, as I, one man alone, prepared myself to face the double war of the journey and the pity which memory shall here set down, nor hesitate, nor err. O muses, O high genius, be my aid. O memory, recorder of the vision, here shall your true nobility be displayed. Thus I began, poet, you who must guide me, before you trust me to that arduous passage, look to me and look through me. Can I be worthy? You sang how the father of Silvius, while still in corruptible flesh, won to that other world, crossing with mortal sense the immortal sill. But if the adversary of all evil, weighing his consequence, and who and what should issue from him, treated him so well, that cannot seem unfitting to thinking men, since he was chosen father of Mother Rome and of her empire by God's will and token. Both, to speak strictly, were founded and foreknown as the established seat of holiness for the successors of the great Peter's throne. In that quest which your verse celebrate, he learned those mysteries from which arose his victory in Rome's apostolate. There later came the chosen vessel, Paul, bearing the confirmation of that faith which is the one true door to life eternal. But I, how should I dare? By whose permission? I am not an Aeneas. I am not Paul. Who could believe me worthy of this vision? How, then, may I presume to this high quest, and not fear my own brashness? You are wise, and will grasp what my poor words can but suggest. As one who unwills what he wills, will stay strong purposes with feeble second thoughts, until he spells all his first zeal away. So I hung back and balked on that dim coast, till thinking had worn out my enterprise, so stout at starting and so early lost. I understand from your words and the look in your eyes, that shadow of magnificence answered me. Your soul is sunken in that cowardice that bears down many men, turning their course and resolution by imagined perils, as his own shadow turns the frightened horse. To free you of this dread, I will tell you all of why I came to you and what I heard when I first pitied you. I was a soul among the souls of limbo, when a lady so blessed and so beautiful, I prayed her to order and command my will, called to me. Her eyes were kindled from the lamps of heaven. Her voice reached through me, tender, sweet, and low, an angel's voice, a music of its own. O gracious Mantuan, whose melodies live in earth's memories, and shall live on till the last motion ceases in the skies. My dearest friend and fortune's foe has strayed onto a friendless shore, and stands beset by such distresses that he turns afraid from the true way, and news of him in heaven rumors my dread that he is already lost. I come, afraid that I am too late risen. Fly to him, and with your high counsel, pity, and with whatever need be for his good and soul's salvation, help him and solace me. It is I, Beatrice, who send you to him. I come from the blessed height for which I yearn, and love called me here. when amid seraphim I stand again before my Lord, your praises shall sound in heaven. She paused, and I began, O Lady of that only grace that raises feeble mankind within its mortal cycle, above all other works, God's will is placed within the heaven of the smallest circle. So welcome is your command that to my sense, were it already fulfilled, it would yet seem tardy. I understand, and am all obedience. But tell me how you dare venture thus so far from the wide heaven of your joy, to which your thoughts yearn back from this abyss. Since what you ask, she answered me, probes near the root of all, I will say briefly only how I have come through hell's pit without fear. Know then, O waiting and compassionate soul, that is to fear which has the power to harm, and nothing else is fearful, even in hell. I am so made by God's all-seeing mercy, your anguish does not touch me, and the flame of this great burning has no power upon me. There is a lady in heaven so concerned for him I send you to, or so concerned for him I send you to, that for her sake the strict decree is broken. She has turned and called Lucia to her wish and mercy, saying, Thy faithful one is sorely pressed. In his distresses I commend him to thee. Lucia, that soul of light and foe of all cruelty, rose and came to me at once, where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel, saying to me, Beatrice, true praise of God, why dost thou not help him who loved thee so that for thy sake he left the vulgar crowd? Dost thou not hear his cries? Canst thou not see the death he wrestles with beside that river no ocean can surpass for rage and fury? No soul of earth was ever as rapt to seek its good or flee its injury as I was, when I had heard my sweet Lucia speak, to descend from heaven and my blessed seat to you, laying my trust in that high speech that honors you and all who honor it. She spoke and turned away to hide a tear that, shining, urged me faster. So I came and freed you from the beast that drove you there, blocking the near way to the heavenly light. And now what ails you? Why do you lag? Why this heart-sick hesitation and pale fright, when three such blessed ladies lean from heaven in their concern from you, and my own pledge of the great good that waits you has been given? As flowerlets drooped and puckered in the night, turn up to the returning sun and spread their petals wide on his new warmth and light, just so my wilted spirits rose again, and such a heat of zeal surged through my veins that I was born anew. Thus I began, Blessed be that lady of infinite pity, and blessed be thy taxed and courteous spirit that came so promptly on the word she gave thee. Thy words have moved my heart to its first purpose. My guide, my lord, my master, now lead on. One shall serve the two of us in this. He turned when I had spoken, and at his back I entered on that hard and perilous track. And that will be the end of our second canto. Wow, that 30 minutes went by fucking quick.
Yeah, when I looked at the time, I saw it was 52 minutes. I was like, how? I just lost time completely.
So, the only sections that I'm actually thinking I'm going to start skipping are the notes, and I'll do the notes at the end. Because the notes offer a lot of like just explanation of what certain phrases mean, and I'd rather not break up the flow of the
Yeah,
actual
I
poem.
my book as well has notes about shit, and I didn't go to the notes because I'd have to be flicking to the end to get all of the appendages in.
I started to go through the notes at the end of the first canto. I went through some of them, and that was when I decided that it can wait until the discussion portion.
Yep.
Lucio says, "I have you up on my phone, not watching but listening." Well, the ASMR is why you might be here. I mean, unless you're fapping, and if you're fapping, you're not here for the book reading. Unless you're into all these things at the same time, in which case, my friend, I'm happy to fulfill your very specific kink.
I responded more pleasantly, assuming that they were just enjoying the reading.
So
No, so discussion on Canto 1 and 2. Canto 2, right, went on for a while, but it's summarized very quickly. If you want to start on Canto 1 and go back to Canto, or that's my...
okay, so Canto 1 is all about our very first entrance.
Mhm.
It's about the first experience that Dante goes through upon entering hell. All right. The reason Canto 1 is so short is because the overwhelming majority of it, as many of you might have noticed, is only from Dante's perspective.
Mhm.
Whereas Canto 2 is much longer in comparison due to the fact that it's Virgil explaining to Dante how he even came to be here.
But the summary
Now,
of that is very simple.
we are in hell.
Mhm.
As of Canto 1, we are on the outskirts of the first circle of hell.
Moving towards the gates.
Moving towards the gates. We have not progressed much by Canto 2. And it's quite...
Dante's hesitant in Canto 2. That's the situation.
Dante's incredibly... Yes, Dante in Canto 2 is wondering, like, well, what the fuck? Like, what makes me so special? Like, what even makes you think that I deserve to do this? Which is where you get the ass chewing from Virgil, where Virgil is just flat out telling him, "How dare you? How dare you question?"
Mm-hmm. The Virgil, his presence is heavenly, or directed by heavenly forces.
It is directed by heavenly forces. In Canto, in I believe it's Canto 3, but if it's not, it is coming eventually. When we get into the first circle of hell, I'm going to give a little bit of a spoiler here. The first circle of hell is limbo.
Mm-hmm.
Limbo is described by Dante as the absolute closest mankind can get to paradise without the divine. The limbo is for people like Virgil.
Mm-hmm.
Great
That's where he
thinkers,
resides.
great moralists that died before the word of Christ got to them.
It's important to note while we're discussing limbo very briefly that the first circle contains quote unquote the unbaptized and the virtuous pagans.
That was my next thing. Yes, the limbo is also for dead babies. Legitimately, it's for dead babies
Or pagans, aka non-believers, who are not necessarily sinners, but whose non-belief is damnation.
The pagans fall into the same boat as Virgil.
Mm-hmm.
Just the limbo is only reserved for people that have died before it would have ever been humanly possible for them to get the word of God.
They've died non-sinners, but their non-belief in and of itself is service of damnation.
You're ignorant, not non-belief. I do not like that phrase, non-belief.
Or inability to believe. You know what I mean?
Enjoy your leg day, bro. Leg day's important as fuck. No, because like non-believers get their own.
Yeah, they have a choice.
They get their own spot. Limbo isn't for non-believers. Limbo is for you never got the opportunity to make that choice. Yeah. It's an acknowledgement that your geographical location played more of a part in whether or not you received the salvation of Christ. It played more of a part in that than whether or not you actually were a good person. That's what limbo. That's why the unbaptized babies are there.
After those
Because-
who refused choice come those without the opportunity of choice, is a quote of someone who was reflecting on the situation of both unbaptized and virtuous pagan. Like, the unbaptized are the babies who died without the opportunity to be baptized and are without choice. The virtuous pagan is the individual who hasn't sinned enough to warrant damnation but has not accepted Christ into their life.
And another thing that is important to note is that limbo, in this context, in the context of the Divine Comedy, limbo quite literally is the universe's center for intellect and logic and reason. Because, again, this limbo is described, as y'all will see, limbo is described as literally as close to paradise as humanity can get without divine intervention, without divine love. Both. In other words, it's both saying that, yes, you can be incredibly happy with just logic and reason, as an atheist would think, for example. But it pales in it is a punishment when compared to the absolute joy that is the paradise of accepting God's divine right and love. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense to me. I hope it makes sense to the chatter. So we got anybody saying, like that? But yeah, back to Canto. Well, Canto 1 is simple. I think. Did we cover?
Yeah.
Did you cover? I feel like you covered that enough. But I mean,
if there are any particular, some of the things mentioned in the notes,
it's more about
Canto
it's
1,
more about just like the locations description and the journey ahead. You know.
some of the things mentioned in the notes for Canto 1, just to give you a little bit of context. For example, when it says that Virgil came about sub Julio,
I was going to say that.
Virgil came about after the reign of Julius Caesar.
And lived under Augustus.
And lived under Augustus. Let's see. When they reference Ares, specifically the verses Ares that rode with him to light the new creation, it's talking about the medieval tradition, or that medieval tradition had it that the sun was in Aries at the time of creation. It's talking about not Ares as in the Roman or Greek god, but Ares as in the astronomical sense. So they believe that the sun was in Aries at the time of creation. The significance of the astronomical and religious conjunction is an important part of Dante's intended allegory. It is just before dawn of Good Friday, AD 1300. See, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to go ahead and just say it was Good Friday because I wasn't 100%. I was raised Catholic. I haven't been a practicing Catholic in decades.
Yeah. Canto takes place on the evening of Good Friday.
When he awakens in the dark wood, thus his new life begins under Aries, the sign of creation at dawn. Dawn obviously symbolizing rebirth. And in the Easter season in Christianity being a universal allegory for resurrection. Moreover, the moon is full, and that the sun is in the equinox, conditions that did not fall together on any Friday of 1300. Dante is obviously constructing politically the perfect Easter as a symbol of his new awakening. I do kind of like how in the notes they're just like, hey, scientifically this didn't happen. This is artistic embellishment.
Yeah, hyperbole for atmospheric effect.
When it references Nicias and Turnus, Euralius, and Camelia, the notes say that all were killed in the war between the Trojans and the Latins when, according to legend, Aeneas led the survivors of Troy into Italy. Nicias and Euralius were Trojan comrades in arms who died together, and Camilla was the daughter of the Latin king and one of the warrior women. So there, a lot of these notes will go into.
What is this? Is this slappable or is this good vibes? This is.
I don't.
I feel like this is troll time.
I don't know what any of that is. So yeah, that can just get timed. If not banned, you can time some out. I don't know.
No,
Do what you think is best, mods.
I'm just doing it, my guy. We got a good thing going.
Do what you think. Cool. Jackan says so. Hang on. Unban. Cool.
Yep, we'll do it.
Unban him.
He can give us an explanation then.
Yeah. He cool. Jackan. You said sorry. You're okay. Sorry, bro. You're good. You're good.
Everybody else can make an unban request and explain themselves, but we're not going to derail.
A bit of a context. Obviously, when you see someone like me wearing something like this, sorry, bro or girl, cis-het white male, identifies as male. No disrespect here. Cool beans, cool Jack. We were all just a hair bit confused by what the hell was going on, and obviously we can get some questionable sorts whenever I'm here wearing this.
We also have other people lurking in the chat, enjoying themselves, listening to the conversation, having an input.
Just having fun, to be honest.
So,
as long as you're having fun, doesn't...
Understand that regardless of intention, I don't intend for us to be disrupted in that manner, so... Your friends can make an unban request at a time that's more suitable. We will be more than reasonable about the situation.
Whenever I go live and I'm in a full getup like this, my mods at times can be a bit trigger happy, and I generally just kind of let them have at it because they make good judgment calls. We've had some bad sorts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had some.
Welcome to Book Club, and I hope you do have an amazing time. But yeah, Canto 1, there's really not a lot. Canto 1, there's really not...
There's not too much to reflect on, to be fair. It's a preface. Canto 2 is much longer, but in and of itself has quite a short summary as well, to be fair, because it's obviously, as you mentioned previously, Dante's questioning and hesitant, and Virgil offers an explanation that he's been directed by, divine forces.
In the notes of Canto 2, there is one part where it quotes Virgil saying, I was a soul among the souls of limbo, and it directs us to a later canto and specific lines where Virgil explains his state in hell. So that is coming.
Is that Canto 4?
That it will be Canto 4, yes. So what are you doing? I don't understand shit. Cool, Jack. We will
time
we
for
will
an
be happy to offer you an explanation. We'll give it to him just... actually, yeah, go ahead and give him the update, and I'll go pee.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so basically, this is the first of our Reading Corner streams. If you want to, there's a multi-link there somewhere. If you want to click on that, I can drop that for you. What we're doing today is myself and Kronos, as well as another streamer, Grande Live, who was supposed to be here. He couldn't make it at the last minute, so the two of us are doing it just now. We have selected texts that we're going to be reading from. So the stream started with half an hour of reading from the Divine Comedy. The Kronos chose that text and read from that text. And then we spent half an hour discussing it. And then we did the same thing with the text that I've chosen. And we've gone full circle. Crandy's not here, so we've moved back to Kronos. So we are right now just in the discussion phases of Cantos 1 and 2 of the Divine Comedy. We already did the introduction. I'm reading from a book called Propaganda by Edward Bernays. Crandy Live was going to be here. He was going to be reading from The Hobbit, which would have been quite a nice way to break things up and mix it up a little bit. You know what I mean? But he sends his regards. So this is a fortnightly thing right now, but we might do it more frequently. But if we just stick with the fortnightly theme, so basically what will be happening is this is what we do this week, but 2 weeks from now we will be reading from viewer-submitted texts, whether it be something that you've written yourself or something that you've read online that you want to share an excerpt of, something like that. Those can go...
It will be vetted.
Yeah, it will be vetted, it will be proofread, but those can go in the Discord. Let me just...
Either one of our Discords is an acceptable place. It doesn't have to be in both.
It doesn't matter.
In fact, we would probably... I think we can agree that we would prefer it not go into both. Your
Well,
request, I mean.
Yeah. If you're here through Kronos' stream and you have something that you want to,
I don't care if you do it in my Discord or if you do it in Aziz's Discord. I just think it's going to clutter things up to
multiply the submissions.
BRB gonna come later. Yes, yeah, come on back. Thank you for that follow. I look forward to seeing you back. Long as you behave. So Canto 2, there's something about Canto 2 I really want to talk about. The fact that, because keep in mind, Dante is writing this with him as the main character, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm just
So, yeah, I'm watching. So I just want to point out how it feels like there's a little bit of ass coverage going on here when he writes himself as questioning why he is deserving of heaven, and as well as a little bit of I don't know the classy way to put it. He sucks himself off a little bit by having Virgil flat out just slap it down like, how dare
explain
you
it to
question,
him. Yeah.
How dare you question God wanting you into heaven?
Yeah, that's blasphemy.
Like,
Everybody is
like
deserving of God's love in the text.
A little bit of self-flagellation.
Yeah.
That's not the word.
Self-inflation.
Yeah. So I do like that, how he, because remember what we read in the introduction is that Dante is historically not modest.
No, of course.
Writes himself as a genius.
Yeah, and to be fair, like the text in and of itself is like heavily regarded as this like. And now I'm not about to diminish the importance of the text within like. It's just the importance of the text revolves around like a Venn diagram made up of circles of people. You know what I mean? It's like important in some places where maybe it shouldn't be, and it's important less so in other places where it should be. It is an important text, and these people are all
it's
important.
This is such an important text that.
But it's biased. Remember that it's biased.
Certain Christians have started taking it as part of the gospel.
Dante's Inferno is fan fiction.
A lot of people. Dante's Inferno is fan. Dante's Inferno 100% is fanfic.
100%.
The Divine Comedy is the fiction that the fan fiction was based off of.
And then you've got Purgatory.
But just with those, actually, it's really funny that you bring that up, Garden of Indy, because just within those first two cantos, look how much we saw in in Dante's Inferno, the video game. Look how much representation is there. Look at what Beatrice in the video game symbolized.
Yeah, and Beatrice is the symbol of divine love.
Yes,
and she moves to aid Dante and is directed by like the Virgin Mary and Saint Lucia, who themselves are like compassion and.
Whereas in
Grace?
Dante's Inferno,
Virgin Mary's compassion, but Saint Lucia's like grace.
This is one of the reasons why I'm deciding to skip over the notes whenever I'm in the middle of reading, because I have to keep flipping back.
And then there's another one.
Virgin Mary is compassion.
And then there's someone who.
Lucia is divine light, and Rachel is contemplative life.
That's the one.
What do you think that means? The contemplative life. Does that mean like
symbolic of the contemplative life? It's like she's like
she is like when it says the contemplative life, does that mean like contemplating? Is that what they mean? Because compassion, love, and divine light all are self-explanatory, but Rachel, who symbolizes the contemplative life, you could argue that is the symbolization, to quote one of my favorite movies, that's the symbology of reflection and repentance.
She was one of Jacob's wives in the Bible, right? the mother of Joseph and
I
Benjamin.
do not go asking me Bible.
I know some Bible shit, right? So Jacob had two wives, and Rachel was one of them, and mother of Joseph and Benjamin, who were members of the tribe of Israel.
Okay.
And
I'd say if you're asking me for confirmation, I got nothing for you.
oh no, but that's what I can remember, like, of her background in terms of like biblical references. But she was the mother of Joseph, right? And that's important, I guess, in terms of biblical references. Joseph was destined to be the leader of the Israel tribes between the exile of like their nations. I think
Actually, there is one thing here. Go ahead and finish
no
your
no
point, and
no.
afterwards,
Oh,
one part of these notes
I was.
that I feel is going to be very
It might
important.
no. What you have to say might be relevant. To be fair.
So at the end of Canto 2, the first section of the notes has to deal with verses 13 through 30, where it says Aeneas and the founding of Rome. It says, here is a fair example of the way in which Dante absorbed pagan themes into his Catholicism. According to Virgil, Aeneas. Aeneas is the son of mortal Anchises and of Venus. Venus, in her son's interests, secures a prophecy and a promise from Jove to the effect that Aeneas is to found a royal line that shall rule the world. Holy fuck, these sentences are hard to read. After the burning of Troy, Aeneas is directed by various signs to sail for the Latin lands, also known as Italy, because keep in mind, there was a certain time where in Italy, Italian wasn't a language. You spoke Latin, like a good Catholic.
I'll just quickly answer the question that was asked, though, in terms of Rachel, and she's symbolic of the contemplative life, right? The contemplative life the reason I brought it to the biblical text is because the contemplative life is a term that is specifically used to refer to those living a life in essentially in solitude of anything besides prayer and the contemplation of like God and religion, your prayer. And
So like monks?
yeah, but it doesn't. But it
Nuns,
doesn't.
I guess, for Catholics.
Yeah, very much so. But like a distinction has to be made with like isolation. It doesn't necessarily mean specifically that you're isolated from other people, but it does mean, you could be around other people, but it does mean those who like dedicate their entire life to the contemplation of like, or to prayer and the contemplation of religious texts or whatever it is.
So check this out. Sail for the Latin lands, where his destiny awaits him. After many misadventures, he is compelled, like Dante, to descend to the underworld of the dead. There he finds his father's shade, and there he is shown the shades of the great kings that are to stem from him. And then it gives a canto and verse for that particular poem. Among them are Romulus, Julius Caesar, and Augustus Caesar. The full glory of the Roman Empire is also foreshadowed to him. So basically, this is talking about how there was a person in ancient Rome that supposedly it was prophesized and it was foretold of the coming leaders of Rome. Dante, however, continues the Virgilian theme and includes the predestination, not only the Roman and includes in the predestination not only the Roman Empire, but the Holy Roman Empire and its church. Thus, what Virgil presented as an arrangement of Jove, a concession to the son of Venus, becomes part of the divine scheme of the Catholic God, and Aeneas is cast as a direct forerunner of Peter and Paul. In other words, that Dante is one of our most clear-cut examples of taking of Christianity, and specifically when we say Christianity in reference to this, there is no Christianity besides Catholicism. Okay? In 13th century, 14th century Europe, if you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. They're synonymous. They're literally, there is no other option. Keep in mind, there was no other Christian faith besides Catholicism until Henry VIII.
Even in the text that I was reading that takes place in 1928, there was discussion of how the Catholic Church fears the rise of Protestantism. Such a hard word to say.
And that all started with Henry VIII centuries
Protestantism.
later. But this is one of the earliest examples of Christianity directly taking things from non-Christian lore
Oh yes, oh yeah. I'm glad you said that because
and repurposing it to be Christian.
it's very important, right, to bring this up now, because especially we've just talked about the importance of the text and how it's important in different circles, and it's obviously very religious, right? But it's a very poignant fact that you lay out there. At the end of the day, Dante is Christian, aka Catholic. They're synonymous with one another, and
Right.
he's doing something that all of these like pontificators do at this time. But what he's written, it's it's a text, and it's not just bias. He takes from Aristotle. He takes from Aristotle heavily and creates a universe that is lended to him by Aristotle's way of thinking. But that's not the thing that's important to note. What's important to note is that he takes Aristotle's school of thought and that way of thinking, and he admonishes it with his own Christian beliefs, coupled also with his own uh, incorrect extrapolations from the Aristotle text. Do you know what I mean? He read
Yeah.
Aristotle as a human being and will have made incorrect assertions as to what what the school of thought was trying to educate him on, and then he took those beliefs that he formed and coupled with his Christian, his Catholic faith, and created this universe. And that's a very important context.
Now, I would like to point out that I do not, at least in the context of Dante, because certainly there are many cases where the opposite is true, but in the context of Dante, I don't believe any of what he has done and what we've talked about here was done with malicious intent.
No, I don't believe so.
I fully believe
It's
it
very
was
mischievous.
the attempt, not even. I fully believe that it was the attempt of a faithful man who truly believed in God and in the teachings of Christ, and he truly believed that the Catholic God was always the one true God, has always been the one true God, and I think he believed that other previous theologies just misinterpreted,
Mm-hmm.
and so this is his attempt of
Yeah.
taking some of the beliefs of that other theology and be like, well, that's what they thought then because they didn't know better.
He offers an interpretation.
Much of the way that we look at many horrid passages of the Bible, both Old and New Testament now, and go, this was written by people 3,000 human beings 3,000 years ago that did not know better.
Or it's rather had different like cultural atmospheres, or like surrounding.
Right.
Uh,
Because it is well known that Dante was not in any kind of agreement with the Pope at the time. It's no secret. But you can be incredibly divisive in the church and still be faithful, right?
Zenith Games, love the outfit. How's it going?
Zenith, how are you doing? Thank you, man. I'll give you a twirl. So you can. The top is the real best part. The bottom is just America and fishnets. Like, look at it. Look at it. Look at this.
That's how you catch a bald eagle right there.
With my dick. Let me just.
I love how quickly we go from like really like serious open discussion to like with my dick.
Look at my dick in the American Eagle face. So I definitely don't think that there's anything necessarily mischievous or malicious.
Okay,
in Dante
on that point, and me saying mischievous, I would like to rephrase that with like prefacing, there's no question in Dante's belief in his own faith, right? It's outright. But
Right.
but that leads to him being pompous. You know what I mean? We've already talked about his self-inflation. Rather than being mischievous, I think the point that I'm trying to make is that like it's not 100% innocent if what he's writing is in and of itself like inflammatory, because he comes across as kind of pompous in how pure his belief and his faith is and how right that is. You just mentioned how he's not necessarily on the greatest terms with the Pope, for example. Think about how much of an implication that is for most people in that time frame, in that land space, right? Let alone
It
somebody.
still is.
Yeah, exactly.
It still
But
is.
but
Like
but for a
I'm a,
14th century
I'm
poet, it's life and
in
death.
the most generous, in the absolute most generous lighting, you could call
Murder.
me agnostic. In the most normal lighting, you'd call me an atheist. But I still keep up with the Catholic Pope and whatever current Pope is not prophesizing, not pontificating. Uh, I don't remember the word for religious expression. Is it pontificating?
Well, I mean, pontificating is just to pontificate over a subject. Religious
But
specific. Well, I guess like
my point being is like I'm ecstatic.
theologize.
I'm ecstatic in the current pope, one of the best popes that we've had in over a century, because he's pro gay marriage, even if he's not pro sexuality or like pro homosexuality, which he has dropped many quotes to say basically he is pro homosexuality, because if God didn't want him to be gay, they wouldn't
They
be.
wouldn't be, yeah. That's where his
And
belief
you
process
don't
stems
get to
from.
hate something that God created, is
Yeah,
the current
he's one
pope's
of those divine
ideology.
believers, kind of like in the same way that Dante believes that his own he has faith that his own belief in
Now,
his faith is divine.
I have a bit of a different take than you, though, because I am of the mindset that a lot of this a lot of this appropriation of pagan culture and making it somehow Christian, I think, is
Hmm.
Dante's way of
Can we just hang on?
rationalizing.
Hang on.
I think it's Dante's way of rationalizing the world around him and the facts of the world around him that don't fully jive with his
Hang
personal
on, we can't.
belief.
You can't just drop the word pagan in that context and move on that quickly. I was raised in a pagan household, which in modern times means something completely different. The unbaptized and the pagans that they speak of, pagan in the 14th century text, is literally anybody that is
Mhm.
not a believer of the Catholic
Yes,
Church.
that's how I that's how I was
Yeah,
using
yeah.
it.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
I believe that it is. I believe that Dante is taking aspects of those pagan cultures,
Mm-hmm.
um, that it when put up against your belief in a Christian God does not mix. Like,
Mm-hmm.
because of the fact that there are so many theologies that are much older than the Jews or the Christians or any Abrahamic God. There are religious cultures older than that, such as ancient Rome. So I think it's Dante trying to make sense of that
Yeah, yeah, I get that.
without, while at the same time maintaining the
Maintaining
faith.
his faith, yeah, because his faith can't come into question. Well, that's kind of like, well, first of
That's our
all,
30 minutes. Finish your response.
yeah, yeah. Well, no, I mean, I concur, and it's just important to like preface like the content. Well, not preface. It's important to contextualize all of that with the fact that he's not just a believer, but like he has to keep his belief and his faith unquestioned, especially given that this is an actual text that was put out there to the
Unquestioned to who,
masses.
though? Him
To
or
well, just to
to
the Catholic Church or just in the eyes
himself?
of like other believers, but he's allowed to question it himself. That's what this text is. He's not questioning his faith, but questioning just everything that surrounds that, the different intermingling things that create the faith as it's been like given to him by the church.
Okay, so let's start on chapter 1 of your book. It is 5:31 p.m. my time. Let's start at 5:35 p.m. Let everybody get a chance to go pee or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you're down to do your next reading, though, right?
Yeah, yeah. Of course, I'm gonna go and take a toilet break very quickly myself.
I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back, everybody. Man, my ass looks real thin. Let me get more ass. No. I'm going outside right now. Of fucking course. All right, give me just a second. I need to pull some shit up on my phone. My puppies went out, but I'm not going to let that disrupt our flow. So what I'll do, since they actually picked a perfect time to want to go out. So I will put this on my Be Right Back screen. Aziz, you back?
Yep.
All right. This actually happened at the perfect time. I've switched my scene to my Be Right Back screen. I've got your Twitch pulled up on my phone so that way I can listen to the reading. Puppies won out.
Yeah, no worries.
So, if you, we technically said 5:35, so you can.
I'll give a quick update and then I'll begin.
Yeah.
So for anybody like who's unaware of what's about to happen next and hasn't caught one of the updates, we're doing one of our reading corners. Obviously, that was Divine Comedy. That was the second reading of and second discussion of the Divine Comedy. I will be reading from a book called Propaganda by Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud. It was written in 1928. It's called Propaganda. You can imagine what it's going to be about. We've already had one reading of. And Crandy Live was going to be here. Shout out to Crandy Live. He was going to be reading from The Hobbit. Last minute things stopped him from being able to be here. I think it would have been nice to have a little bit of Tolkien high fantasy to mix things up. So it's fortnightly for the time being, and we might do it more frequently. It just depends on the availability of the participants. But 2 weeks from now, we will be doing the same thing, but the difference is that we will be reading from viewer-submitted texts, excerpts from stories that you've read, something that you've written, just poetry. If Kronos will kill me if I don't say it. Fan fiction. It doesn't matter. It will be vetted, proofread by all the mods and ourselves. And we might not get to everything. It depends on how much gets submitted. But it's going to be fun. That's basically that's the premise of what we're doing. I didn't quite get to the end of the introduction. But there's not too much left. Here, we got a couple of pages, so it'll be good. Beginning, Propaganda and Bernays himself, throughout his long career, sold something more than all the goods and services his clients offered. It's been lovely. Homoerotic fan fiction is allowed and can/will be read as long as it's not too spicy. Fuck's sake, Kronos. And thank you, Kawhi. Hugs to everybody. Propaganda and Bernays himself, throughout his long career, sold something more than all the goods and services his clients offered, and also something more than propaganda as a necessary tool for businessmen and politicians. Bernays sold the myth of propaganda as a wholly rational endeavor, carried out methodically by careful experts, skilled enough to lead public opinion. Consistently, he cast himself as a supreme manipulator, mastering the responses of a pliable, receptive population. Conscious and intelligent manipulation, invisible governors, they who pull the wires which control the public mind. Shrewd persons operating behind the scenes, dictators exercising great power, and, below them, people working as if actuated by the touch of a button. These are but a few expressions of the icy scientistic paradigm that evidently drove his propaganda practice, and that coloured all his thinking on the subject. The propagandist rules, as they were. The propagandized the propagandized do whatever he would have them do, exactly as he tells them to, and without knowing it. Derived from the positivism of the 19th century, and indirectly bolstered by the work of Bernays' uncle, Sigmund Freud, this neo-Baconian, as in Bacon, this neo-Baconian conception of the propagandist's powers were surely not Bernays' invention. That cool and manly image was a commonplace from the 20s through the Cold War, as was the obverse image of the crowd as female in its feverish responsiveness. Why was this tableau of domination so pervasive? For self-conscious professionals such as Bernays, expert detachment was of course a point of pride, and a strong selling point, as that hard attitude provided tacit reassurance to potential clients that the propagandist worked not just by instinct or mood, but as impartially and, if need be, ruthlessly as any doctor or attorney. He could work others up without getting all worked up himself, or going native, as, say, officials in the U.S. state empathizing with foreigners, the foreign populace that he was sent to dupe. The myth of the detached manipulator and compliant crowd has, since the 20s, also been abundantly re-echoed by academic students of mass suasion. Convictions and a demagogue are a weakness and may prove a very serious injury, asserted social psychologist Frederick C. Venn in 1928. They are the last infirmary of some otherwise splendid demagogues. So it still is often with intellectual studies of successful rabble rousers, the analyst projecting his own rationality onto the firebrand in question, as if assuring us that he too is intelligent and self-possessed to fall for that spellbinder who excites the vulgar herd. Indeed, the same myth of the unmoved mover has been amplified, reconfirmed by some of history's most effective agitators. Hitler liked to cast himself as a detached appraiser of his own frenzies at the podium, and Goebbels too believed himself to be completely cold inside, even as his oratory thrilled the crowd. There is no way to confirm this notion that the propagandist is essentially above the fray that he creates. While it surely points us towards some truths about the way that demagogues and other propagandists operate, the notion is unlikely on its face. From what we know about the most ferocious demagogues of yesteryear, successful mass incitement does tend to bespeak the seemingly requires a fiery core of radical commitment, even if the agitator consciously distorts the facts or trouts out this or that rhetorical device. Hitler, Goebbels, Mussolini, Father Kuglin, Joe McCarthy, uh, Gerald L.K. Smith, and many others were fanatical and cynical at once, neither wholly in control nor totally ecstatic. Such agitators work within a certain mental borderland. It's Kai. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? It's going well. Just stop here very briefly to let you know this is the first of the Reading Corner streams that we will be doing. This is the fourth section, if you will, my second reading of a book named Propaganda, written by Edward Bernays in 1928, which discusses Edward Bernays' own importance, if you will, for want of a better word, in the definition of propaganda in modern society, and the role of the propagandist as essentially a PR man. Like, he was a PR man, and he puts himself at the top of the hierarchical tier of movers and shakers in America that don't just sell products, but they sell wars, they sell concepts. And Kronos himself was reading from the Divine Comedy. Where was I?
The
Thank you for being
looks
here.
I get from my neighbors.
Such agitators work within a certain mental borderland, where one can never clearly see conviction as distinct from calculation. Indeed, that inner murkiness appears itself to be the very source or basis of the mass manipulator's enigmatic power, and so we cannot comprehend it through schematic dualistic formulas. Orwell's elusive concept of doublethink is highly pertinent here. Shout out to Stupid Dazzle. He likes to he teaches me a lot about American theology and politics, and doublethink is a big thing that you should look into. It's important here. And Orwell, George Orwell, amazing. Of course, there are significant differences between such epoch-making dervishes as Hitler, Carolyn, and McCarthy, who work in person, on a stage, or at a microphone, and propagandists not intent on rousing furious reactions on the spot. Behind even the wildest propaganda orator, there must be countless unknown deputies and lesser troops involved in tedious preparations and or follow-through. And, of course, there are also countless propagandists whose assignments in no way entail the maddening of multitudes. Ad makers, we were discussing this in our first discussion point, and we're getting on to it now. Ad makers, researchers, creative directors, copywriters, art directors, photographers labor gradually towards mass reactions that, in general, are not explosive and immediate but incremental, individual, dispersed, half conscious. As this book demonstrates, the public relations expert likewise seeks to make a gradual impression. After long researched sober planning in the hearts of such methodical manipulators, there will seem to be no streak of mad commitment, as their enterprise is not infuriating and millennial, but businesslike, mundane, and rational. And yet those who do such work are also prone to lose touch with reality, for in their universe the truth is ultimately what the client wants the world to think is true. Whatever cause they serve or goods they sell, effective propagandists must believe in it, or at least momentarily believe that they believe in it. Even he or she who propagates commodities must be to some extent a true believer. To advertise a product, you must believe in it. To convince, you must be convinced yourself, observes Marcel Bluestein-Blanchet, longtime head of Publicis, the giant French ad agency. I guess I really believe all those schmaltzy things that I say in the ads. It seems to have nothing to do with the hard headed strategies that I can work out for marketing products. Admits Shirley Polikoff, Clairol's legendary ad woman. Does she or doesn't she? Only her hairdresser knows for sure. And even in the magisterial Bernays, we note the tendency to let his client's need dictate the truth. Such is the major occupational hazard facing all full time propagandists. Even this most cautious and painstaking of professionals, whose celebrated title, Council on Public Relations, implied not just a heightened status, but a certain lawyerly impartiality. Bernays invented the authoritative seeming sponsoring committee as a way to hype his clients' wares. He first used this now venerable gimmick in early 1913, assembling a committee of physicians to approve the Broadway product of Eugene Brieux's play Damaged Goods, which dealt forthrightly with the issue of venereal disease. A few years later, he used the device again to sell American people on the hearty breakfast of fried eggs served on strips of bacon, whereas the old type of salesmanship would merely place a lot of ads exhorting everybody to eat more bacon because it is good, because it gives you energy, etc. Bernays' approach, as ever, was more scientific. The newer salesmanship, understanding the group structure of society and the principles of mass psychology, would first ask, who is it that influences the eating habits of the public? The answer obviously is the physicians. The new salesman will then suggest to the physician to say publicly that it is wholesome to eat bacon. He knows as a mathematical certainty that large numbers of persons will follow the advice of their doctors because he understands the psychological relation of dependence of men upon their physicians. This was all very well, and yet the impressive scientism of Bernays' way of selling bacon contradicts the inconvenient scientific fact that eating bacon has turned out to be not wholesome after all, what with its high fat content and cholesterol. Certainly, this risk was not yet clear to the American medical establishment when, in the mid-20s, Bernays pitched the hearty breakfast for the Beech Nut Packing Company It is significant, however, that, in his universe, it is preeminent consensus that determines what is true. This is not to fault him for relying on the doctors of his day, nor to suggest that he would have tried to underplay the risks of fatty food if he had known about them. Indeed, Bernays was in his regard exceptionally ethical. Once the toxic side effects of smoking had become impossible to talk away, Bernays not only gave up working for tobacco companies, but became a vocal critic of tobacco, lobbying staunchly, and unsuccessfully, to get the Public Relations Society of America to rejoin its members not to work in any way to spread the habit. Bernays can only be applauded for his scrupulous position, which reflected his lifelong commitment to a stringent code of ethics for all PR specialists. But the issue here is not so much ethical as epistemological. In a world under the influence of propaganda experts, how does costly truth get out into the world as truth? When is an idea no longer just a crackpot theory, a paranoid delusion of the left or the right, but something that must be, and finally is, accepted? Bernays' eventual stand on cigarettes was admirable indeed, especially considering his own prodigious work from the mid-30s for George Washington Hill's American Tobacco Company. The propagandist helped Hill sell a lot of Lucky Strikes. The risks of smoking were, however, evident before the anti-smoking propaganda started picking up momentum in the 50s. As early as 1941, the independent journalist George Seldes was intrepidly reporting on the pertinent medical discoveries in his tiny, muckraking journal, In Fact. With the exception of the Reader's Digest, no other American news source, print, or broadcast dared even to hint at what tobacco scientists were finding out. An advertising induced blackout that persisted, by and large, until the 70s. Such was the clout of the tobacco companies, which used Bernays' sort of propaganda genius to keep most people blithely unaware of what they were inhaling. Although Bernays did see the light about tobacco then, and did the honourable thing, the fact is that corporate propaganda squelches inconvenient journalistic enterprise, so that early warnings failed to resonate, and growing ills received no mass attention. As with the risks of smoking, so it has been until very recently with global warming, and so it is today with the carcinogenicity of the cell phones and the toxic side effects of fluoride, just to name a few underreported threats to public health. In all such cases, the investigative journalist is the propagandist's natural enemy, as the former serves the public interest, while the latter tends to work against it. Thus, Bernays expresses here a hostile view of muckraking journalism, which would always becloud the sunny view that he was hired to propagate. That view might be false or incomplete is a possibility that just does not come up in Propaganda, the book. Big business studies Big business studies every move which may express its true personality, the author writes, implying clearly that the corporate personality is always somehow likable, attractive, and benign, a notion as unsound as any Talmatic theorem or medieval superstition. Concerning cigarettes, the counter-propaganda finally overwhelmed the pro-tobacco propaganda that had long prevented any public talk about the actual effects of smoking. Other than Bernays' campaign, others of Bernays' campaigns were likewise meant to preempt all discussion, if not all conception, of some rational alternatives to the established ways of doing business. In 1929, for instance, Bernays mounted Light's Golden Jubilee. This grand occasion, featuring a much hyped joint appearance of the Thomas Edison and Henry Ford, was ostensibly an earnest and spontaneous celebration of the 50th anniversary of Edison's invention of the light bulb. In fact, the quote-unquote Jubilee was but a stroke of propaganda on behalf of General Electric and the National Electric Light Association, NELA, which was the secret means of GE's stranglehold on America's electrical power. From 1919 until 1934, NELA carried out the largest peacetime propaganda drive in US history, intended to discourage public ownership of the utilities. That private capital should wield complete control over the nation's power supply was a notion evidently not to be debated. Similarly, in 1953, Bernays helped put across the myth that Guatemala was a risk of communist subversion. We talked about that recently somewhere, I'm sure, off topic. A serviceable legend that the propagandists actually believed, as he makes clear in his memories. Bernays was memoirs, dumbass. Bernays was then employed by the United Fruit Company. I was talking about all this with Stu. Bernays was then employed by the United Fruit Company. Terrible, terrible people. Whose behest the Eisenhower administration used the CIA to overthrow the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. Thus was Guatemala forced to start its gruesome modern history of quasi-fascist oligarchy. I'd literally just had a whole fucking debate with Stu about this. Shout out to Stu. Like, this was like the day before yesterday. From that point on, the bananas and pineapples would continue to be safely picked by inexpensive native labor under the careful watch, with all the profits flowing north. The possibility of some other, less explosive, non-colonial arrangement was clearly not to be imagined by Bernays, just as United Fruit could not imagine it, and so it never could become a public issue here. And to this fucking day, it's not a fucking public issue.
Save it for the fucking
Right.
discussion.
And the closing of the introduction, considerably shorter, just a couple of pages and might be just enough time to... I'm going to finish the introduction before we move on to the discussion, okay? Apologies if I read too fast with some people. British people speak too fast.
You still got another...
8 minutes. As propaganda for its... Oh, yeah, I can't tell time. As propaganda for its author's services, propaganda, the book was no doubt successful, adding luster to Bernays' reputation in the business world, and thereby winning him new clients. His propaganda for reclaiming propaganda, the concept, on the other hand, this book did not succeed, nor could any book, or because it still hasn't, or for that matter, any other sort of propaganda, possibly have made that controversial word uncontroversial again, which we discussed in the first discussion point. By 1928, the world's troubling connotations had not faded. On the contrary, throughout the decade, there had been a gradual, disorienting revelation of just how systematically and how ingeniously the Allied governments had fooled the peoples of two great democracies, Great Britain and, in particular, the USA. I love this combination right here. That's why I chose this book. Once the thrill of victory had faded and the troops came home, if they came home at all, disfigured or disabled, and the reasons for the war were now less clear than they had seemed, the sordid details of the propaganda drive against the Hun began to circulate, spread far and wide in a belated flood of memoirs, reminiscences, published diaries, after-dinner speeches, and historical accounts. At first, the Allies' fatal trickery was reported and deplored only in such liberal journals as The New Republic. By mid-decade, the dispiriting truth about the wartime propaganda was the subject of several highly damning exposés in the Saturday Evening Post, a rightist organ widely spread. Throughout the press, propaganda, the book was now commonly condemned. The concept, propaganda, was now commonly condemned, and for the most part, not as some dark alien force unloosed upon our virgin culture by the Prussians and or Reds, but far worse, by propagandists of our own. Now it came to light, and at times the charges were hysterically exaggerated, that various US interests had colluded to mislead the people into a gratuitous slaughter overseas. Pro-British economic interests like the House of Morgan, weapons manufacturers, and anti-leftist groups, as well as all those common hucksters drawn into the service of the government. From the 20s up until the start of World War II, the word was even more pejorative, as it suggested not just lying, but betrayal. Thus, Bernays' position was eccentric. In the public eye, when this book of his came out in 1928, the same year saw the publication of another very different book on propaganda, Falsehood in Wartime, by the British MP Arthur Ponsonby. It's got a weird name. It's a straightforward catalogue of all the major falsehoods propagated by the Allied governments. Check it out. Ponsonby refutes each lie, explaining also how and why it was devised and spread. That book created quite a furore on its publication in both Britain and America, Bernays' cunning propaganda failed to resonate as strongly as this other, blunter book, which seemed the ultimate summation of the case against the craft that Bernays tried throughout his life to justify. The propagandist was no loser at his game, however. True, the word remains simplistically pejorative, and is used today, right? Bernays' sanguine view on propaganda, furthermore, and the sophistry of his often of and the sophistry that he often used to make his arguments, put him on the weak side of debates in public, and earned him much contemptuous abuse from those appalled by the deceitfulness and tawdry aims of corporate propaganda. There were many more such critics in the 20s and the 30s than there are today, and their critiques were publicly accessible, far more than they are today. Given Bernays' own priorities, however, such treatment was unlikely to have hurt him much. The audience that he most cared about, it seems, was not the public, and surely not those intellectuals who so despised his craft. He wrote for those who understood the value of that craft, and could afford to make it work for them. Even as the people, understandably, distrusted propaganda, the concept, more and more, propaganda was becoming even more pervasive as its sponsors marveled at its victories. In fact, Bernays notes in his book, its use is growing as efficiency in gaining public support is recognized. That propaganda easily seduces even those whom it most horrifies is a paradox that Bernays grasped completely, and it is one that we must try at last to understand if we want to change the world that Edward Bernays, among others, made for us. And that's why I read the introduction. It's important to note, like I said before, that Bernays was privy to the staunch rightist, capitalist, fascist propaganda world, and knows the names of the people and the actions of the governments. But this book serves for a moment of reflection on how our modern society was created, in the same way that the Communist Manifesto does in a Marxist way, which is why that was another one of my options, but I chose this one in the end, because this is sociological, socio-political. It's about the people who created the strings that people use to control the system.
Okay, so you got about 7 minutes on your read time. Do you want to go ahead and take that up, or do you wanna...
I've concluded the introduction, so
you just want to cut it off at the introduction for now and go into discussion.
Well, I can begin reading and I can stop. See, my time says it's bang on.
There's one big part of that introduction I want to get
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let me know when I can.
Let's get into it now. That's why I concluded there, because as of that point forward, we begin propaganda. A good stretch. So, let's go.
A good stretch.
I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good rest of the stream, everybody. Much love to you, Kai. Much love to everybody that's chilling. Oh, no mod badge. I'm a terrible person. I'll do that now.
First and foremost, it's very interesting to listen to the history of propaganda while a conversation about kinks goes on in my chat.
I
so that's
it.
Interesting. I find that actually turns out I'm actually a little bit better than I thought I would be at typing in my chat and listening to you. I found that I actually thought that I wouldn't be able to do it. Turns out I can to an extent. It seems like, though, that there is going to be a theme of me latching onto one part of what you read and then wanting to talk about that and just holding it.
Mate, I'm reading it, and I had that like 3-4 times throughout reading that.
And for me, when they touch on the propaganda of the tobacco industry, especially the American tobacco industry, where in the mid to late 60s, there was a bit of a fight amongst lobbyist groups. Shit. All right. Give me a second.
Yeah,
My
it's all
wife
good.
just got home, texted me that she needs a little bit of help. I need to help her bring some shit in. Give me 2 seconds.
Alora, what's Alora? What did it? Alora 1812. Chicken Steve still chilling. Who we got going on? Cooler Jack, I love tobacco and Dio. Did I hear dogs? Yeah, the dogs are kicking off. Because the dog mothers come home. I'm an inhaler of toxins also, but you know, like, tobacco lobbying is an entity in and of its own. I love it when ladies bark at me, so sexy. I'd love to get my balls in your jaw. So I take it you guys both know one another or revolve in the same circles. That's supposed to be private. No, 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 no. It's all right. Nothing's private here. That's the point of open discussion. Just lay it out on the table or in a jaw. You know, like, whatever your preference is, as long as it's consensual and safe. It's fine by me. You're in Kronos' chat. Kronos doesn't care about that. He was having a conversation about kinks during that whole thing. It's time for my emote. Well, I'm not going to encourage sexing in balls during discussion time, but, you know, I'm also not going to kink shame you.
Just went out, but you can if you want. If they want out, you can take them out. Come on, guys. Go, Zena. Dumbass.
Do we have any opinions on... I suppose, I mean, that pretty much conclusively lines up the history of propaganda and its mechanism in, you know, post-World War I society up to modern times. It's also important to know that Edward Bernays, kind of like Dante, is writing, although it's in the factual context, he is essentially writing a story of his own device.
Okay. Time a hug. I have to go back to work. Love you. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, just got back to the gym. Oh my, what a pump. I need to shower. Yeah. Get your shower after leg day. Okay, so back to the propaganda of tobacco. You still here, Z?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the mid to late 60s, there was actually a big legislative fight in the United States because it was in the 60s, I believe, that it was scientifically proven that there's no such thing as a healthy cigarette. For you young bucks in all the chats, I understand how that might seem like a stupid thing, right? Like, oh, of course there's no such thing as a healthy cigarette. But there was a time especially when tobacco industry wanted to combat the idea that using their product would literally kill you.
Especially thanks to Edward Bernays, who encouraged physicians to advocate the smoking of tobacco and the use of products which were later believed to be intoxicating, such as the breakfast campaign.
Because and especially in relation to this, you'll see exactly when the propaganda kicks in, because when it comes to propaganda, you'll find that the people propagating it, you'll find that they know to an extent how to pick and choose their battles. So when they started linking cigarette smoking to cancer, the tobacco industry and the propagandists that they employed were like, yeah, that's correct. That's why you should smoke a filtered cigarette, which is healthy.
Healthier, yeah.
No, no, no.
Just better
They
for
said
it. They do. Back in the day, they
they
used to
flat
tell
out
you that it
said
was straight
healthy,
up good for you to smoke, that it was good for you.
to the point that there was a lawsuit. What is this? Oh, her passies. To the point that there were lawsuits in Congress that eventually made it to where it was illegal to say that there was a healthier
Mm-hmm.
cigarette, like there versus a healthy. That is, I like the mustache. You can keep the fucking teeth.
It was a 3-pack.
I know. I guess we got our Halloween teeth. But and this is a perfect textbook example of that propaganda is very rarely used for the betterment of mankind, isn't it?
I feel like just the idea of propaganda is very rarely used in the right context, to be fair. In the very clinical and cold context of factuality, a job that people do to admonish a desire to swage an individual, as they say in the book, you know?
I would be interested in seeing. I would challenge you to find me a case where propaganda
Oh, I don't believe there.
wasn't being used to advance capitalism or capitalistic gains.
Well, I don't think. Well, I don't necessarily think that it's just capitalistic, because I mean, the whole point of this is that a lot of Bernays' clients were. Well,
Industry leaders,
okay. A lot of
corporate
Bernays' clients
overlords.
were corporate and military and political, but propaganda as a mechanism is something that's used in modern times to a lot of different extents. That's why there's a whole section in
You
the
have to get the public
introduction.
on your side, otherwise they won't buy your product.
This is why there's like a whole section about like ads and ad men and stuff like that, and how they use the same tactic. And granted, some of advertising and media and movies, like we touched on in the previous discussion point, Hollywood is a propaganda machine that is essentially run by the government, right? But typically,
Run by the.
well, not run by the. You know what I mean? I'm not creating
That's
conspiracies.
really dependent on what era of Hollywood you're looking at.
It's like people they don't. Yeah, what I mean though is that like
Obviously
it's
the
not
Red
100%
Scare
free.
era of
It's,
Hollywood was propaganda propagated by the government.
do you remember when we
but-
talked about?
Because you mentioned McCarthy in that reading.
Do you remember when we were in my stream the other day and I was playing New World and we were talking about like groups and we were talking about Hollywood and film and stuff, and you made mention of the group, and I said the same group that put all of the communists who were also directors and screenwriters, the Screen Actors Guild, who put all of the communists in the country who were directors and screenwriters on the blacklist.
Shout out by the way, for anybody in chat that has a Netflix subscription, if you want a really good movie about the Red Scare in Hollywood, Trumbo. It's so good.
I linked Stu up with that the other day as well, my dude. That's what I was getting at the other day.
Good.
My dude, it's one thing to have.
Where he looks at John Wayne and he's like, well, in this time frame, I was in France documenting the liberation of Paris. Where were you again? Oh, hey, before you punch me, let me just take my glasses off first. Go ahead. Click, 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 click as all the cameras go off.
But this is the point I make. Like, that's... It's led by government stigmas.
It's easy to look at that era of American filmmaking.
Not just that era, but any era. Like we're trying to. These are the stigmas that we're trying to break out of. Modern film disagrees with that. And that's a good thing.
Well, I guess I can kind of see where you're coming from due to the fact that we are legitimately only talking about blanket propaganda. We are not in this discussion. As I just realized, we're not differentiating between good and bad propaganda.
No, this is why.
I think
bad. Yeah, exactly. This is my point. This is what's really important, and this is what the whole of that introduction serves to state. We're not trying in this moment in time to differentiate between good and bad propaganda. I reiterate that all of their definitions of the word propaganda are clinical, and it's Edward Bernays who, in his own definition, tries to define it as clinical and define himself as unattached.
it's scientific by its own definition. What we need to do is accept that propaganda is neither good nor evil, but a mechanism. And then we can discuss the things that the mechanism is being used to create and whether those things are good or bad. Because what the book is about to touch on is the way that propaganda is demonstrated in every part of life. And I will very quickly like to point out that art and science, education, and propaganda in social service are all at the end of the book and rather short.
Okay, I was about to say, because like when you said science, and I'm like, B, like, I can't wait to see where that goes. Let me see that propaganda science.
Bernays prefaces it as he as having a scientific method in his implementation of propaganda. And there's already been a couple examples of his scientific method when he was selling pianos to Mozart, or when he was selling bacon and eggs to the public by encouraging physicians to encourage the public.
For me, what I keep coming back to in my head, and what I haven't really voiced much because I feel like it's just going to put us into a merry-go-round conversation, but what keeps coming into my head is, what are we considering propaganda? Is the hero smoking a cigarette propaganda?
Yeah.
Because for all the cigarette smokers out there, I can't speak for all of you, but back when I was a heavy smoker, I saw somebody smoking in a movie while I was watching that movie, and it made me want to light up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could go for a cigarette right now. Yeah,
I'm rolling up, dude, as we have this discussion. I can't sit here and read about all of that and not roll up. I'm like, cool. Jack in the comments was saying like,
but is that propaganda?
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, like, not all executions of individual A in movie A smoking said cigarette is an example of propaganda, but an individual smoking a cigarette in a movie being shown to a number of people is and or can be an example of propaganda as a mechanism or a tool. It's an example of the application. If it's being applied for that purpose, then yes, it's an example of the application of propaganda.
But for me, I'm definitely, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm definitely staying away from a lot of political propaganda, in just simply because of the fact that I live in America, where anything left of Republican is being called a communist right now, which is blatant propaganda on the right's half.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's not a discussion I want to get into, because to me there's no value to be taken from there.
Well, there's always value in open and educated discussion, and to be fair, even in the introduction to this book, does the person who's doing the introduction make several mentions to...
What I mean when I say that, though, is just that, like, there's no value to be taken from there, because at that point, especially, like, the context I'm speaking of is from a modern context where, you know, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden are called communist, and neither of those things apply to either of them. But Joe Biden is on the world political spectrum, the current president of the United States would fall under conservative.
I get what you're saying, and I'd like to throw this out there as well, as it's somewhat relevant. Edward Bernays was born in 1891 and died in 1995.
Right. And I don't want to get into a conversation that devolves into just debunking.
No, well, I mean, the discussion time is like an open discussion. We only have like a certain amount of time to discuss.
There's a good deal of like, especially in modern times, like propaganda. The quality of our propaganda has gone down the shitter. For better or for worse, especially in my country. The quality of our propaganda isn't there to convince anybody that thinks differently. It's not
no.
People over to your side.
It's there to just win over.
Propaganda was there for.
Yeah.
Propaganda, especially in America in the past, was designed to sway people to your side. to your way of thinking.
Yeah, to your sort
in a
of.
lot of ways. A good example of American political propaganda that did this would be during the civil rights movement of the 60s, where all the anti-integration politicians were spreading propaganda using crime figures from the incredibly impoverished black neighborhoods that were over-policed to say that, well, look at the crime rate in Harlem. Do you really want that spreading to your school district? That was that was an awful thing to do, but, and this is going to sound terrible, please don't clip this, that was good propaganda. Good propaganda doesn't lie to you, it just misrepresents the facts.
Good as an effective and
Whereas
non-deceitful propaganda.
today's American political propaganda just lies to you.
I feel like governments and or governing bodies use propagandists and propaganda to create a lifestyle that they want their citizens to lead, because they feel like that lifestyle advocates their ability to in decision making in more political decisions. You know what I mean? So like the reason I said his date of birth and the day that he dies is because Edward Bernays has been such a big and important player.
I actually was it was actually on my list of things to ask you of when he died.
He died in
I'm really happy to
1995.
know he died in 95.
So he
that
was
gives a hell of a lot of context as to the time period that he was in and what he was doing.
So the book itself was written in 28, but he was there for everything from then till now. You know what I mean? Modern history, as we discuss it frequently, included Edward Bernays, a name that most people are likely unfamiliar with, despite the fact...
I never learned about it.
Exactly.
This is literally the first I'm hearing his name is this strange.
And this book is about to blow your fucking mind, because Edward Bernays, from then into 1995, was in association, direct counsel, or being paid for direct counsel, or to fulfill tasks for individuals in that time period, modern history, our government, our leaders.
I also think it is needed to be said that like obviously our countries,
governments, sorry,
no countries,
no, I was correcting myself, our governments and leaders
have like propaganda never stopped. They got worse at it. They did definitely get shittier at the propaganda, didn't they? At least in my view.
Yeah, probably.
It just became the propaganda devolved into what we in America call mudslinging.
Mm-hmm.
You're just slinging mud on somebody's name. Yeah, just to dirty the name and muddy the waters. That's what American propaganda, a lot of it has devolved down into. That's why in America there's such just blanket terms like universal health care is socialism, completely ignoring all the democratic non-socialist nations such as your own that have what do y'all call it? The DHS?
The NHS, the National Healthcare System.
National Healthcare Service. You're not a socialist nation, though.
We're a draconian, quasi-capitalist, monarchy, democratic nation.
So. And to go off of a governmental view, a government would say you're just a pro-capitalist democracy.
Yeah, we are. Capitalist democratic nation, yeah. With a queen, just because it's good for tourism or some shit. That's how they sell it.
Yeah. You have a what do you call it? Constitutional monarchy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not a fucking.
I agree with, by the way. Like I'm totally happy with how the UK does that, because there's very clear fucking set in stone hard lines drawn in what the monarchy
they can't
is
do
even
anything.
allowed to fucking comment on.
They can't do anything.
I wouldn't go that far. They're still the head of the church.
Yeah, well, okay, no, like, yeah, but the royal family and, like, the church's involvement in the government, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not even legally allowed to offer opinions.
Listen,
to the Prime Minister.
Outside of religion, because, I mean, quite frankly, religion and state are not things that should be mixed, right? The royal family, from a political perspective, has zero fucking actual say in reality. That's the truth of it. We just have I want to just call them traditions, because I disrespect the idea of tradition. The idea of tradition is unhealthy. It's not good for you, and it's another mechanism that's used to encourage certain behaviors. But at the end of the day, the monarchy undergoes traditions and rituals throughout the political process, and that is an end to it. You know what I mean?
Right. But
They don't. They just
it
don't affect it.
it is. I think, at least in my country, the last bit of effect. Well, what I would consider effective propaganda was probably during the Bill Clinton administration. Um, and the only reason I say that is because there's such a clear juxtaposition. You have Bill Clinton that spent his entire presidency being hounded over things like affairs that he had while he was a governor and such as that, used against him, whereas none of those people that spoke out against that action, none of them dared and still won't dare to make the same slanderous claims and derogatory statements about someone like John F. Kennedy, who had so many affairs that his wife almost divorced him. Like he made Jackie Kennedy, JFK made Jackie Kennedy's wife or life a living hell with the amount of affairs that he had. Jackie Kennedy, JFK's wife, is like almost one of the, in my opinion, one of the textbook examples of a very subtle type of domestic abuse. Nobody gave a fuck politically.
Yeah, and propaganda
Nobody
is
cared.
used there to conceal or admonish the facts and to keep it hidden from the view of the public. A propagandist.
It wasn't though. It wasn't even really kept hidden.
Yeah, but
It was a common
somebody had a
fact. It was a
somebody.
common known. It was a household knowledge that JFK. It was a household common fact during the 60s in JFK's presidency that he had a lot of affairs.
But it was 100% somebody or somebody's job to manage this population's like perception of said situation. You know what I mean? And you can never be sure how much
Yes and
information
no.
you're
Back
getting.
then, nobody cared.
Or
Back then, I'm not going to go so far as to say back then that the American people didn't care, but back then, even JFK's rivals in the political field
yeah, we're not using it against them.
did not find it substantial
And
enough.
that can very much be a cultural thing, like a times belief of the time.
A lot of it was, but even more of it was political. In the 90s, when Bill Clinton was president, that was what the opposition had. They didn't have like they couldn't go after Bill Clinton the way they went after JFK because the civil rights movement had happened. Can't go after Bill Clinton on civil rights and how he's ruining the country by advancing civil rights, even though he didn't advance civil rights. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So instead, they went after his personal failings, which I would argue to an extent that unless your argument is that you shouldn't hold office if you're not a person of character, if that's your argument, okay, you have good grounds to stand on for that. And I can agree with you actually on that. I took the same stance with Trump. That like
Trump is an example of how
do you not want a man of character in office versus somebody who was with a prostitute while their child was being born.
Modern leadership is a fine example of how propaganda's changed over the years, as well as like our modern humans' ability to perceive or just not give a fuck about certain behaviors that our leaders display.
I'm very curious. I would like to see I would like to hear anybody's thoughts on whether or not they feel that in modern times, if propaganda hasn't just flat out devolved into just misinformation.
Yeah, to make a little joke here, I'd be willing to bet that it's around about 1995 that things started to devolve.
Right? Because, I mean, seriously, think about it. Like, what we would consider propaganda today is just blatant misinformation.
Yeah, I mean, our perception of the concept of propaganda, to put it back to the point of the book, like Edward Bernays consistently throughout his career was trying to re-admire propaganda, change the perception of propaganda, remind people that it's like, it's a factual thing, not an evil thing. You know what I mean? But the perception of
Yeah.
propaganda has not, I don't want to say cannot, but still has not been changed. You know what I mean? And
If I had to point to a concrete example of modern day propaganda, now unfortunately, I wish I had some left wing examples to give you,
dude,
but I don't.
It's gone back to like wartime opinion of propaganda. I feel
Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro
God.
is.
Here we go.
But so we got about 3 minutes before I do my reading. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
All right, no worries. Just to let you know, I will be that'll be probably the last reading from my stream will be you doing your next segment. Put us on a BRB screen. We all good. We chilling. We vibing. Propaganda. Well, just I'll finish up that little thought that I was sort of halfway through there. Edward Bernays obviously tried and wanted to encourage the perception of propaganda to change and was unable to do so in and of himself. But the book is written and summarized by Mark Christopher Miller, the gentleman that actually did the introduction for the book, as saying that it's something that we must still try and understand. You know what I mean? If we want to be able to change the world that we now live in modern times, that was created for us by said propagandist Edward Bernays and the people that he was hired by to do certain things. You know what I mean? All the different shit that the book's going to go on to tackle. I hope everybody's still vibing and have enjoyed themselves this far. We've been going for a little while now, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yee. We'll do one more reading when Kronos comes back. I'm going to have to time my stuff up. But for those of you who have enjoyed yourself so far, 2 weeks from now we will be doing this again, hopefully with Crown Day Live as well. Shout out to Crown Day Live. It's going to be a slightly different format, as I've mentioned. Anybody who's still hanging in at this point and like lurking probably has heard me say this like 8 times now. But 2 weeks from now, we will be back again, at it again. But hopefully with some viewer-submitted texts, excerpts, stories, poems, self-written, read, and inspired by. Just finished taking a shower. I need to make some food. I stayed alert. Thank you for the alert, my dude. It's always appreciated. Obviously, everything will be proofread, but we encourage people to submit anything that they've done themselves that they're proud of, or that they've read and been influenced by, or think is poignant and worth sharing with others.
All right, so as you said, after this read and discussion, it'll be your last one.
Your one is my last one, my guy. I'm gonna be present for this section, and then I'm gonna bring my stuff to a close.
Well, you're sticking around for the discussion, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Bet. So, we now get to start onto Canto 3, titled The Vestibule of Hell, also known as The Opportunist. Starts out with the poets pass the gate of hell, and are immediately assailed by cries of anguish. Dante sees the first of the souls in torment. Sorry, I'm over here trying to pour a beer. Dante sees the first of the souls in torment. They are the opportunist. Those souls who in life were neither for good nor evil, but only for themselves. Mixed with them are those outcasts who took no sides in the rebellion of the angels. They are neither in hell nor out of it. Eternally unclassified, they race round and round, pursuing a wavering banner that runs forever, for them through the dirty air. And as they run, they are pursued by swarms of wasps and hornets, who sting them and produce a constant flow of blood and putrid matter, which trickles down the bodies of the sinners and is feasted upon by loathsome worms and maggots who coat the ground. The law of Dante's hell is the law of symbolic retribution. As they sinned, so are they punished. They took no sides, therefore they are given no place. As they pursued the ever-shifting illusion of their own advantage, changing their courses with every changing wind, so they pursue eternally an elusive, ever-shifting banner. As their sin was a darkness, so they move in darkness. As their own guilty conscience pursued them, so they are pursued by swarms of wasps and hornets. And as their actions were immoral filth, so they run eternally through the filth of worms and maggots which they themselves feed. Dante recognizes several, among them Pope Celestine V. But without delaying to speak to any of these souls, the poets move on to Acheron, the first of the rivers of hell. Here the newly arrived souls of the damned gather and wait for monstrous Charon to ferry them over to punishment. Charon recognizes Dante as a living man and angrily refuses him passage. Virgil forces Charon to serve them, but Dante swoons with terror and does not reawaken until he is on the other side. I am the way into the city of woe. I am the way to a forsaken people. I am the way into eternal sorrow. Sacred justice moved my architect. I was raised here by divine omnipotence, primordial love, and ultimate intellect. Only those elements time cannot wear were made before me, and beyond time I stand. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. These mysteries I read cut into stone above a gate, and turning I said, Master, what is the meaning of this harsh inscription? And he then, as initiate to novice, here you must put by all division of spirit, and gather your soul against all cowardice. This is the place I told you to expect. Here you shall pass among the fallen people, souls who have lost the good of intellect. So saying, he put forth his hand to me, and with a gentle and encouraging smile, he led me through the gate of mystery. Here sighs and cries and wails, coiled and recoiled on the starless air, spilling my soul to tears. A confusion
She's yours for a minute.
What?
She's yours for a minute.
Okay, does she want a bottle still?
Yeah. I want a break and a pump. I'm about to have her all dang night again.
I hear you. Please close the door on the way out.
Yeah.
Not in the corner, there's the place I told you to exposure. You show them, I'm following people. So saying, he put forth his hand to me. I know. So saying, he put forth his hand to me, and with a gentle and encouraging smile, he led me through the gate of mystery. Here sighs and cries and wails, coiled and recoiled on the starless air, spilling my soul to tears. A confusion of tongues and monstrous accents toiled in pang and anger. Voices hoarse and shrill and sounds of blows, all intermingled, raised tumult and pandemonium that still whirls on the air, forever dirty with it, as if a whirlwind sucked at sand. And I, holding my head in horror, cried, "Sweet spirit, what souls are these who run through this black haze?" And he to me, "These are the nearly soulless whose lives concluded neither blame nor praise. They are mixed here with that despicable corps of angels who are neither for God nor Satan, but only for themselves. The high Creator scourged them from heaven for its perfect beauty, and hell will not receive them, since the wicked might feel some glory among them." And I say, "Master, what gnaws at them so hideously? Their lamentation struns the very air." "They have no hope of death," he answered me, "and in their blind and unattaining state, their miserable lives have sunk so low that they must envy every other fate. No word of them survives their living season. No mercy and justice deny them, even a name. Let us not speak of them. Look and pass on." I saw a banner there upon the mist. Do you want the bottle? No? You just got the hiccups? Okay. I saw a banner upon the mist. Circling and circling, it seemed to scorn all pause. So it ran on, and still behind it pressed. A never-ending rout of souls in pain. I had not thought death had undone so many as passed before me in that mournful train. And some I knew among them. Last of all, I recognized the shadow of that soul who in his cowardice made the great denial. At once I understood for certain. These were the retrograde and faithless crew, hateful to God and to his enemies. These wretches, never born and never dead, ran naked in a swarm of wasps and hornets that goaded them the more and more they fled, or that goaded them the more they fled, and made their faces stream with bloody gouts of pus and tears that dribbled to their feet to be swallowed by lonesome worms and maggots. Then, looking onward, I made out a throng assembled on the beach of a wide river. Whereupon I turned to him. "Master, I long to know what souls these are, and what strange usage makes them as eager to cross as they seem to be in this infected light." At which the sage states, "All this shall be made known to you when we stand on the joyless beach of Acheron." And I cast down my eyes, sensing a reprimand. in what he said, a reprimand in what he said, and so walked at his side in silence and ashamed until we came through the dead cavern to that sunless tide. There, streaming towards us in an ancient ferry, came an old man with a white bush of hair, bellowing, "Woe to you, depraved souls! Bury here and forever all hope of paradise. I come to lead you to the other shore, into the eternal dark, into fire and ice. And you who are living yet, I say, begone from those who are dead." But when he saw me stand against his violence, he began again. Hey, no spitting up. Can we? I know. Well, stop the vomiting. But when he saw me stand against his violence, he began again. "By other windings and by other steerage shall you cross to that other shore. Not here, not here. A lighter craft than mine must give you passage." And my guide to him, "Quran, bite back your spleen. This has been willed where what is willed must be, and is not yours to ask what they mean." Cool. The steersman of that marsh of ruined souls, who wore a wheel of flame around each eye, stifled the rage that shook his woolly jowls. But those unmanned and naked spirits there turned pale with fear, and their teeth began to chatter at sound of his crude bellow. In despair they blasphemed God, their parents, their time on earth, the race of Adam, and the day and the hour and the place and the seed and the womb that gave them birth. But all together they drew to that grim shore, where all must come who lose fear of God. Weeping and cursing, they come forevermore. And demon Quran, with eyes like burning coals, held them in, and with a whistling oar flails on the stragglers to his wake of souls. As leaves in autumn loosen and stream down until the branch stands bare above the tatters spread on the rustling ground, so one by one the evil seed of Adam in its fall cast themselves at his signal from the shore and streamed away like birds who hear their call. So they are gone over that shadowy water, and always before they reach the other shore, a new noise stirs on this, and new throngs gather. "My son," the courteous master said to me, "all who die in the shadow of God's wrath converge to this from every clime and country. All that pass over eagerly for here, divine justice transforms and spurs them, so their dread turns wish. They yearn for what they fear. No soul in grace comes ever to this crossing. Therefore, if Quran rages at your presence, you will understand the reason for his cursing." When he had spoken, all the twilight country shook so violently, the terror of it bathes me with sweat in every memory. The tear-soaked ground gave out a sigh of wind that spewed itself into flame on the red sky, and all of my shattered senses left me, blind like one whom... Bless you. You got another one? Neat. Blind like one whom sleep comes over in a swoon, I stumbled into darkness. and went down. I got time to go into the next canto?
You got 15 minutes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I definitely got time. So this is Canto 4. We are officially into Circle 1. Dante wakes to find himself across Acheron. The poets are now on the brink of hell itself, which Dante conceives as a great funnel-shaped cave lying below the northern hemisphere with its bottom point at the Earth's center. Around this great circular depression runs a series of ledges, each of which Dante calls a circle. Each circle is assigned to the punishment of one category of sin. As soon as Dante's strength returns, the poets begin to cross the first circle. Here they find the virtuous pagans. They were born without the light of Christ's revelation, and therefore they cannot come into the light of God. But they are not tormented. Their only pain is that they have no hope. Ahead of them, Dante sights a great dome of light, and a voice trumpets through the darkness, welcoming Virgil back. For this is his eternal place in hell. Immediately, the great poets of all time appear: Homer, Horace, Ovid, and Lucan. They greet Virgil, and they make Dante a sixth in their company. With them, Dante enters the citadel of human reason and sees before his eyes the master souls of pagan antiquity gathered on a green and illuminated by the radiance of human reason. This is the highest state man can achieve without God, and the glory of it dazzles Dante. But he knows also that it is nothing compared to the glory of God. A monstrous clap of thunder broke apart the swoon that stuffed my head. Like one awakened by violent hands, I leapt up with a start, and having risen, rested, and renewed, I studied out the landmarks of the gloom to find my bearings there as best I could. And I soon found I stood on the very brink of the valley called the Dolorous Abyss. The Dolorous Abyss. The desolate chasm where rolls the thunder of hell's eternal cry, so depthless, deep, nebulous, and dim that stare as I might into its frightful pit, it gave me back no feature and no bottom. Death pale, the poet spoke. Now, let us go into the blind world waiting here below us. I will lead the way, and you shall follow. And I, sick with alarm at his new pallor, cried out, how can I go this way when you, who are my strength and doubt, turn pale with terror? And he, the pain of these below us here drains the color from my face for pity, and leaves this parlor you mistake for fear. Now let us go, for a long road awaits us. And so he entered, and so he led me into the first circle and ledge of the abyss. No tortured wailing rose to greet us here, but sounds of sighing rose from every side, sending a tremor through the timeless air. A grief breathed out by untormented sadness, the passive state of those who dwelled apart, men, women, and children, a dim and endless congress. And the master said to me, you do not question what souls these are that suffer here before you? I wish you to know before you travel on. Or I wish you to know before you travel on that these were sinless, and still their merits fail, for they lacked baptism's grace, which is the door of the true faith you were born into. Their birth fell before the age of Christian mysteries, and so they did not worship God's Trinity in fullest duty. I am one of these. For such defects are we lost, though spared the fire and suffering hell, in one affliction only, that without hope we live on in desire. Thought how many worthy souls there were suspended in that limbo, and a weight closed on my heart for what the noblest suffer. Instruct me, master and most noble sir, I prayed him then, better to understand the perfect creed that conquers every error. Or better to understand the perfect creed that conquers every error, has any, by his own or another's merit, gone ever from this place to blessedness. He sensed my inner question and he answered it. I was still new to this estate of tears when a mighty one descended here among us, crowned with the sign of his victorious years. He took from us the shade of our first parent, of Abel, his pure son, of ancient Noah, of Moses, the bringer of law, the obedient, Father Abraham, David the king, Israel with his father and his children, Rachel, the holy vessel of his blessing, and many more he chose for elevation among the elect. And before these you must know, no human soul has ever won salvation. We had not paused as he spoke, but held our road and passed meanwhile beyond a press of souls, crowded like trees in a thick wood. And when we had not traveled far from where I woke, when I made out a radiance before us that struck away a hemisphere of dark, we were still some distance back in the long night, yet near enough that I half saw, half sensed, what quality of souls lived in that light. O ornament of wisdom and art, what souls are these whose merit lights their way even in hell? What joy sets them apart? And he to me, the signature of honor they left on earth is recognized in heaven, and wins them ease in hell out of God's favor. And he spoke, a voice rang, and as he spoke, a voice rang on the air, honor the Prince of Poets, the soul and glory that went from us returns. Here he is, here is he. The cry ceased and the echo passed from hearing. I saw four mighty presences come towards us, and with neither joy nor sorrow in their bearing. Note well, my master said as they came on, that soul that leads the rest with sword in hand as if he were their captain and champion. It is Homer, singing master of the earth. Next after him is Horace, the satirist. Ovid is third, and Lucan is the fourth. Are you wanting your bottle again? Is that what's up? Let me help you out. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Since all of these have part in the high name the voice proclaimed, calling me Prince of Poets, the honor that they do me honors them. And so I saw gathered at the edge of light the masters of that highest school whose song outsoars all others, like an eagle's flight. And after they had talked together a while, they turned and welcomed me most graciously, at which I saw my approving master smile. You okay?
I feel the same way.
I got a page and a half. I can do this.
You're good, you got time.
Let me see if I can calm this. There we go. And they honored me far beyond courtesy, for they included me in their own number, making me sixth in that high company. So we moved toward the light, and as we passed, we spoke of things as well omitted here as it was sweet to touch on there. At last we reached the base of the great citadel, circled by 7 towering battlements, and by a sweet brook flowing round them all. This we passed over as if it were firm ground. Through 7 gates I entered with those sages, and came to green meadow blooming around. There with a solemn and majestic poise, stood many people gathered in the light, speaking infrequently and with muted voices. Past that enameled green, we 6 withdrew into a luminous and open height, from which each soul among them stood in view. And there, directly before me on the green, the master of souls of time were shown to me. I glory in the glory I have seen. Electra stood in a great company, among whom I saw Hector and Aeneas, and Caesar in armor with his falcon's eye. I saw Camilla and the Queen Amazon across the field. I saw the Latin king seated there with his daughter by his throne, and the good Brutus who overthrew the Tarquin, Lucrezia, Julia, Marcia, and Cornelia, and by himself apart, the Saladin. And raising my eyes a little, I saw on high Aristotle, the master of those who know, ringed by the great souls of philosophy. All wait upon him for their honor and his.
Do you want some food before I take her back?
No, I'll be done in about 45 minutes or less. We fed, we burped, we fussed.
We're still fussing.
We're still fussing. Where was I? Where's my son Aristotle? There we go. All wait upon him for their honor and his. I saw Socrates and Plato at his side, before all others there. Democritus, who ascribes the world to chance, Diogenes, and with him there, Thales, Anaxagoras, Zeno, Heraclitus, Empedocles, fucking Greeks. And I saw the wise collector and analyst, Dioscorides. I saw Orpheus there, Tully, Linnaeus, Seneca, the moralist, Euclid, the geometer, Plotomia, Hippocrates, Galen, Avicenna, and Averroes of the great commentary. I cannot count so much nobility. My longer theme pursues me so that often the word falls short of the reality. The company of 6 is reduced by 4. My master leads me by another road, and out of that serenity to the roar and trembling air of hell, I pass from light and into the kingdom of eternal night. And that's the end of that canto.
And that lines up perfectly.
That winds up. So there's actually a hell of a lot there to unpack, isn't there?
Yeah, I think, but it's fairly easy with Dante's Inferno.
A lot of it is easy.
A lot
of it is easy.
We start
Canto,
with Canto 3, I guess, and then move forward.
I actually think we'll have an easier time starting with Canto 4.
Right, yeah, because I mean it is just a list essentially.
Right, Canto 4 is kind of a justification, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Of all the people that you would argue deserve paradise.
Non-virtuous. Sorry, the
No,
virtuous
virtuous
non.
pagans.
Yeah, the virtuous non-Christian or the virtuous pagans.
And it even says in there that were it not for the fact that they did not receive. And in fact, I think it does a good job. Was it in Canto 3? Was it? No, it is in the 4th canto that they even, and I'll never forget that, like, the very first time I read this, it blew my mind. And to this day, it still kind of surprises me that Noah, Moses,
Adam, Abel,
several,
Noah, Moses, Abraham, David, and Rachel.
several heavily Christian or Jewish figures from the Bible, and well, I can say for fact from the Bible, but I believe Moses is in. Excuse me. I believe Moses is in the Torah too. Isn't that what the Jewish Bible is called? The Torah.
The Kabbalah, the Torah, the Kabbalah is the Torah is what they read from, right? And then the Kabbalah is like the teachings of the Judeo faith.
But Moses is in the Jewish teachings as well. I believe
it's a Christian esque like faith. Well, Judeo Christianity was the arching Christian faith.
The number one thing they all have in common is they're all Old Testament too.
Exactly. There's actually there's a moment where Virgil, Dante has a conversation with Virgil and asks if anybody's ever left limbo. And those people that you just mentioned are within the list of people that Virgil states that he saw Jesus, a mighty one, descend into limbo and take with him Adam, Abel, Noah, Moses, Abraham, David, and Rachel, who was mentioned earlier. And there's a thing probably in the book there that you have somewhere called Limbo of the Patriarchs. And basically, Jesus takes them all into his forgiving arms and leaves hell with them and brings them to heaven. And the event is known as the harrowing of hell.
Right, and to me, so
Hawk James.
I just have to touch on the fact that in Dante's mind, at some point, fucking Moses was in hell.
Yep. Yeah, he outwardly says it. Not just Moses, but yeah, all of them. Noah, my dude. Yeah. Moses, the father of them all. Noah, the one chosen by like God to hear the word of God.
And like, well, for me, Moses is the one that is the most
yeah, of course,
surprising.
yeah, because he literally births like all of these guys.
He literally led the Hebrews out of Egypt, like holy, like you could almost say Moses was the start of Orthodox Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
So for him to have ended up in hell,
isn't it Abraham, not Moses? Abraham and Moses, like, are both end up there.
Specifically say
he
Abraham.
Talks about Abraham, Adam, Abel, Noah, Moses, Abraham, David, and Rachel are all mentioned by Virgil as being saved, as being like the first of those who were specifically chosen by Jesus to be brought up into heaven out of limbo. But I think Hawaii was referring
Father
to
Abraham, yeah. Father Abraham.
Abraham, yeah, you're Kauai's. We were getting the events mixed up there. Like,
here's a very interesting thought, because like Judaism, Christendom, and Islam are all Abrahamic religions. Is this Dante's way, by including Father Abraham, of kind of low-key saying that Jews and Muslims are on equal footing with God as Christians?
Well, Abraham was
not equal with God, but like held in the same held in the same viewpoint in God's eyes that we stereotypically believe Christians are held.
Yeah, well, in this time, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all Abrahamic religions. That's what they were known as.
Yeah.
Abrahamic religions. Yeah,
they are still Abrahamic religions.
And he's the founding father of Judaism. You know what I mean? So I guess it's basically like all of the events that we're told of by these individuals who like didn't choose God but were chosen by God in some way, shape, or form, and then committed to an event that had an impact and is written about in the Bible, whether it's leading the Judean people out of Egypt, or whether it's Noah building his ark, or whether it's Moses. And Moses, to be fair, is the father of like a lot of these people.
Yeah, and you see, so that's some of the things that confuse me, because like, according to at least the Bible, God spoke directly to Moses and Noah.
Exactly. But I think the point here is that he's.
Why did they go to hell?
I know. I think that Dante's being canonical. They were chosen by God. They didn't, strictly speaking, choose God. Although you read the Bible, they're clearly they're
No,
advertised as members of the Christian faith.
no, they are not. They are advertised as
I mean, they come off. Sorry, not advertised.
just chosen.
That's what I meant.
They are advertised as just chosen by God,
Yeah.
with no particular.
Which is why they're in limbo.
In particular, is Jewish. He's Hebrew.
Exactly. That's sort of why they're in limbo, and why also, like, Dante basically says they're chosen by Jesus to leave limbo. They're awarded heaven in the end.
But at the same time, I almost wonder if this isn't trying to say, at least in Dante's view, that because Moses, Noah, Abraham, every name listed here was born and died long before the birth of Jesus.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, basically,
So I'm wondering if this is almost Dante saying that heaven didn't exist at all until the birth and death of Christ.
it's not that heaven didn't exist. It's just that the Jesus's purpose in the text is as the savior, and the people in the list that we just read out are regarded as the first human souls to be saved
Prophets.
by Jesus.
The prophets.
And there's a time frame for it. It happens like the early 30s AD or some shit. I don't know the exact number. You might have it in front of you somewhere, but it's the early 30s AD. It's hypothesized or whatever that Jesus came into limbo and saved those individuals. But they're the first human souls to be saved from hell or the outskirts of.
If I remember correctly,
The kingdom of heaven.
At least in Catholicism, it is believed that before the death of Jesus Christ, basically all souls, when you died, all souls went to limbo if the circles were to be true. No soul made it into heaven before the death of Jesus.
Hence the expression.
That was the whole point of the death for your sins.
Yeah, hence the expression, Jesus died for our sins.
So moving backwards into Canto 3, though, Quran, this ancient Greek figure who ferries the souls of the damned into hell. It is literally verbatim the same Quran that ferried the souls into Hades.
Quran, who doesn't want Dante he doesn't want to take him in.
Because he's alive.
Yeah.
Because Dante is still technically alive.
And then Virgil proceeds to basically say that Dante's there on a journey is on a divine journey. It's divine command that his journey takes place here.
Hey, you don't get to defy that which cannot be defied. But in his attempt to fill some of the plot holes of religion, because like I said, I feel like the Divine Comedy is Dante's attempt at filling some of the plot holes that come with the Christian religion.
This is Bible epilogue.
Because, I mean, when you think about it in the context of a human being, of humanity, the very existence of the 9 circles of hell is infinitely more fitting than just blanket hell.
Yeah.
Because not all sins
are equal.
At least in a human's mind.
In a moralistic sense.
Equal and they're not punished equally.
At the end of the day, this is written by Dante and straight from his fucking brain. Dante himself can't fathom some of the things that the people that deserve to be in quote-unquote hell do.
Yeah, he can't fathom that Socrates or Plato would deserve eternal damnation and suffering just because they, how are you going to judge them for not accepting something they never knew existed.
And furthermore, this whole journey is going to have us see Virgil explain to Dante exactly why every person Dante chooses them for his reasons outside of the text, but Virgil inside of the text explains the purpose of every circle of hell and what these individuals will be doing and why they will be doing said actions. You know what I mean? So like he's going to have it broken down for him and explain to him the purposes of the different circles. Like the entire text is basically a description of the
And it's super funny that you bring that up, just simply because of the fact that like even by Canto 3, Dante is pushing back against our stereotypical outlook of hell, of fire and brimstone. It's fire, and he's foreshadowing later circles.
Oh yeah,
because he even says fire and ice.
And ice flips
a
everything
bit
on
of a
its head.
spoiler for some of y'all people, but in the ninth circle where Satan resides,
In the center of the
he
earth,
was in a lake of ice.
Also kind of suggests that the planet's core is a lake of ice, because Satan resides in the very center of the earth.
And that's another
Half
thing that I wanted to,
encapsulated
like,
in
as
ice.
I was reading it, I had to bite my tongue to stop from saying that, like, I think it is quite fascinating that Dante, now in the introduction, it did tell us that Dante does try to put a bit of realism into his writing. He tries to pair the theological supernatural with reality. And the best way Dante can do that for hell is that hell is a part of the planet Earth. Like, it's almost childlike, the outlook that something as encompassing and divine as hell is rooted in a materialistic plane like Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, the underworld, for example,
that is naive and childlike.
The underworld itself is like geographically considered to be the realm that exists below the land of the living, directly below the land of the living. This is how it's described.
I mean, if outside of Jewish, Islamic, and Christian texts, or inside those, yeah, or outside of them,
within the context of Dante's Inferno.
In ancient Greece, the underworld that was Hades' domain was neither heaven nor hell, and it was part of our plane of existence. But even by this time frame in human's history, even by the time of Dante's writing this, it was already pretty widely accepted that something like heaven or hell couldn't be a part of our plane of existence. Because even by this time, the Catholic Church had already addressed I guess we'd call it the common sense argument that creating the entire universe in 6 days sounds pretty far-fetched. And even by this time, the Catholic Church is relying on the earliest scientific understandings of the universe to say that, like, well, a day for you and a day for God are not the same. You know? A day for you is the sunrise and the sunset. A day for God could be anything. The Catholic Church had already well accepted that.
I mean, I don't think they believe that God rotates in days if they're going to tell you that God designed day and night. Like, he created the days that we live by, so he clearly was not restricted by the same. But I mean, that's just sort of going into, like, I mean, I think what's interesting here is that obviously we have this discussion and it's very biblically referenced and heavily involved in religion and faith, but at no point in going with Dante's like pure belief in his faith, there's no question of God's existence, of what he's doing, his righteousness. There's none of that. It's very much just focused on Dante. Yeah, I guess sort of coming to terms with the side of things that he never sees. I don't know. What do you think, Dante? Because we talked earlier about how Dante's not questioning of his faith, but he's definitely questioning of some things. And
Of
this,
the authority.
yeah, and exactly, and that well, we know he's not on good terms with the Catholic Church in the 14th century, but also
No,
like
yeah, he's already been exiled by the time of his writing this.
exactly, and something I was touching on earlier is that him writing this in the first place, him touching on a subject like him being in hell and saying that all of these people, whether it's limbo on the outskirts or hell itself, like him saying that these people are here, that they've been seen here, that based on like the religious belief they deserve to be here, and then these other things happened. Like it is all technically blasphemy, you know what I mean? So it's very like it's very different, but at no point does his belief ever come into question. It's just, you know, I mean, we're in the cantos right now, but obviously it's going to go further and further. You're going to see each of the circles, the people, why they're there, and it basically just explains like the function. But there's the reason I believe Kronos, you tapped onto that spoiler alert at the end is because there's a massive juxtaposition there when we reach that point where it basically concludes with Dante saying like that he has this opposing belief in some of the most fundamental like systems in his faith, you know what I mean? Whether it's just because hell is a lake of ice or whether it's because of the more nuanced things that he's insinuating by suggesting that person A is here doing this, person B is here doing this, you know what I mean? And again, I'm not going to give anything away from the end of the text, but Satan's not the only person at the core of in the ninth circle. There are people in the ninth circle, so like it's very that says a lot about who Dante
Oh yes,
decides is
and
there.
as we progress through these circles, we're going to see some of the most famous biblical villains, if you will, known to mankind. Now, this is also the point in the writings where, like, everything before Canto 3, the note section is more about like just like okay, this is for those of you that wouldn't understand what this particular phrase might mean, just because of the advancement of language. Whereas Canto 3, the notes are where we start getting particularly spicy. For example, the very first note for at the end of Canto 3 touches on verse 7 to 8, where Dante says, only those elements that time cannot wear. Well, obviously, he's referring to the angels, the Empyrean, and the first matter are the elements time cannot wear, for they will last to all time. Man, however, in his mortal state, is not eternal. The gate of hell, therefore, was created before man. The theological point is worth attention. The doctrine of original sin is, of course, one familiar to many creeds. Here, however, it would seem that the preparation for damnation predates original sin. True, in one interpretation, hell was created for the punishment of the rebellious angels, and not for man. Had man not sinned, he never would have known hell. But on the other hand, Dante's God was one who knew all, and knew, therefore, that man would indeed sin. The theological problem is an extremely delicate one. It is. I'm going to read this whole paragraph.
Go.
It is significant, however, that having sinned, man lives out his days on the rind of hell, and that damnation is forever below his feet. The central concept of man's sinfulness, and, opposed to it, the doctrine of Christ's ever abounding mercy, are central to all of Dante's theology. Only as a man surrenders himself to divine love may he hope for salvation, and salvation is open to all who surrender themselves. So, in what I'm taking from that is that in Dante's mind, you going to hell. You always were.
This is kind of what I was tapping into before when I was saying like there's no question in Dante's faith. What I mean is like Dante's faith in his God is omnipotent, is all knowing, is all powerful.
Yeah,
Is
because it definitely
everything.
says Dante's God.
Yeah, right. I mean, but at the end of the day, this is what I was trying to get at, like a deep cut here, like way back when I was saying like we sort of we prefaced this by saying like this is, and it comes into play like mostly here, especially going into Canto 4, is that this is Dante's story. You know, it's a story. It's Dante's story. It's his impression, and it spawns from not just original thought, but Catholic Christian beliefs mixed with Aristotle's school of thought, mixed with his sometimes likely ineptitude to fully understand the true meaning of Aristotle's words
And
and Aristotle's
I
meaning.
just want to step in there for a second to point out that any reference to Aristotle is a reference to Socrates, is a reference to Plato.
Yeah, the two. Well, Socrates and Plato
Those
sit
three.
either side of Aristotle. Oh, you know,
like a reference to one is the reference to the others,
Mm-hmm.
in at least in modern standards. I don't know if they would have taken it that way then, but it is incredibly interesting that right after that bit that I just read you, because remember, only those elements time cannot wear. That is verse 7 through 8. Verse 8 ends with, and beyond time I stand. And according to the notes, they says that so odious is sin to God that there can be no end to its just punishment, which I find fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Because that does kind of poke a hole in the each sin deserves its own punishment. Thank you, Ree, for that follow.
Yeah, that's why there's that note that sort of says that there's a theological contradiction that's a bit contentious. You know what I mean? Especially within Dante's own theology, because I mean, like we keep coming back to Dante's theology is omnipotent. Is like is full on, like his belief in God is valued above all else. But then here's his example of hell, which is, you know, full of all of these people and all of these things, and this belief that like if his God is that pure and no person can be that pure, then all people deserve to be here, having one punishment or another based off of the level of sin that they perpetrate.
Ree 11 asked, "What's book club?" And I'm going to let you take that one, Aziz, because you've already got your speech down pat.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, for anybody who hasn't missed it, some of you might still be lurking around, and this could be time 9, I guess, right? But basically, so welcome to Book Club. Thanks for everybody that's been lurking. Myself and Kronos, we're going to be doing this along with Crandy Live. Shout out to Crandy Live. Shame he couldn't be here. He sends his regards. Kronos and myself.
He had a bit of a family thing he had to take care of.
Yeah. Myself, Kronos, Crandy have all got different texts that we're reading from at the moment. At the minute, it's just myself and Kronos, so we've been taking it in turns. Kronos taking half an hour to read from the text that he's chosen, so that's the Divine Comedy, and then another half an hour to sit and discuss those themes with the people that are viewing and between ourselves. So that's what you've just been hearing right now. That's been like the third reading session for Kronos, I believe, so we're like quite deep into this, bringing it to a wrap. I myself chose a book called Propaganda by Edward Bernays, and that's basically what we've been doing, going back and forth. There would have been more with Crandy here. However, this is, well, it started off as a fortnightly thing. We don't know, it might happen more frequently. We'll see what the availability of every person is
every Sunday. If you guys want it to happen every single Sunday, as far as
thank you, Kawhi.
I know my channel has a suggestion box. Aziz, does yours?
Well, I mean,
do you have a suggestion?
You know, I do. I don't know if I do actually. To be fair, but like it's official community server. To be fair, so it probably does. But you know me well enough to know that my platform's about designing a space where everybody can make suggestions at all fucking times. You know what I mean? Like,
so if you want this to be a week, an every Sunday thing, we're already thinking about it.
Here's very quickly.
Your voice very well might be the pushing we need.
Here's the other half of the premise is essentially whether we do it fortnightly or weekly, we're going to be alternating. So today we're reading from chosen texts that we ourselves have chosen and want to discuss thematically throughout the stream. But
Books off our own bookshelf.
But next time we do this, hopefully the three of us, at least myself, Crandy, and Kronos, will all be there, and we're going to be reading from viewer submitted text. So whether it's something that you've written yourself, whether it's poetry, a story, or whether it's something that you've read and you've been inspired by, and you want to share an excerpt of something, or Kronos, if you will, or
How much?
or viewer submitted fan fiction.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Kronos is
submit
big up
whatever
on
you
this.
because like real talk. As long as it meets terms of service,
It will
as long as
be
it doesn't break
proofread.
terms of service, it will be vetted. It will be proofread. I'm going to just I'm not good at dancing around a goddamn thing, so I'm just going to flat out say it. If you were to submit something, as me and Aziz talked about the other day, like Mein Kampf,
yeah. For the sake
If
of
you were
being
to submit
shocking
something
and
like that,
trolling.
we are going to reach out to you and discuss with you exactly what it is, what it is why.
Yeah, why? What's your angle? What you want to do? So just be aware that not only will we proofread it, right, but we are encouraging an open-minded, open discussion, open educated environment, right? So if you do have a suggestion that isn't just for shock factor, just understand that when we see the things that you want to submit, we might reach out to you and have a discussion about that beforehand. And also, if there's
Absolutely.
a lot of suggestions, we might not get everything. And something else that I would like to make another point is, if somebody submits something in my Discord and come from my community, or vice versa with Kronos or with Crandy, I don't want there to be a guarantee that I will be reading that
Discord you
text.
read it. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Whoever's Discord you submitted into, these are all going to be put into a total pool, and our individual channel mods who are going to be in charge of proofreading and vetting this stuff. Once they've this is the stuff that we think
Well, at least meets
makes
the
proof.
confine, the one and only rule of like TOS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it'll get in, but I might not be reading
You can submit
something.
something into my Discord.
Yeah.
Aziz might be the one that reads
Yeah,
it.
exactly. And it might not come up at all, but we will try and be as inclusive as we possibly can.
And I think it's okay and fair to say that if you submit something and you want a particular person to read it, go ahead and include that in your Discord entry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
and just
because
be
we're not
like,
against it.
I want Kronos, I want Aziz, I want Crandy to be. I want to hear it in their voice. Like, that's fine. We get it. If you want to hear a particular person read it, make it known. No promises.
Yeah, just hit us up. Let us know what you like, what your idea is, and if we can include it, we will attempt to.
Aziz, I hope you don't mind if this last discussion goes just a bit over that time of 30 minutes, because this is Canto 3 is also the first canto where we get our first actual bit of shit talking.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly in Canto 3, the line, "Who in his cowardice made the great denial." Now, when I was reading that to you guys, in my head, honest to God, my mind went to Judas. My mind went to Judas. Like, it's just where it went for the person that made the great denial. Even though as a Catholic, I know that Judas is often referred to as the great betrayer. So the note in this says, this is almost certainly intended to be Celestine V, who became Pope.
Yeah, the Pope.
Yeah,
yeah. I was going to bring this up at some point, and I'm glad you brought that up.
He was a man of saintly life, but allowed himself to be convinced by a priest named Benedetto that his soul was in danger, since no man could live in the world without being damned. In fear for his soul, he withdrew from all worldly affairs and renounced the papacy. Benedetto promptly assumed the mantle himself and became Boniface VIII, a pope who became for Dante a symbol of all the worst corruptions of the church.
Yeah, I was waiting to say like the cowardice, so to speak, implied in is like selfishness, and that selfishness / cowardness is believed to be the thing that is like the medium through which all of the evil enters into the church.
The last part of that note that I'll read, because I'm not going to read the whole thing because of spoilers, but Dante also blamed Boniface for his intrigues for many of the evils that befell Florence. So this is legitimately our first insight into Dante.
It's a mega
Grinding an
slap,
axe.
dude. It's a
He's
mega.
grinding it. Like you're talking shit about
It's
that
such a
book.
burn, my dude. It's such a fucking burn. I would like to just contextualize that, right? Pope Celestine V, right? The place where he sees him, right, is amongst outcasts who weren't part in this war created by the rebellion of the angels or whatever it's referred to as, right? And they are like forever unclassified in neither hell or heaven, and they literally they reside in the shores of Acheron. You know what I mean? So anytime, so basically, right? Anytime, because we can assume, like you said earlier, the shores of Acheron, the river Styx, right? Whatever it is, right? Anytime you see,
They never say the river Styx.
no, of course, but I'm just saying
They
what.
do say the river Acheron.
No, I get you. I'm just saying to the people, like whatever rendition you see of that theme, you will always notice that there are these bedraggled, unclothed, futile souls that are whimperish and weak, and they are unclassed. Those are the souls that we're talking about. Pope Celestine V resides in that river amongst the weak, futile souls that will never be classified.
And there is some legitimately, just in Canto 3, there is some legitimately fascinating observations. For example, whenever he's talking about the souls that they blasphemed God,
Oh, dude.
the notes even say that the souls of the damned are not permitted to repent, for repentance is a divine grace. And just after that, it says that they yearn for what they fear. This means that the souls yearn for hell. It says hell, allegorically sin, is what the souls of the damned really wish for. Hell is their actual and deliberate choice, for divine grace is denied to none who wish for it in their hearts. The damned must, in fact, deliberately harden their hearts to God in order to become damned. Christ's grace is sufficient to save all who wish for it. So that, to me, is a slap against the atheists and against the non-Christians of his time, saying that, like, no, you don't get it's the ignorance of the law isn't a defense for breaking it.
Yeah, basically, I
Argument,
mean,
didn't
he believes that they were like spiritually inept, or like that they stagnated
They
during
made
life
the
and they stagnate in
deliberate
hell.
choice to turn away from God.
Yeah, and so the result that they get is they spend a life of never being able to know God, living in eternal pain. The wasps and the hornets, if I remember correctly, that chased
Yeah.
Dante and
That-
Virgil as they enter, is part of the punishment that these individuals receive. That's why they go through the river, but the wasps and the hornets belong to the river. The wasps, the hornets, the maggots that chew at their feet and drink the pus and the blood that we talked about before, all of that stuff, like this is all part of like a punishment, an eternal stagnation in the river of Acheron, which is supposed to be a direct reflection of the way that Dante feels those people lived their life in reality.
I fully agree. Another thing I can't help but touch on, and this is because for those of you that don't know, I fancy myself a little bit of a writer. No, you can't read anything. But I can't help but talk about a little bit of Dante's subtlety, especially in Canto 4, where he talks about how Virgil turns death pale. And even in the notes, it points out that Virgil is most likely affected here by the return to his own place in hell, citing that the pain of these below then would be the pain of his own group in limbo rather than the total of the hell's suffering. It's kind of amazing how, like, because even Dante calls Virgil out, like, how the fuck can you expect me to be able to go through this as a living soul when you yourself, a soul dead for centuries, turn pale? To which Virgil corrects him that he's not turning pale out of fear, he's turning pale out of pity, which I truly cannot think of a single book I have ever read that uses that type of physical description that way. Can you think of any time where a character turned pale and it wasn't out of fear or horror?
I mean, no, it's typically not used that way, is it?
Yeah, it goes beyond. It's not typically. It's just not used in any other way.
Unless you're reading from like a biblical text, where I'm sure you would find it. You know what I mean? It's as a story mechanic, it's used to illicitly describe someone as being in shock or horror or just being ill in some way, like also, physically.
I can't help but point out Dante's ego when it makes itself fucking apparent how he walks into limbo amongst the greatest poets
he just lists
all human history, and they're just like, yeah, you're one of us.
He makes a list. He makes a list of his favorite people, the people that he idolizes, that he aspires to be, that he respects, or that are on his radar.
Him into his ranks.
Yeah. No, more than that, they sit there and they watch as Virgil, like, gives him entry into that place. You know what I mean? Just takes him through, protected by angels. He's like elevated above everybody at all fucking times. He's above everyone.
Which might not necessarily, when you word it like that, it might not necessarily be a product of his ego, because you also do need to consider the effect.
He's like a visitor there.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine the effect of a visitor in hell.
Ah, exactly. That's why Charon didn't want to allow him in. You know what I mean? He wasn't just being a job's worth. There's implications, you know? Dante recognizes those implications. He wrote those words. He's the one who insinuated that Charon should not take Dante over the river Acheron. These are Dante's words, you know what I mean? We think about these thoughts that are being implied as being had in these other people's heads. But these are Dante's thoughts.
Dante's not even allowed to cross the river conscious. He was unconscious.
Yeah, he paints. Yeah, somebody else.
On the other side.
I made a joke in the chat. Look, just slightly above that, somebody else was saying like, "Oh, it's a little bit intense," and I was just like, "Yeah, it's a little bit intense, but it's hard to describe the entry into the 9 circles of hell otherwise." And I was like, "But to be fair, Dante really feels the same way. He faints."
And he faints.
And then right after I wrote that, you described Dante like keeling over and passing out in the boat.
And another thing that I like about, now I don't know if you caught this. I mean, it's in the notes for Canto 4, but I am going to suck my own dick a little bit here and say that I caught this on my own. The part where Virgil in Canto 4 says, you do not question this. Mm-hmm. Why? And even the notes point out that is a master touch of characterization. Virgil's armor propria is a bit piqued at Dante's lack of curiosity about the position of hell in Virgil's own kind. And it may possibly be, according to the notes, by allegorical extension, that human reason must urge the soul to question the place of reason. The allegorical point is conjectural, but conjecture is certainly one of the effects inherent to the use of allegory. When well used, the central symbols of the allegory continue indefinitely to suggest new interpretations and shades of meaning. And I have always thought that the first circle of hell is literally filled with the greatest questioners of mankind.
All those who questioned,
which means in a way, that is a bit of masterful writing, because with that knowledge, with just that bit of context that shouldn't and wasn't written, it shouldn't need to be said, that philosophers question shit.
You know, it's at this point.
If you were a philosopher in a first circle of hell, the very nature of asking questions at that point is going to be its own form of hell, because you're literally at the point in eternity where answers won't be given.
It's
Questions will not be answered, which to a philosopher must be hell.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's kind of, it goes back to the idea that each aspect of hell is a reflection of the way that individuals live their life. The perfect punishment for the exact crime. But like, as we were talking about how this is a list of all of the virtuous pagans that exist in life through Dante's eyes, and how they exist in limbo, it's worth noting that it's not all of the virtuous pagans that are within the context of the story, and that Dante himself encounters a couple in, I'm not going to ruin anything, but he encounters a couple in purgatory, he encounters a couple in heaven, and Virgil himself literally goes on to list at one point a number of people who reside within limbo that Dante's like not aware of, you know what I mean? Which is an interesting, perplexing kind of, given that, once again, I hasten to remind everybody that it's all coming from the mind of Dante.
Yes, this is all coming from not only the mind. I mean, it's kind of, I feel like that's almost a.
Oh, I didn't.
Like,
yeah,
I feel
okay.
kinda
I didn't mean it in
saying
an overgeneralizing kind of way.
But at the same time, it's also important to recognize that we don't know a lot about Dante, like as a human being, and so some of the insights that we get into here are quite frankly fascinating and speak to his religious faith. For example, when he references that a mighty one came down, he is referencing Christ.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
His name is never directly uttered throughout the entirety of the
He's
Inferno.
only ever referred to as
Christ,
a mighty one.
Christ's name is not ever directly uttered in hell. And going back to what we were talking about how Moses and all of them were in hell and got risked out, there's actually a note here that talks about it, where a mighty one descended here. The legend of the harrowing of hell is apocryphal, and it is based on 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 19. He went and preached unto the spirits in prison. The legend is that, and that's the end of the quote, but the writing goes on to say, the legend is that Christ, in the glory of his resurrection, descended into limbo and took with him to heaven the first human souls to be saved. The event would accordingly have occurred in AD 34 or
there it is,
33.
33 or 34.
Virgil died in 19 BC, which to me, that like I was saying earlier, in Catholicism, it is believed that there was a heaven before Christ died, but you weren't going. You weren't going. Nobody died for your sins. You were a piece of shit before Christ died.
It's I like that it's like within is Jesus dies, and before his resurrection during this time, Jesus goes to fucking Hades, my dude. You know what I mean? I love that. He goes there and he takes these people and he brings them up to heaven on his way. He's like, he dies for our sins. It's like he died for our sins so that he could go and grab these people and fucking taxi them up to heaven with him on his way to see his dad. And for me, one of the best parts about the fourth canto, and the notes go into this, when Dante and Virgil and company are approaching a great citadel, even the notes acknowledge that this is most likely an allegory, and the allegory is that the citadel represents philosophy, that is human reason without the light of God,
Now, there is infinitely more that we need to get into about that, but I want to stop there for a second and point out that in Dante's mind, or according to these notes, that as best they can tell, Dante views philosophy as human reason without the light of God.
Yep. Which is
That's
why
what I
they're
take from
but
that.
that's why they're all in limbo. They're thinkers who haven't been enlightened by the passion of God. And because they died thinkers without the enlightenment of God, they exist in soul form eternally within hell without the enlightenment of God. Unable
You're
to
good
have
people, but
consciousness.
you're not divine. which I have a problem with. But even then, it goes on to say that the citadel, surrounded by 7 walls, which represent the 7 liberal arts, or the 7 sciences, or the 7 virtues. Note that human reason makes a light of its own, but that it is a light in darkness, and forever separated from the glory of God's light. The sweet brook flowing round them all has been interpreted in many ways. Clearly fundamental, however, is the fact that it divides those in the citadel, those who wish to know, from those in the outer darkness. So it's almost like it feels almost to me like that Dante took have you ever heard of Plato's it's not an experiment. Have you ever heard of Plato's cave theory? The man in the cave?
Rings a bell, but I mean, explain to me.
So Plato had this thing where he's like, there's a man in a cave. The man knows nothing but the darkness and the dampness and the cave. And that it is you, the one who knows better.
Yeah, an allegory. Yeah.
It is your duty. It is your human responsibility to go into the cave and take people out of the darkness. The cave being an allegory for ignorance.
It's about education and like its effect or non-effect on nature.
It's about like those who know have a very strong moral obligation to educate those that don't. And it's not even, Plato never phrased it in I'm smarter than you aspect. Plato never, ever phrased it like that.
For people,
instead, Plato viewed it as it is your moral obligation, it is your duty as a human being to bring people to your level. If they are in ignorance, it doesn't matter how much you know. It's not about being smarter than them. It's about making them as smart as you. If that makes sense.
I mean, in the allegory, basically, like, so Plato writes that Socrates is teaching or something, right? He's teaching a student. He's a mentor in this situation, and Socrates, within Plato's writings in the Republic, that's the one that it's in, right? The Republic.
Yeah.
Basically, Socrates describes to some guy whose name I can't remember because they're all really hard. And something about, so it's like a group of individuals who are like chained to a wall within a cave that spend like all of their time, all of their lives staring at the wall. And inside that cave, there's like a source of light, and shadows are cast on the wall within their vision. And they spend all of their time watching these shadows going across the wall, and they invent like names and meanings for the shadows. And that is their entire life. That's true to them. It's true to their entire existence. But it's not true to the reality of the world that they live in, and always have lived in, and always will live in, and will die inside of.
Yeah. No, yeah, I definitely I can definitely see that outlook on it. I personally always, and I first learned about the whole cave thing when I was in college, and I have always looked at it as the logical answer to religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Which actually I
whereas
feel
whereas
really
in
good,
Dante,
yeah.
it's funny because that juxtaposes Dante's concept that all of these people exist in limbo specifically because like their way of being is not wrong. It's just not enlightened by religion. It's like
Yeah,
how
they
it's how people function without religion if they are thinkers. Some people function in ignorance, and others function as questioners who are mostly questioning because they're absent of the enlightenment of God or the love of Jesus. So,
So there's only two other parts about this that I would like to discuss, and then we can call it. I'll save the heaviest for the last. So first, there's the part where they talk about the inhabitants of the citadel, and that the inhabitants fall into three main groups. There's the heroes and the heroines. All of these, it must be noted, were associated with the Trojans and their Roman descendants. And it gives you a citation. The Electra Dante mentions here is not the sister of Orestes, and then it references Electra, but the daughter of Atlas and the mother of Dardanus, the founder of Troy. That's group one. Group two is the philosophers. Most of this group is made up of philosophers whose teachings were, at least in part, acceptable to church scholarship. Democritus, however, who ascribes the world to chance, would clearly be an exception. In other words, Democritus would be Jurassic Park's chaos theory. The group is best interpreted, therefore, as representing the highest achievements of human reason unaided by divine love. Plato and Aristotle, through a considerable part of the Middle Ages, Plato was held to be the fountainhead of all scholarship. But in Dante's time, practically all learning was based on Aristotelian theory, as interpreted through the many commentaries. And the third group being the naturalist, that it says that they are less known today. In Dante's time, their place in scholarship more or less corresponded to the role of a theocratician and historian of science in our universities. Avicenna, his major work was in the 11th century, and Averroes, 12th century, were Arabian philosophers and physicians, especially famous in Dante's time for their commentaries on Aristotle. Great commentary, which is a book, has the force of a title, i.e. the Great Commentary is distinguished from many lesser commentaries. And then it goes into reference to Salahadin, this is the famous Saladin who was defeated by Richard the Lionheart and whose great qualities as a ruler became a legend in medieval Europe. So I bring all that up to bring up the fact that even in the first circle of limbo, it's almost like there's a lot of smaller circles within the first circle. We've talked several times about how limbo is the place for the great thinkers, but that never had that divine Christhood. But this even goes further into that to point out that, like, hey, it's not even just that. Like, there's layers to that. There's the naturalist who back then was more of the hippies of the time. Philosophers kind of make that's kind of self-explanatory. I think the heroes and heroines section myself is a little bit more fascinating because it implies that these were human beings that felt they didn't need God to achieve greatness, and that their greatness and that their great accomplishments were a result of their own merit rather than any sort of divine intervention. Which in context makes sense, because why would, to pull out a Greek mythological figure out of my ass, why would Achilles attribute his success to God? You know? Now, they don't mention Achilles. Again, I just pulled that name out of my ass.
I mean, all the names that do get mentioned, like, there's a reason they get mentioned. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, they're very real historical figures from ancient Rome, and also it's something to bear in mind that there was a good the majority of written human history. We didn't question whether or not Troy existed. It wasn't until the last 300 years that we even questioned whether or not Troy was a real place, and it wasn't until the last 100 years that we proved Troy might have been real and that the whole Trojan horse story might be factual.
Yeah, it gets left out of a lot of places as well, and it gets mentioned in the notes of Dante's Inferno at the very least.
But at that particular time in human history, like, you know, nobody was going to disprove. Like, word of mouth was the number one means of historical knowledge.
Yeah, history was orated between people.
So, well, I think we're going to see throughout the rest of this book even that Troy get mentioned as just a factual thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that modern readers might interpret it as an allegory, but in reality, Dante means, like, no, Troy, the place.
Yeah.
So but for me, the real heavy part of all these notes, quote, Dante stood there as if it were firm ground, end quote. Since Dante still has his body, and since all others in hell are incorporeal shades, there is a recurring narrative problem in the Inferno and through the rest of the comedy. How does flesh act in contact with spirit? In the Purgatorio, Dante attempts to embrace the spirit of Cassila, and his arms pass through him as if it were empty air. In the third circle, which we'll see in Canto 6, Dante steps on some of the spirits lying in the slush, and his foot passes right through them. The original, and it says in quotations here, the original lines offer several possible readings, and the translator even says, of which I have preferred this one. And at other times, Virgil, also a spirit, physically picks up Dante and carries him. Which kind of brings up one of the biggest plot holes in the entirety of the Divine Comedy, in that it constantly references or implies that Dante is a living human being in this journey.
Yeah, who's being, like, allowed this.
It never fully says it. Well, nor does it ever actually. Because, like, once you say that, like, yeah, Dante's just a live person, just like me and you right now. Okay, well then how and why is he here? It ain't getting into that.
I mean, it starts with him not being, like, initially it seems as though he's not going to be able to cross the river specifically because he's alive. That's, like, when it sort of outwardly they say it themselves to themselves that he's there and that he's alive, you know what I mean? And typically it brings up, like, canonically challenging questions about the realistic aspect of him being there and his interactions with all that are there. But I mean, for me, that just reminds me of the fact that this is Dante, a real person in the real world, writing about these things which are, like, spectacular or inexplicable, you know what I mean? So there's definitely going to be areas where, like, he falls into his own holes.
So I think this is a great place to call it.
Yes, sir.
Really pee.
It's 2 a.m. for me, so.
Well, Aziz, I'm gonna let you go ahead and give an announcement for what's coming up on book club while I go pee, and then we'll all say our goodbyes.
All right, cool. Well, either next week or, well, first of all, thank you to everybody that's still chilling between the two streams. You know what I mean? Everybody that has come and gone and has participated, I appreciate you all being here. For anybody that's interested, either a week from now or 2 weeks from now, we'll make sure to give you guys plenty of warning. We're going to be doing the second of the book corner. I call it reading corner. He's calling it book club. We've got, it's the same thing. We're going to be taking in, as we've mentioned, viewer submitted texts. Anything that anybody here who has anything that anybody has here that they want to submit for us to read. Like we said, it will get proofread. It will get read over. And we'll try and include as much of it as possible. Can't guarantee that Kronos will be reading your thing unless you ask for it and we're able to organize that. But that's the premise at the very least. So again, we'll give you plenty of warning, but either a week or 2 weeks from now, we're hoping to be able to be reading like texts that have been submitted by you guys that you think is like poignant in some way, or just that you enjoy, or that might be good for other people. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, don't hesitate to get your submissions in. There's a Discord. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of Discord. There's Discord, his Discord, he's got a place for it. My Discord, I've got a place for submissions and discussion. So
I will add on to that just to make sure for everybody that wants to submit some fan submitted stuff that we need more than a title. If you can't provide a link, it's no good to us. Like you got to provide. You're gonna have to an extent, because like.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
you want me to read the Twilight book and I don't fucking own it.
yeah, you have to provide the text, and if it's something that you've written yourself, you have to be okay with providing us a copy of your text that you want us to read out in public. And at no point are we obviously going to be taking any. What's the word I'm looking for? It's none of.
I will go a little further than that and say, like, if you want us to read something that you've written and you want it under a pen name, that's okay. Just, you gotta let us know.
Yeah, we can do that. We don't even like. I mean, if you don't, we're not. We're
anonymous.
We're not necessarily going to just start like. We're not going to turn unless if you want us to do one thing or another, you can let us know. It's all there. You know what I mean? It's like allergies. Let us know what your allergies are. But apart from that, I'm not going to sit here and just be like, this person suggested this, that, and the next thing. You're going to suggest something to us, and we're going to proofread it. And then if it's of value and inclusive, well, not of value. If it's within TOS and you want us to read it, then we'll include it where we can.
Yeah, literally just can't break terms of service. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Which that gives all of you all a pretty wide berth.
All right.
That gives a lot of room.
Well, thanks to.
I'm personally hoping for some Dungeons and Dragons horror stories myself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm hoping that people get creative or just are passionate about what it is that they want to suggest to us. But I'm gonna do my wrap up thing. If you want to mute me in the Discord, love to everybody in Kronos' chat who's been here and has been chilling out. It's been great to meet some of you, and thanks to some of you guys who have come through to my page and given me a follow.
Yeah, and I appreciate you doing this, fucking Aziz.
Yeah, man, this is good. This has been in the works. I like the idea. I sort of what I said, like you brought up with me and my whole read me redemption. Like this is what I wanted for it. So like it was obviously meant to be.
Well, I'm fucking happy that we were able to make this shit happen, and I can't wait to do it again. This was actually a blast.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully there'll be more of us next time as well. You know what I mean? The two of us, I don't want to pat my own ego, but I think the two of us did a pretty good job at carrying that through. We're going. This is 6 hours straight that we've been doing this now, so that's.
And we had originally only slotted about 3.
3 hours between 3 people, so we smashed the fuck out of it, if I may say so myself. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna mute you now. I'm gonna tie up my stream. But thanks, goodbye to everybody. Much love. Yeah, boy. That was a lot. Man, it was a weird one today. Like, I mean, it was good. It was very good. I'm glad it went the way that it went. But I tell you what, it really feels like I was doing somebody else's stream. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I've even been live on my channel. I've been interacting with you guys, those of you who are still here, like chilling out, but it's 6 hours, yeah, of this. Like, no, I mean, I can do 6 hours. You guys know me, I can do 6 hours. Like, but 6 hours of fucking public reading out loud and discussing. And this is a point that I made up because I've had a couple of people messaging me like out of stream and stuff and making like feedback, like so like a few different people, and a point that like I was making to somebody.
Crandy was supposed to be here. You know what I mean? He was going to be breaking it up a little bit with the Hobbit. Stu thought that basically, Stu said to me, he thought, like, I'm not calling Stu out, but Stu thought that having like him reading the Divine Comedy, Kronos that is, and me reading from what I'm reading, which is some heavy shit, and Crandy reading from like the Hobbit would be too much and too confusing for people. But honestly, not having him here, I wish he'd been here to read a little bit of the Hobbit. It would have been such a good mix. It would have broken things up a little bit. I don't feel like people are so short attention span that they would like lose focus. I genuinely think that just the Divine Comedy and propaganda is too much, though. Like I said to somebody earlier, yeah, the Hobbit. We missed out on the Hobbit today. Crandy Live was supposed to be here. Shout out to Crandy Live. It's not his fault that he couldn't be here, and I don't begrudge him for his absence. Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, man. It would have been really good, and I certainly wouldn't like. I mean, I wouldn't have chosen the text that I chose if I'd known that it was going to be only my text and the Divine Comedy. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of like stuff for people to digest. Crandy's like, how is the book club? But I mean, thanks, honestly, to everybody. The Hobbit would have been good. Thanks to everybody that's been chilling out, man. That was some intense shit. You like, I need a little bit of feedback right now. If people don't like, I've got this music playing in the background. Like, I don't like. I didn't know whether I should have it on in the first place. I thought it would be a good idea. It was obviously too quiet. I feel like you guys can't hear this shit. You know what I mean? Like, we're listening to. We've been listening to vibey tunes this whole time. It's just I didn't want to be fighting with the music. You know, initially, right, in my head, I had this idea that that Kronos was going to be reading from the Divine Comedy, and that one of us, like, I even suggested it to him, like, that I was like, I really want to provide some like atmospheric medieval music to be playing in the background. You know what I mean? I had like in my dream version of, you know, what was going on. It's so hard to organize. You know what I mean? It's hard to organize. Like, people. Again, I don't begrudge Grandy for not being able to make it. Like, I also forget that you guys can't see a lot of like what I'm actually doing on screen. Fuck it, I hope you guys won't begrudge me. Hey, never feels like my stream. So what a relief, man. I don't think I'm gonna stop streaming, man. Fuck it. Like, I'm here right now. It's only 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna do a bit here as well. I'm gonna go for a pee. I'm gonna go split. I'm gonna chat with you guys for a little bit, and then I'm gonna stop my stream. Yeah, well, fucking. It was me that suggested potentially doing this weekly. I'm not gonna lie about that, but the reason I was also the one that suggested doing it fortnightly. I was adamant that when we first discussed this, that it not be weekly or monthly, because one's too much and one's too little. But the reality of the situation is that if we're going to alternate between our own texts and other people's texts, then for the sake of retention, we're going to have to do it more frequently. We're also going to have to edit in many different little ways that, like, the Soulfly. Evil in place of power. What we saying? Warmonger's dodge forward to heavy is so OP. If someone is trying to run away from the battle, I can just jump to them from like 3 meters away. Yeah. A guard break after that and it's over. Yeah, fucking right. Well, you never flee, do you? You shouldn't be fleeing. Some people do, though, I get you. Some people like panic and turn and run. You guys are on my time right now, by the way. This is bonus time. This is bonus content. Yeah. No, I mean, you die if it's a 1v3. Unless you're a fucking hero. Fuck it. So Monday's gonna be my only day off, but tomorrow I'm streaming. I'm not actually getting a day off tomorrow. I mean, which is my own doing, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that Monday is my only day off now. And tomorrow I will be streaming Elite Dangerous with Stu. No, I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm lying to you all. But I will be on Stu's stream. I'll be streaming me playing Elite with him on Wednesday, but tomorrow on my day off I will be playing Elite with Stu while he streams it. But I won't be streaming it. I mean, I could, but I'm choosing not to. My schedule is just... I'm not gonna stream like 14 days in a row. Wear myself out. Aight. What you saying, Pep? You still in game? You got any zeals? Fancy carrying me before you have to disappear? 4.1k points to go. Ooh, spicy. I should have done the. I'm so dumb. I should do the raid straight away. I should have done the raid and then rolled. Full regen, good stuff. If you don't mind, I'm gonna do my run, and then I'm gonna do War Boss, and then I'm gonna finish with my raid like I normally do. If you're alright with chilling, don't ask you to stay up super late. Probably be about an hour. Just let me know, guys. I kind of like Amaris, but it's so many of her songs are hit. I mean, it's at 4:20 AM. I would be in bed if I did it. Want to? Oh, we can do the. We'll do it first, my dude. If you need to go, that's why I'm asking. We can do the world boss like at the start of the run or at the end of the run. I mean, I forget your shit. You're like 2 hours ahead of me. I'm just in my own brain thinking it's not 4 o'clock yet. You know what I mean? My dude, we'll get the world boss out of the way after this raid, and then you can do you know what I mean? Chill out, or catch some Z's, my guy. Super fucking late. All I ask is that we open it up to the public while we do it.
Cause everybody's so afraid to face the truth. And we've been living too long in the fast lane. Too deep, got being so heartless. Just hold on to you. We're moving too fast, too fast, too fast. Cause everybody's so afraid to face the truth. And we've been living too long in the fast lane. Too deep, got us being so heartless. Just hold on to you.
Still have about 2 weeks till school starts, so I'm just gonna enjoy being able to stay up this late for the next week. Yeah, I can respect that. Fuck's sake, man. Who's still chilling, man? Who we got? I hope that people enjoyed themselves, man. I hope we pulled in some people that we wouldn't have otherwise pulled in. Guys, let me know if it's too loud. Oh, I love it. I love Andromeda. If you want some lyric-free, face-melting metal, Andromeda's always a good bop. I got Opinion. Oh, and something else I didn't catch. Oh, just another epic T6. This is my second opinion. That's my last one. I'm out. Thank you for the help, brother. And just, you might have not seen my loot. My loot at the minute includes the hat and Mercy. Oh yeah, and I have a different thing equipped. I don't know if you saw in the chat, but my this is what I got for the gems that I spent. Not complaining. I might get a defensive pet, you know what I mean? It's whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it's better than, I exchanged, what was it, 30% block, so that I could go from 50% crit damage to 120% crit damage. And a 2.5% damage increase. It's better, it's 100% better than what I had on. And then when the defensive pet egg like comes into the store, I'll have enough gold for that. I didn't realize I spent as much as I did, to be honest with you, but it's what it is. Wait, what have I accidentally equipped? Got a legendary from the last 5 runs you did with that, dude. I love it. Poor guy. It's another cosmetic I had not got in. Fucking good shit. That's what the end game's all about. Going back and getting every single item in the game. New emote hype, by the way. I didn't plug myself during the co-stream, but I'm plugging myself now. New emote hype. I love a good old go. Fuck, my throat's fucked. Decline. I can't believe I only did the introduction today. Yeah, thanks for the help with the world boss, man. I hate world boss. I think I need the little popsicle dudes from one of the other invasions for like our fusion that I have. I'm not sure. Why is the jelly invasion shit? Just because it doesn't have any farmable familiars or something? Hit me up whenever in Discord if you need it. Yeah man, will do. Bear in mind that I play this game every 12 hours. Usually. I could always sacrifice some consumables for it too. I have too many. Fair. My dude, I can't wait till I get to the point where I have more to do than I have time to do it in. Sorry guys. I just did that round stream. I have no fucks to give. I forgot to hit BRB to be fair. I need to set up those fucking the macros. I need like 500 more T14 mats and then I'll have to get like 1.9k from T13. Yeah, that is a lot of grinding. This is a tune. Raids I would rather... Have I missed something here? No, I haven't. Raids I would rather spend on college grinding and legendaries for that. You would rather spend on... I don't know what Euclid is, that's why I was getting confused. as opposed to legendaries from that tier. I prefer grinding legendaries from raid than grinding anything from world boss. I know that might not feel relevant, but it's like all I. Oh right, okay, that makes sense. I should have recognized that it was a name. Really? You honestly? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's. I don't even really contemplate grinding for familiars yet, you know what I mean? I'm doing it right this very second, but not from like raid. I'm also dividing my effort. Fuck off. Oh, right, yeah. Major much better to do that, World Boss Match. World Boss Match is so much. Yeah, there's a lot of non-familiar or loot-based drops that you do get from World Boss. Like, I've had a few. I think maybe I've had some pretty good early game luck in terms of end game materials. There's going to come a time where I'm grinding for them specifically and it takes forever to do so, you know what I mean? They don't really mean anything to me right now. Left is software, man. I love this band. There's no way they're DMCA free. Is made, but I need 5 more to stable. Really just make one. Oh well, it's not too bad. I'm trying to catch this guy, double. Oh, we got some new rooms as well, but you probably saw them, right? Just 2 different raid familiars and a tiny amount of materials, which I have more than enough of. 2 different raid familiars and a small amount of materials. Contextually, I'll take your word for it. That's not that much of a big deal. Come on, give him to me. Fuck you. Give it to me! Yes! Whenever it hesitates, you know it's a success. Every single time. Good stuff. I hope it's not like 5 of them I need. Oof, there's some fucking fans, man. Oh, baby. Let's fucking go. I just got 1 of 3. Or 1 of 2 for the time being. And then the third one will replace Squibbo eventually. Yeah, boy. Let's go. How are they still equipped as squib? Damn, let's go! Look at that rune, have you seen that yet? I'm happy about that. I had enough for one rune and I rolled that first time. When I was offline, I rolled a couple of runes and I spent a lot of materials on it and I got garbage. That was off stream. Can't go look at yours. Hang on. You got your grinding set on, so you probably got some crazy proc. Fuck. Damn. Okay. Seeing yours like set up helps me understand. What do you think I should go for? There you go, keep offensive bonuses over damage reduction. Alright, here's an interesting one. Core Rune. Or U Rune. I'm assuming that 15% chance to be empowered is good. There's another one like the DR that gives damage instead. Yeah, I've not been very lucky with my runes from my build so far, but we're getting there. That's these ones, right? Or these ones? It's this or this. This is what I was asking you. Do I go for the 50% more effective heals, below 25% health, or stick with the increased empower chance? I'm assuming the 15% chance for it to be empowered is worth having. Yeah, well, that'll keep me alive. That's a good shout, because I have a healer in my party, so when it's me and my familiars, that'll keep me going for longer, right? I need another one of these. Oh, the damaging rage. My common rune is better than a lot of my... Like this is no use to me. I don't have the shit for it right now. We'll see if I do at the end of the run. Whoops. Almost. Maybe today. Maybe today we can get energy and seals. I'm still multitasking like a motherfucker. It feels kind of obnoxious, but I'm trying to just like unwind a little bit after that. Kronos and myself were like really heavy this evening, so huge silver coin rewards. Double drop GVGs next. Ooh. This is what I got. I'm still working off of my last silver coin drop, so I think from this point forwards I'm always going to have more silver coins than I need. You know what I mean? I've still got like 100 something silver coins from the like 300 something I got from the last GVG. It's harder to get bronze coins. You've got to save them up for ages, but once they're gone, you need 100 of them before you can do anything. I know you feel the same way. I've heard you say before that bronze coins are the hardest ones to get. Epic coins, as far as I'm concerned, are pointless. I don't have a use for them. Used up nearly 25k bronze a few weeks ago. Holy shit. Over wasn't even in there before. Epic guns you can make stat points. Oh yeah, no, that like if I wanted to farm them, I could get free stats out of it. It's more if you want to take over the leaderboards. Yeah, spend that. What was I using before that? Draw. Is it warrior? Yeah, it was. I like this band chamber. I listened to this whole album after the stream where it first came out. It was good shit, but they definitely picked like either a single or just the best song on the album. Like in that, I'm assuming it's singles from the album. I think they did the same thing with oh yeah, sure. You need to log in and do that. You can do that right now if you wanted to. And then I can showcase it at the end of my run. Still looks the same as it did when you saw me put the throne in there. Not gonna lie. I just forget, you know what I mean? Oh, is that? No, I thought you meant like literally. What does the guild hall look like? We're doing well. Look at this. There's a handful of active members. We've got a whole bunch of recruits. I've kicked a bunch of people that were inactive. So all of these people are active right now, anyway. Everybody else got kicked if they were inactive for like a certain period of time. And everybody who's committed to more than 250,000 points has been promoted to a member. We're level 40, so we can now buy energy potions and average seals. Yes, sir. 5 million in something in contribution, 500,000 something in guild points. I mean, we could really splash out if we wanted to, but it's a Sunday, so I'm saving that for Tuesday. I'm saving that for Tuesday. Hopefully by then, at the end of the run, we'll have we'll have something of an upgrade. That first team is a glass hammer. As soon as the defenses break, they all go. No hope. Jed's hot. And my team too far in now to make too much of a difference, to be honest. And there we go.
Be still. Serenity blesses us in waves. Where thighs like mountains were drawn to the brow. Leave us life behind and take the next step in the right direction. Stare at the sky and offer yourself to circumstance.
Stare at the sky and offer yourself to circumstance. Fuck yes. This is new to the app as well. Never heard this before. Don't recognize the album artwork. Dude, invasion must take forever to do when you're like really far into the game. Like, what wave do you get to, Pat? Fuck me. So that's 1,000 waves off of regen alone.
Remember everything yet? I'm only a medium.
Yeah, the first 110 times, not the first 1,000,
Back
but still a lot of time.
True sparks revolution and is therefore labeled violent. Condemned to the silent movement of rebels who are defiant. Six-eyed in the house of Madball. Rev up.
Control minds, lead the blind. You cannot control mine. You never control mine. The question is for you, what will you do with all this
Yeah, we just choose to start it.
The information's all there. Educate yourself. If you dare, you want the truth.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Rev up, you want the truth. It's within you. Rev up,
I think.
rev up. Keep looking, searching, see what you find. Don't fall for nothing, don't fall in line. Use your own mind to change their own mind. You want the truth, you want the truth.
So dumb.
Rev up, you want the truth, it's within you. Rev up, don't cut the roots, but we need evolution. These troubled youth need a solution. Most of you suffer from delusion. You want the truth, start a revolution. Yeah, start a revolution. Yeah, start a revolution. Yeah, start a revolution. Don't cut the roots, but we need evolution. These troubled youth need a solution. Most of you suffer from delusion. You want the truth, start a revolution. Start a revolution.
Oh, is it the wrong type of offhand? 'Cause I'm confused. Am I tripping? It was a mayhem. Thank you, David. I was losing my mind. Who did I have this set to? Probably just that. No, it wasn't that. Can you remember what my offhand cosmetic was? Because I have no idea. Nope. Yeah, me neither. Was that maybe? It used to be that. Guess it's not boring. Fuck, it's hard on mobile. Yeah. saw my purple skin pot as well, I take it. Hope everybody's still vibing. I see Chicken Steve's vibing away. Pep, that must take you so long to do a single invasion. Not really? I bet it takes ages to do them all though. You know, Tuesday or Monday might end up being Better Heroes Day, as opposed to Tuesday and Thursday beginning with Better Heroes. Stream elements, cooking chicken ski. There's a new game that you're loving at the minute, or would like to see on stream. You know, if you guys have games that you want me to play on stream, you can tell me. Nobody ever has made a suggestion like that before, I don't think. Fallout 4 is in rotation at the minute. The Minuteman campaign continues. Ooh. Oh, I got Vapor Wind. Now that I'm happy about. Shiny. I also, if you have a look here, I've seen you playing a lot of Fallout 4 recently. The next RPG day is a Fallout 4 day, so Thursday we will be playing Fallout 4. We move to the fort, I think, you know, the castle. In the next stream on Thursday, I think we're doing the siege for the castle. Well, we always start it with bit heroes, and then you get back from work usually when I start the second game. So you should have enough time. But I mean, you know, don't you have to force it or worry about not being there. But I think you'll enjoy it. Already have 3 days of dying. There's a lot of Fallout 4 in a short period of time. I did that with Fallout New Vegas like a few months ago. I played the entire game and all of its DLC back to back in like pretty much one sitting, you know what? No, obviously I slept, but it was like non-stop. I love that game. Going to be passing some love over to Stu when we're done. Just to give you all a heads up, Stu's doing his own reading club today on his own stream, where he's reading some Lenin, I believe. Not been killed. I've not been killed, bald man. Yeah, I've almost every song. No, I'm that confused the fuck out of me. You have not killed bald man? Yeah, okay, I get it. I've not killed bald man yet. I have almost every settlement. Been building a lot. Playing Minuteman Settlement playthrough. Yeah, same here. Not worried about bald man. Can't wait for the choruses to show up. And just be like, excuse me, we've kidnapped your son hundreds of years ago. Asshole. You're here playing fucking Minuteman with a bunch of dead guys. Now we have to kill you. You're just there like, who the fuck is Josh? Your sanctuary rivals is such a Devon City. And he was to go up now, Pep. Thank you for being here, my dude. Thank you for the World Bus Carry, for chilling out. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Next time I stream will be Tuesday. See ya, my dude. Thanks for the good luck. Holy shit, Anadonia comes in like. Have a good night, my dude. Rest well. Can I get that again, please? That like broke my eardrums. You ready? You ready? Oh! The castle set, and then this is what I'm working on now. It's a fortress. I'm probably going to start building the castle I'll do Sanctuary up a little bit when I've got the resources and create some networks between some of the places, but Castle is going to be a megalith amongst the Wasteland settlements. Like the 2 front door guards are an XO1 power suits. Let's go. Everybody's heavily armed. Guys, I'm sorry. And what the fuck is going on? Anytime I talk, I just cough my lungs up. It's bad. I'm worn out. I hope I get something good out at the end of this run. Wow, Squibble was a good upgrade. Today's best upgrade has been Squibble. Holy shit, this song is heavy as food. Come on, Yeti, you fucking hairy bastard. Nope. Fuck me, I guess. I plan on doing an offensive against the Miko World Raiders next. I'm building a Minuteman outpost there. Nuka, I was like, Miko World Raiders? What? I really wasn't a fan of Nuka World. I'm just gonna say it. Just outright. Wasn't a fan. Now, fucking... the other one, what's it called? Spacing out here. Bar Harbor. Oh my god, that's one of the best DLCs ever made for like any Fallout game. It's so good. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's up there. It's top tier content. I don't like Nuka World in a lot of ways, my dude. It felt cheap and just sort of dumped into the game. The location's kind of nifty. I like the concept. But not a big fan of it overall. Raid time. Fun under the Minuteman invasion. Fuck yeah. I love it. I love it that we're both doing pretty much the same thing. Like my plans for this Minuteman playthrough is to be like take Minuteman to the next level. Right, Preston Garvey won't be able to say shit to me by the end of this playthrough. Nobody will be in need of our help. Everybody who needs us will have joined us, and anybody that opposes us will be fucking under our boots. Our righteous boots. Highly polished righteous boots. We are the Minutemen. Everybody needs our help. August Punch Rider is so fucking good. I've listened to them for years. Struggle to believe that they are DMC approved. I also have a bit of a little twist for my playthrough. Good shit. Enough said. And they're in like every game, I swear. Sneaking about it. I can't remember. I love Far Harbor. I played that the most, but I haven't played it in so long. Far Harbor's nuts. Lol. My dude, August Burns Red. I've been listening to them for like 10 years, man. They're so good. Maybe not quite that long, but could well be. Yeah, no, probably is that long. Fuck me. I'm old. Sarge 2.0. Oh, I get you. I get what you mean now. I'm sorry. I'm dying. Today's stream was intense. Ran a bit of the missed it. Today's the first of the Reading Corner streams. Welcome to Big Club. It happened earlier. Here's the electric robo armor. I love some of the stuff you can do with the robots in that game. Yeah, some of them look dope as fuck. Hope everybody's here hangs around long enough for us to give a little bit of love to Stu. I think Cronus is in there right now, enjoying some talking points. He messaged me, he was like, it's like the Reading Corner never stopped. Fucking nice Alex Sharma, guys. Go. Just makes head boppers. I just want to make the noises, those like, what are they called again? Hollow things from New World. You're coughing because of all the talking? Yeah, I am. My chest's a bit tight. Throat's just feeling a bit rough. I also don't want to just sit here silently, you know? Still providing content. Should head up to bed, I will work tomorrow. No worries, my dude. Thank you for being here, for spending all that time with us and myself. Who's everyone? Hope you rest well, dude. Catch you later, my guy. Thanks for being here. Love you too, man. Catch you on Tuesday if you're available. I can't breathe. Honey. Thank you for the Oni chicken, Steve. Take it easy, my dude. Yeah, thanks, my guy. thanks for the alert, by the way. Sorry, I spaced out for like a whole 10 seconds there. It's just listening to the tune. Thinking about Mood Club. Feasible, just would like to keep my schedule. I must be out by that. No, I don't want to purchase any more of that shit. I didn't get anything from that. It's of value. I'm excited about that. I didn't realise I had new ones. Oh, well, I suppose I didn't until now. Wait, what? Why? What did I just do? fucked up. I don't have the patience for that right now. Exchange, nothing to do here. 60 and 30 needed. 692, pretty good. Almost at 1,000. Oh, 5,000? We're well over 1,000. Tripping. Oh, I forget. I've been hidden from view. 16 out of 20 needed. And then I'll have a new hat, I guess. Which is pretty good. Just while we do hidden. Lines to use. I'm confused. I feel like I've missed something out. Banger. One so good. Some of these fucking balloons. Can't believe I got nothing off the road. Fuck off on my way. 46 minutes. Fuck. Half an hour not happening. It's okay. You guys might be able to. I want to give a big thank you to everybody that's been showing out today. It really means a lot to me. Like Kronos mentioned earlier, I think all of us involved in today's stream were understandably a little bit nervous about how things were going to go. It's a lot of organising. It's nice to have like my people here, you know what I mean? Chilling out with me, keeping us going. I mean, I'm pretty pooped right now. I'm thankful to everybody that came by. Everybody that's been hanging around that long, all the new followers, of course. It was great to be able to like mix communities together and try something new, and I have high hopes for the future. This is something that we obviously intend on doing again. With that, I will be, if you want to see me tomorrow, I won't be streaming, but Stu, who I'm about to raid, will be streaming. I'll be doing some elite stuff with him. And otherwise, I'll be back on Tuesday. New emote hype, just quickly, I've got a couple of emotes just like ready to get B-dropped, so there's that. Otherwise, thanks to everybody who decided to be here and for being part of it and for making your suggestions. And I can't wait to see you again in my chat box on Tuesday. Take it easy. Have a good night.